Testing, 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 testing audio. Testing, testing, testing audio. You're right, yeah. Let's square this down. And that would be Emily. Yeah, no, Emily's not here yet, so she's not logged in. Can you log in on live auction? Kaylor's logging in on live auctioneers for her. Thank you, Kaylor. Yeah, no, it's nice. Testing audio. Testing audio. Testing, testing audio. Testing audio. Testing, testing.
We good? Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today for this very unusual sale, a very unusual sale for Thomaston Place Auction Galleries. I'm the owner and auctioneer today. A North American collection features wonderful collection of sterling silver and turquoise jewelry, Inuit art, rare Inuit art, basketry, specialty knives, and all kinds of other wonderful paintings and sculptures. And if you've been through the preview or looked online, you know the amazing amount of stuff that came out of this one family. Our auction is being offered today on 3 online platforms. Our own site, Thomaston Live auctioneers, and Invaluable. Before we start, though, I'd like to thank all of our incredible staff, my wife Kelly, for all their support, and all the customers around the world that support Thomaston Place Auction Galleries. You will hear me announce the winning bidder is if it's online, the winning bidder's number and the lot that is sold. Our buyer's premium is 25% for all online bids only, 20% for in-house, live, phones, and absentee bids. Invoices will be emailed to successful bidders by the end of the day, Monday, May 18th. If you bid online, the invoices will be sent to you from the bidding platform, and you must pay through their bidding site. Please look for your invoice. Please check your spam folder if you have not received an invoice and you have bought things. And for some housekeeping regulations, this auction is controlled under the UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.328 applies to this auction. Please join us in June for our spectacular Summer Splendor Sale, and it is going to be amazing. I think we have just shy of 1,500 items in 3 days, 26th, 27th, and 28th of the June. Amazing collection of art, antiquities, and a lot of great rare vehicles, unusual cars, furniture, sculptures, and much more. Please sign your phones for today's auction, and we shall begin right now. The first item is Inuit bone and carving of a polar bear and seal. It looks like it's made out of the base is like a whale vertebrae slice, and the other pieces are probably walrus tusk. What's your pleasure on that? 60 I have in 70. I have 60 and 70, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. These are early pieces. 90 now 100. Now I have a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter where? I have only $100. 100 and a quarter if you like it. Any more than 100 and a quarter. I have 100 and a quarter on the floor. Of course, a 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Lovely little sculpture. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It doesn't look like a good time for the seal though. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice. It's on the floor at 1 1/4 and going and gone. 1 1/4 to number 132. 132, the buyer. A lot of wonderful things here today, I'll tell you. We're very pleased to get all these things we've never sold before. A rare early Inuit mastodon tusk whale form Parker toggle. And on this fossilized mastodon tusk with baleen eyes in the form of a whale. What's your pleasure on that? $275. This is a rare early piece of Inuit 300 I have, and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375. I have 3 1/2 and 375. At 3 1/2 and 375, what I like about this, you can see where they had the thing to make it into a toggle, but they even made the little eyes with a mouth opening and a little blow spot, the little blow spout up top here. So it's a nice form of artwork in mastodon. Where are we? 350. And now 375. I have 350 now, 375. At only 350 and selling. At 350 once, 350 twice, 375. And the little whale, 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4. This is a rare early item. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. You're never going to find another one. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Look at the quality of this thing. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. It's little early glass bead eyes. I have 4 1/2 and now 475. We got to move on. Any more? I have 450, 475 with Carol and 500. Of course, 500 now 550. I have 500 and 550. Should have started at 1,000, but here we go. I have 550 with Carol and 600. 600 now 650. 600 is a museum object. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 once, 600 twice. It's with Sylvia on Invaluable. No, you're live auctioneers. With live auctioneers today, it's only at $600. Any more? 600 once, 600 twice, going to live auctioneers, any more? Live auctioneers gets it, $600. Next, we have another rare piece from the same family again. Inuit Mastodon Tusk Totem Pole. Look at this thing right here. It's a tusk tip with relief carving of 4 ancestral totem. Of the uppermost is pierced on an ebony wood base, 11.5 inches high. What's your pleasure on this beautiful totem right here from the Inuit tribes? 550 I have, and 600. Look at the quality of the high. 550 and 600 on that great totem. 600 I have, 6.5 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. 700 of course and 750. Only one of these are one of a kind items that you will never see again. What do we have, Carol? 700, now 7.5. I have 700 once, 700 twice, and this rare Inuit totem, 750 in Mastodon Tusk. This is a nice early 750, 800, 850. I have 800, now 850. At only 800 and 850, that fabulous sculpture, 850, now 900. I have 850, now 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 and 950. Look at the quality of that Mastodon Tusk, thousands of years old. We have 900, Carol? Is that correct? 900, now 950. I have 900, Carol, all the way now, and 950 if you'd like it. One of a kind. The only shot there is to get this. At 900 once, 900 twice, and one for 950. It's down at 900, Carol. Online better with Carol's platforms. Next, we have another rare piece right here. This is a 19th century small bone and baleen snow knife. A snow knife. This is all carved very, very early. It's hand-stitched, probably with some kind of a gut there and wood inlay. But this is an extremely rare, early piece of Inuit utensil. And what's your pleasure in that? We have, a couple $100 and set it in. 200 ware in that rare. One of the rarest pieces of the Inuit stuff today. And he went for 200. Nobody wants that? Pass it away. We'll sell it another day. That's an extremely rare item. Here we go. A lot of people like this. The Inuit Usik form walrus fossilized baculum. Seal hunting club and the ancient walrus. And what's your pleasure in that? He's got a walrus on one end and a polar bear on the other end. What's your pleasure in this? 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000 and 2,100 if you want this rare piece. I have 2,000 and 2,100. I have 2,000, 2,100 anymore. I have 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, and for 2,100. On that rare piece with the polar bear and the walrus. Any more? All in? All done at 2,000? It is 2,000, Carol. We've never had any of these great Inuit pieces like this ever come in the 50 years we've been doing this business. Carved in relief is swimming whales, walrus, seals, and the whole shebang. 18 inches long, another wonderful carving, Inuit carving. What's your pleasure in this one? 400 I have, and now 4.25. I have only 400, now 4.25 on the 4.25 with Sylvia on Live Auctioneers, now 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5 for 4.25, 4.5 for 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. No money for this. At 4.25, 4.5, 4.5 and 4.75. Look at the whales and seals swimming together. I have 4.5 and 4.75. This guy's got the lead. I have 4.5 and 475 and 500. I have 470. Oh, it's signed by the artist inside. It's signed by the artist, by the way, right here. Did we put that in the description? We did not. 550 I have and 600. It is signed by the artist right here. We missed it. It looks like it says L. Cunningham maybe or something like that. I have 550 and 600. 600 I have. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650. I have look at that nice inlaid little black eyes on the seals and the whales. I have 600 now 650. That's 600 once, 600 twice. Don't 650 and 700. Don't lose it. Again, these are one of a kind objects. You'll never find another one like it. I have 650 and 700. 700 I have and 750. I have 700 now 750. You couldn't pay too much for this because you're not going to get another one. I have 750 now 800, right? 750 with you, Sylvia? Yes. 750 with Sylvia. 700. Looking for 750. Last call at only $700 once for that fabulous totem. 750, of course, and 800 now. I have 750 and 800. The 800, the whales are swimming with the seals. 800 now 850. I have 800 now 850 at 800 850. At 800 once, 800 twice. Gonna go. We all in, all done. Don't lose it. 850 with Carol's in now, and now 900. 850 with Carol, now 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900. These are spectacular pieces. I have 900, now 950. I have 900. Who has the 900s? 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 950 now, $1,000 if you'd like it. I have 950 and 1,000, going to sell it. At 1,000 I have with Sylvia and 1,100. These are such rare, unusual items. 1,000 I have at 1,100 if you want it. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 1,100 with Carol, and now 12. I have 1,100 Carol and 1,200. This vintage piece of the walrus tusk totem, 1,200 in time, and now 1,300. I have 1,213. I have 1,213. I wish I was out there today. I love these rare pieces. 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,314 on the totem with the whales and the seals, and it's going to go. 1,400 in times with Sylvia. Live auction is at 1,415 if you want it. I have 1,400 now. 1,500 Carol and 1,600 now. I have 1,516. I have 1,500 once, 1,500 twice, and for 16 in time with Sylvia and live auctioneers. They are realizing the rarity of this piece. And 1,700 now. I have 1,617 if you want it. I have 1,600 once, 1,600 twice is with Sylvia all the way now in live auctioneers. We have 17 anywhere. Sylvia, 1,600. Live auctioneers. Next, we have another rare piece. In the 19th century, the Inuit hunters used a piece like this to keep tally of their kills and their accomplishments of what they have captured. And this guy was evidently very, very successful, because these are all the whales and seals and walruses they got, and there's even a carving of the man. This is an early 19th century tally done by one of the Inuit hunters. And on that rare piece right there, what's your pleasure on that? I mean, we have, 500 whales, said 500, of course, and 550. Talk 550 and 600. This is a rare thing. I have 550 and 600. Should be bringing thousands. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. I'm going to sell it at only 550 and 600, of course, and 650 and 700. Never find another one like that. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and $700, that rare piece. 7, of course, and 750 and 800 and 800, 850, 800, now 850, at 800, now 850, 850, now 900. I have 850, now 900. At only 850, now 9, now 950, 950 and 1,000. Should be everywhere. These are so rare. I have 950 with Sylvia on live auctioneers, and $1,000 if you want that tally stick. Unreasonable, a very reasonable price for the 1,000 I have, of course, and 1,100, of course, and 1,200, and 12, and now 13, 12 and 13, at 1,200, now 13, at 12 and 13, at 12 and 13, at 12 and 13, any more? All in, all done at only 1,213. Did you have the 12, Carol? Oh, I'm sorry, Sylvia, you have 1,100 looking for 12. I have 1,100 with Sylvia looking for 1,200, this extremely rare tally stick, this Inuit hunter's bone tally stick. 11 once, 11 twice. Any more? There's never another one. Sold. 12 in time with Carol, and 13 now. Jeez. 12 and now 13. I had 12 and 13. Should never hesitate on these. There's some very rare pieces here, worthy of any museum in the country. I have 1,200 Carol, and now 1,300. 12 once, 12 twice, in for 1,300. It's going to go. Carol, 1,200, you got that one. Online bidder. This collection is all from one family. Never seen anything like it. And this next collection right here, we have 4 small Inuit carvings, prehistoric pendants with engraved eye, and so on and so forth, with the reindeers. And what's your pleasure in this whole lot right here? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at this engraving here, where they're actually building buildings. It's all in a scrimshot into that piece of bone. 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 and 175, and here's all the reindeers on this side. Somebody took a lot of time to make that. It was used as an amulet. I have 150 and 175. I have only 150 and 175. Seems awfully reasonable for all that bone and ivory. I have 150 once, twice, and for 175. It's gonna go. It's gone. Online bidder, 150. 150. All right, moving on to lot 1009. And on this piece right here, again, a very unusual piece right here. This is a ritual scoop with gorge decoration, a shocked face having reptiles above, turtle below, eyes and mouth, and an eel form all. And what's your pleasure on the scoop right here? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4, that rare item. At 100, now 1 1/4. At only 100, 1 1/4. Boy, that's way, way under the money for that. I have 100, now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. Look at the condition of this thing. It's early, early, early. Here you go, Alex. Will it stand? No. It looks like the face from Scream. I have only 100, now 1 1/4. Gonna sell it. It's all unreserved. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. What a buy. Sold $100. We got to move on. Online bidder. Next we have Inuit carved abalone shell and spoon fetish. And what's your pleasure in this one here? We have $100 and set it in. You have $100 and set it in. All in. All this is carved as a fish. This one's carved like a fish. And what's your pleasure in this one? Maybe we have $100 and kick it in. Instead of $100 that lot. No, it's that lot. Once, twice. Anyone? Pass away. Next object. Moving on. And carved horn amulet. Look at this. On the carved horn amulet, a branch of horn with geometric relief carvings and faces. And what's your pleasure in this? 70, now 80, some 80, now 90, 80, now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. Look at how early that is. Is the whole 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter, way, way under the money. I have 100, now quarter, 100, now quarter, anymore. All in, all done at $100 only on that rare piece. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 in that early amulet. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 at 1 1/4 once, twice. Anyone else going to sell it? It's gone at 1 1/4. Online bidder. Thank you, Carol. Look at this one. Boy, this is a fabulous tusk right here. Inuit mammoth tusk carving, a 5-character totem carved from a section of woolly mammoth tusk mounted on a hardwood base, 6 inches high. And boy, the detail on this is exquisite. Have the animal faces, the bird faces. Beautiful base. What's your pleasure on this one? $550, I would hope so, and $600. I have $550 and $600. Just think that's from a woolly mammoth. $600, $650 now. I have $600 now, $650. I have $600 only and $650 if you'd like it. I have only $600 now, $650. $650, of course, and $7. Look at the quality of that. $700 and $750. I have $700 and $750. $750, $800 now, all with Carol all the way. I have $750 and $800. I have $750 now, $800. That fabulous piece of mammoth tusk sculpture, $800, $850 now, $850, $900. Should have started at $1,000, but we're going to sell it. I $900, $950. Wouldn't you love to own this? $950 now, $1,000. I have $9,000. I have $1,100. I have $1,000, $1,100. Exquisite piece, 11 and 12. I have 1,100 and 12. I have 1,100, 1,213 now. Somebody's going to be lucky today. 1,314. I have 1,314. That wonderful totem. I have 1,314. I have in 15 now. All with Carol, 15 with Carol all the way, and 1,600. I have 1,516 now. 16 with Carol, still with Carol all the way. 1,700. Anyone else? 17. Anybody else can jump in anytime. 17 and now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800 with Carol. 18 with Carol, still all the way with Carol. And now 1,900. I have 1,900, 1,900 and 2,000. 2 people that need to have this, and I don't blame them. I have 1,900, now 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000. Nice round number. I have 1,900. Don't lose it for a $100 bill. I have 1,900 once with Carol. 1,900 twice with Carol. Anyone for $2,000? That 2,000 I have with Carol, of course. And now 2,100. I have 2,100 where? I have 2,000 with Carol all the way and going to sell it. We got to move on. 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, and for $2,100. All in, all done. Sold, Carol, 2,000. Online bidder. That's a spectacular piece. Proud to own that. Oh, I love this one too. The sculpture here. You know, a lot of this stuff you'll never, ever see again, so enjoy the viewing of it. And look at this guy here. I didn't get a chance to look at him. Here is an Inuit fisherman with a really good luck. That looks like a great sized fish that he's caught there. And what's your pleasure in this one? 175 and 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, and 200, 2 1/4. It's initial D, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2 on that rare sculpture. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2, 75 now, 75. It's 270, 250. I haven't 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and 275. Don't lose it, but 275 in time, and now 300. I have 275 in that fabulous carving. It's initial DE. We don't know who that is, but he knew enough to put put his initials on it. I have 275 and now 300. It's with you at 275 and 3. Wonderful sculpture at 275 and 300. Any more? You got it. 275. Nice buy. 275, 122. 275, 122 buys. And look at this piece right here. This is an Alaskan Ulo knife with muskox image, and on this is from the Kinney estate. And what's your pleasure in this here? These are all totally handmade, the blades and everything else, even the stand. And what's your pleasure in this one here? What's your pleasure in this one here? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. 100 where it said it'd been $100 and go, and it said $100. This is they're used for food chopping. So if you make salad, just in one of those early wooden chopping bowls, and you're ready to go. How much? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. It's an insult to it, but we'll do it. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nobody eats salad? I have 50 and 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. 60 once, 60 twice. I went for 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Beautiful condition. 70 now, 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. I have 80 only, and 90 if you want it. 80 once, 80 twice. I went for $90. That 90 now 100. That great instrument. I have 90 now 100. And 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 I have and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. You guys are making me work today. I have 100 now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. That muskox is actually lasered into the blade, that handmade steel blade. I have 100 now a quarter. We got to move on. Any more? 100 once, twice, down it goes, $100. Online better. Next we have 3 or 4 Alaskan choppers. Oh, okay. And on that right there, on these right here, we have 4 of these. So, 1 is good, 2 is better, but 4 is a collection. So if you want to start a collection, here's your chance. And what's your pleasure on these? Maybe a couple $100 and set them in. 100 I have. Now remember, these are all handmade with whalebone and walrus tusk. And they made all these custom stands for them. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 and a quarter anymore. No, this is it says real moose and caribou antler Eskimo skinning knife. So they're not for salad. What the hell do I know? No. You had to bring that up, didn't you? So it says it right on the back. So now we know what they're for. They're not necessarily needed to do that because we don't have any caribou and we don't have any, we have moose somewhere in Maine. 1.5, now 175. I 150, now 175. For 4 of these, I can't imagine what they cost in Alaska and the shop. They must cost a fortune. Anyway, we have 150, 175 and 200 for all 4. We're going to move on. I 175 and now 200. That's not even $50 a piece. I 175 and 200. Great Christmas gift. Birthday gift. Somebody that eats salad. I have one. What do we have? 175. Looking for 2. I'm going to move on. 175 once, twice, and 200 in time, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Quickly. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. Any more? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 still for nothing. We paid for 1, 3 of them free. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, and for 2 1/2. Well, that one says Alaska. Any more? Sold. 2 1/4, Carol. I move on. This family collected all kinds of wonderful stuff. Look at these. Too early Northwest Coast Inuit Hadamask. And on those right there, with your pleasure. 100 here. These are nice early ones. These are not any reproductions. These are the real deal. Came from another great family. I have 100 now quarter. Look at the patina on the inside of these. I have 100 now quarter. I have only $100 and 100 quarter if you want them. 100 quarter costs 1.5. They should be bringing 1,000, 1.5 and 175. I 1.5 on the 175 and 200. I 175 and 200. No money for these. They should have opened at 1,000. I 200 I have on the floor with the lady and 2 1/4. It's on the floor with 200 of the lady, 2 1/4, costing 2.5. $1,000 worth of mass there at 2 1/2 and 275. Look at the quality of those. I have 2 1/2 and beautiful patina, 2 1/2 and 275 at 250 and 275. Any more? All in all on at 250, 275, 275 and 300 would you go? That's only $150 a piece. I have 275 and now 300 for those fabulous masks. I have 275. Should bring 1,000. A 300 I have on the floor, now 3 1/4. I have 300. Wouldn't work so hard if they wouldn't work so much more. I have 300, now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4. Look at the workmanship in these things. It's amazing. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, comes for 350. Don't show self-restraint. No time to do that. I have 3 1/4 in the back. Once, twice. Are you sure? 3 1/4 there. Okay, moving on to the next wonderful item. Oh, this is great. So this is a mastodon carving of an American eagle with glass inset eyes, and it was set on this incredible piece of greenstone. Incredible piece of greenstone. And what is your pleasure on this wonderful eagle? 150 I have, 175 I have, 200 I have, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 75, 300 I have, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 anymore. On the floor now, over here at 300 and 3 1/4. Everyone else is out. I have 300 to my left and selling in the center at 300 once, 300 twice, and a fabulous piece. And even for 3 1/4, what a great thing, Tony. Good eye. 300 to 132. 300 to 132. That's one of my favorite things out of the house. Two other great masks right here. These are early Alaska Yupik Inuit Shaman Spirit Mask. And on the Shaman Spirit Mask, these are very rare and hard to find. Again, look at the patina. These have not been falsely colored. These are hundreds of years old. And what's your pleasure on these? 375 I have and 400. I have 375 and 4 and these rare 400 I have on the floor. And now 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on these ancient 4 1/2 on the floor and 475, 75 and now 500. I have 475 and now 500. These are very rare. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 once, 500 on the floor, and 550. Gentleman left at 500, 550. 550 with Carol and 600. I have 550 with Carol and 600 now. These rare masks. I have 550 once, 550 twice with Carol all the way. Now the floor is out at 550 and 600. At 550 anymore. So Carol, 550, your player. 550 online bidder. You know, it's great. We never find this stuff, and to get it to a house in Maine with all this wonderful stuff. These folks had a house in Alaska, and I think in maybe Texas too, and that's how they got all the Western stuff, the Alaskan stuff, and then they had this wonderful house on the ocean in Maine, in Freeport, and anyway, they wanted us to sell their collection, so here it is. On this rare walrus tusk with Inuit scrimshaw mount. We've had these before, and they brought multiple thousands. This is a really nice one on a very expensive backing. And you see the carving on both sides. So the reason we can sell these is because they're done by the Inuits. If some Joe Schmo had taken these, we could not sell them. But these we can sell. Anyway, what's your pleasure in this? 1,600 I have, and now 17, 18, 19. I have 19 on the floor, 2,000, 21 on the floor, and 22. 22, 23, 24, 24, and 25. I have 24 with Carol now, and 2,500. They usually bring 3 or 4, 5,000. I have 2,400 only, and 25 if you'd like it. At 2,425 in that rare piece. At 2,400 and 2,500 if you'd like it. 25, of course, and 2,750. I have 2,500 and 2,750. They're just waking up to the value. Look at the scrimshaw on this side right here. The guys are paddling in a boat with a fish face on it, chasing this whale. What's the other one got on the other side? I haven't had a chance to really look at it closely. Oh, yeah, dog sledding on this. And beautiful, incredible scrimshaw work. And I have 2,500, Sylvia? Yes, 2,750 would be next. I have 2,500 only and 2,750. I have 2,500. You can be proud to own that piece of sculpture right there. I have 2,500 once, 2,500 twice, and going to go all the way with 25 with Sylvia. Unless somebody says 2,750, it's going, and it's gone. 2,500 live auctioneers. Next we have a Tinglet red cedar mask. These are hard to get too. A polychrome spirit mask, black, white, and green. And what's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. These are very, very hard to find and very expensive if you're in Alaska. They didn't make a note that it's signed by the maker. It's signed by the maker. It's signed by Frank Smith, maker, Nia Bay, W.A. Was that Washington? Washington. So it is signed by the maker. Where they didn't put it in the description, I'm sorry to say. But anyway, here it is. 100 I have, and now quarter. I won a quarter, 1.5. It's a famous mask maker. 1 1/4, 1.5. I won a quarter, 1.5, and 1 1/4, 1.5. Should be bringing more. Gonna sell it. I won a quarter, 1.5, and 1 1/4 only. 1.5, 1.5, and 175. And that rare signed mask by that famous maker. I won a half, and now 175. I won 50, 175. 150 once, 150 twice. You went for 175. Any more? It's 150, Carol. Look at this piece here. Boy, you want something unusual that your neighbors will not have? This is a rare Inuit cribbage board made from a walrus jaw, carved with a portrait of a walrus, inserted carved tusk. Board is on the underside, and wonderful piece right there. What is your pleasure on this rare thing right here? 175 and now 200. 200, of course, and 2 1/4. This is old, old, old. Oh, there's the cribbage board right there. 2 1/4 and 2.5. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5. What fun to play cribbage with this. I have 2 1/4 and 2.5. At 2 1/4, 2.5. Again, it is signed by the maker. It's signed by the maker. We missed that too. It says R.E., whoever that was. I have 2 1/4. 2 1/4 on the floor, and now 2.5. Oh, you have 2.5. 2.5 is on the floor. Now 275. I have 250 and 275 in this rare piece. I have 250 and 275 on the walrus cribbage board. I have 250s on the floor and 275. I have 250 and 275. Seems 275 and 300. I have 300 on the floor. Now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. At 300 now 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice. It's on the floor at only $300. What have I? Any more? Your stone. 300, 132. Oh, this is absolutely spectacular. This was in the great. This was exhibited in the great room of the house. I think this house was like, was it 9,000 square feet? Yeah, about a 9,000 square foot house on the ocean. Fabulous property. Anyway, on this rare carving, this Inuit carving of the muskox, he's absolutely stunning. Every little piece of fur on his hoofs are all carved. His tail is carved. I love the way they swish the stone around in the back here. And what's your pleasure in this? 1,700 and now 1,800. I have 1,700 on the muskox and 18 on the phone and now 1,900. I have 1,800 on the phone and now 19. That rare sculpture. I have 19 on the online and now 2,000. 2,000 online, now 2,100, that wonderful sculpture. I have 2,021 with Carol all the way, and 2,200. I have 2,122. At 2,122, I had 2,122 and 23. I had 2,223 with Carol all the way now. 23 with Carol, still with Carol all the way, and now 24. I had 2,300, that 2,400 is on the phone with Kaler, and now 2,500. I have 2,400, now 25. 25 I have Carol, and now 2,750 we would need. 2,750 with Carol, and now she's got all kinds of players, and now 3,000. I 3,000 I have with Carol, now 32 and a half. I 3,000, a fabulous muskox sculpture. I've only 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000 once, he's a sweet-looking guy. At 3,000 twice, and he went for 32 and a half with Carol all the way at $3,000. A wonderful addition to anybody's collection of sculpture or Inuit art at 3,000 with Carol. Any more? Carol, 3,000. Oh, these are incredible. These were all exhibited. These were all exhibited in a it was sort of like a gallery room in the house, and these were all exhibited. These are Alaska Inuit wood and fur masks by Jack Abram, and for what we understand, he is no longer with us to make any more masks. And these are all in mint condition. They're all in mint condition. Oh, he is, but he's going blind, so there won't be any more masks. So thank you for that information. So Jack Abram is from Nelson Island, Alaska. They're all signed on the interior, and his work is in the Smithsonian Institution. So if you would like something that is valuable enough to be in the Smithsonian, these are your chances to get them. One-of-a-kind items. Each one is totally different. What's your pleasure in this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 I have, and 2.5. 2.5, 75 and 300. I have 300, 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.5, 375 and 400. I have 400. I have now 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5 and 4.25, 4.5 and 75. At 4.5, 475. These are fabulous sculptures. I have 4.5 now, 475, 475 and 500. They're just waking up to 500 and 550. At 500 and 550. At 500 and 550. I'd love to own them all and just have them like they did in the room. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I can't imagine what they were selling for in Alaska. I have 600 now, 650. With Carol all the way at 600 now, 650. At 600 now, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 700 and 750. I have 700, 750 and 700 and 750. I think this is the one, yeah, it has a walrus carving on the bottom of his chin. What do we have, Carol? 700, looking for 750. I have 700 now, 750. At 700 once, 700, 750, 800 now. I have 750 and 800, of course, and 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. These are fabulous. Show them the back of that there. I have 800, 8.5. 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore. 800 once, 800 twice with Carol all the way at 800, and it's going to go, and it's gone. 850, almost sold it, 850, and now 900. Don't lose it. 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950. I should figure they should bring a minimum of 1,000 apiece. I have 900, now 950. With Carol, the 900 once, 900 twice, 950 if you want it. We all in, all done at $900. All in, all done. Carol, 900. Online bidder. These are wonderful. Look at this one here. Spectacular, spectacular. One-of-a-kind pieces of art by Jack Abram from Nelson Island, Alaska. And what's your pleasure on this fabulous one? This is all painted and enameled. And it also has a piece of whalebone on the... How much, Carol? 4.25 and 4.5 and 475, 475, 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 with Carol all the way now. The book is out. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. That fabulous sculpture at 650 and 700 and 750. I have 700 and 750 at 750, of course, and 800, 800, 8.5, 8.5, and now 9. 8.5 and now 9. There's a piece, he has a 900, a piece of whalebone right there on his chin. I have 900 and 950. Look how beautifully it's signed. At 900 now 950, fabulous pieces. At 900 now 950, I go out. I have 900 with Carol and now 950. At 900 once, 900 twice. They went for 950. Beautiful, beautiful mask. Sold 900 Carol again. Online bidder. I hope somebody's going to try and get them all. What a collection that would be. These are going to be nothing but, these will be nothing but going up all the time. They're all minty, mint condition. Here we go. Look at these. 3 Inuit woven grass baskets with bone carvings, tightly woven. Some of you have glass trade beads. This little box right here is spectacular. It has bone and glass trade beads and has a carved fish on the lid with fur. These must have cost a fortune in Alaska. And on those right there, which are pleasure, may have $1,000 set them in. $1,000 set it in, and 500, 400. 150 is great. 150, they're ready to be sold. 150 and 175 in those beautiful baskets. I 150 now 175. 175 of course and 200. I 175 and 200. And 175 and 2. 175 and 2 should be everywhere. I bet you these are $1,000 in the store. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 on that whole group. I have 2.25, 2.5. 2.5 and 275, 275 and 3. This one has a carved bear, another carved bear, 275 and 300. We paid for one of them; the other two are free. I 275 and now 300. I wouldn't work so hard if they weren't worth so much more. They cost a fortune. I 275 and 300, 300. Thank you, and 3.25. I 300 now 3.25, at 3.25 and 3.5, and 3.5. I 3 is that yes? 3.5 is on the floor, and 375, and 400 on the floor. No, I 375. Thanks for your help. I 375 and now 400. I 375 is online with Sylvia on live auction. Is still way under the money. I 375 and now 400. A beautiful collection right there. 400. She's back in, and now 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25. Just think what you can't buy for $400 today. 2 bags of groceries at Walmart. 4.25. 4.25 and 4.5. True. I went to shopping the other night. I almost had sticker shock. What do we got? 4.25 and 4.5. 4.25, 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. Gonna sell them. Nice buy. 4.25 once, twice with Carol now all the way. Any more? Carol 4.25. Oh, here's another great mask right here. This is bigger than the last one. And this right here, again by Jack Abram. And on that right there, from Nelson Island, Alaska, may we have what? $1,000 where? 700 I have, and now 750. I have 750, now 800. I have 750, now 800, 750, now 800. I have 750 and 800, one of the better ones. I have 750, now 800, that fabulous 800, of course, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5, at 800, 8.5. 800, again, with a beautifully enamel work. 8.5 and now 900. I've 8.5 and now 9. Don't lose it. I've 8.5 now 900. I've 8.5 with 900 with Carol, now 950. It's bigger than the other ones, a little bit bigger than the others. I've 900 now 950. I've 900 and 950 if you'd like it with Carol all the way. 950 now 1,000. I've 950 and 1,000 if you want that beautiful mask. They're all minty mint condition. I've 950 now 1,000. At 950 once, 950 twice with Carol all the way at 950, and he went for 1,000. I'm hoping the same people are getting keeping them together. Any more? Carol, 950. Another one, Alaska Inuit Wooden Fur Mask by Jack Abram again. Another large size one right here. This one has the red enamel under the eyes, but this one's incredible because it has a carved face on this side. So you got a face here and a face there. Talk about being two-faced. And on that one right there, maybe we have what? $500 set it in. 200 I have, and 2.25 I have, and 2.5. 2.5, 75 I have, and 300. 3.25 I have, and 3.5. 3.5, 75 I have, and 400. I have 4.25 I have, and 4.5. I have 4.25 now, 4.5 in that rare mask. I have 4.25, 4.5. 4.5, 75 is on the floor, and 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have only 500. Of course, live auctioneers is waking up. I have 500 with Sylvia, now 550 and 600. I have 550 in that spectacular mask. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have only 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650. This is the one with the face carved on the cheek. I have 600, 650 with Carol, and 700. 700 and 750. These are spectacular. I have 700 and 750. I have 700 once, 700 twice, and 750, 800. I have 800, 8.5 now. At 800, 8.5. You won't find any more of these. I have 800 and 8.5. At only $800 and 8.5. Look at the quality of that. 8.5 and now 9. 900. See the way this face is done like this? It's almost like a Modigliani. I have 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950, and 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. 1,000, I have now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At only $1,000 in selling that fabulous mask. 1,000 once, 1,100 in time with Carol all the way, and 12 now, 12 and 13. I have 1,200 now, 13 and 12 and 13. At 1,200 with Carol and 13. At 1,200 once, 1,200 twice. It's going to go. Any more? 13 in time, and now 14. I have 14 with Carol, and 1,500. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15, and 14, and 15. These are so beautifully sculpted. I have 1,415. 1,400 once, 1,400 twice. You went for 1,500. So, Carol, 1,400. Online bidder. Next we have, another great basket. This is a nice one right here. These coil baskets are so hard to make, and it has a fossilized bone finial on the top. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 and 3.5 at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 and 3.5, that beautiful basket. At only 3.25, 3.5. Look at the shape of that. Just think of the labor it takes to make those. They have to gather all the reed, carve the finial, hours and hours worth of labor in there. Everything in this house is perfect condition. I have 3.25 only in selling. At 3.25 once, 3.25 twice. That fabulous basket. Any more? All in, all done at 3.25. It's gone 3.25. Another great mask. This is my favorite. So this guy is wearing snow goggles. So the Inuits made their own their own sunglasses, but this is snow goggles. They had a little tiny slit so that you wouldn't get snow blind. And on that right there, Jack Abram again. Maybe we have $1,000 said 800. I like it. 850, 900, 900, 950. I have 900 now 950 and 900 now 950 on that wonderful masking, and 950 and 1,000. I have 950,000. I have now 1,100. He's got a bone on his cheek too. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 and 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. We all in, all in $1,000, that wonderful mask. At 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. 11 in time with Carol, now 12. 11 and 12. 12 I have with Carol, 1,300. These are spectacular pieces of sculpture by this man. I have 1,200, now 13. 1,200 once. 1,200 twice. 13 in time with Carol, now 1,400. 14, now 15. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500. There's no more of these. 15 with Carol and 1,600. I have 16 with Carol and 1,700. I have 16 and 17. I have good taste. That was my favorite one. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17 if you want it. That's 16 once, 16 twice. With Carol all the way at $1,600, that fabulous mask. Any more? Carol, 1,600. And if you haven't got one, this is the last one. This is the last one. We saved the best one for last. Look at this one here. It has, let me see a second. So he's got snow goggles on. There's a carved walrus tusk with a walrus head in wood with walrus teeth. He's got a sun visor on. This is all carved wood, and these are porcupine quills coming out of it. And he also has two pieces of bone on either side of his chin. So we saved the best one for last. Maybe we have $1,000 and started off to save time. $1,000 where? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550, the last of the masks. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. I have only 500 and 550. You'd like it? Any more? All in, all done. At 500 and 550, of course, 600 and 650. It should be all over this. So I have 600 now, 650. 650, 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750. 800 now, 850. I have 800 now, 850. I have 850, 900. I have 850 now, 9. At 850 now, 900. The rarest of the bunch. I have 850 now, 900. I have 850 with Carol all the way. 900, 950. I have 950, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000. I have fabulous math. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,100. And now 12. I have 11 now, 12. I have 11 now, 12, 11 and 12. Almost looks like one of those rapper outfits. 1,200 I have, and now 1,300. I have 13 now, 14. I have 13 now, 1,400. I have 1,314. Doesn't he look like one of those rappers? I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I don't know which one. It doesn't matter. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 14. I have with Carol and 15 now. I have 14 and 15. If you have not got one today, this is it. There aren't any more. I have 1,400 now, 1,500. 1,400 once. 1,400 twice with Carol all the way, and it's going to go from this fabulous sculpture again. Any more? Carol, 1,400. Online bidder. I hope the same person got them all, because they are a spectacular collection. Look at this Zeb's got now. Another great basket. This is a contemporary Inuit lidded basket right here, and it has, what I like about it, it has glass beads and whalebone, but it has this beautiful sculpture of a woman's face with a polar bear on top, and fur in mint condition. What's your pleasure in this? 175. I had 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/2, 275, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 275 and 300, 3 1/4. I had 300 now, 3 1/4. Should be everywhere. That's a spectacular piece of work. I had 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 of course, and 375. This rare stuff. 3 1/2 and 375 and 400. I have 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Still way under the money. I have 400, 4 1/4. We estimated everything reasonable. 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 450, 75 now. I have 450 and 475. No brainer. I have 450 and 475, 475, 500 now. I have 475 in that fabulous basket at 475 and 500. Don't lose it for $25. I have 475 now, 500. I have 475 once, 475 twice for 500. And that spectacular basket. Gonna go. Any more? Carol, you got it. 475 online. Wouldn't work so hard on this stuff. Oh, there was one more mask. Oh, there's two more. Oh, good. All right, so if you haven't got a Jack Abram mask, we have this one. And on this right here, this one's really cool because it's carved in the cedar again with paint, but it looks like it has some type of feathers mounted on 3 sides. But look at the quality of the carving around the nose. This guy knew human anatomy very well, evidently. It's signed by Jack Abraham right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 I have, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore? All 2 1/2 and 75 is on the floor, and 300. At 275 and 3. Hey, 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter is on the floor, and 3.5. 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 75 and 400. That's got a beautiful graphic look to it. 400 and 4 and a quarter, 4.25, 4.5, 4.5, 75 is on the floor, and 500. I have 475 now, 500 and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550 if you want it. I have only 500 and 550 with Carol all the way now at 500 and 550, and that nice 550 and 600 on that rare Jack Abram mask with the feathers. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Bargain time on this one. I have 550 and 600. So the others were bringing $1,000 to $1,600. 600, 650. I have 600 and 650 is. Ooh, that didn't sound good. I have 600 and 650. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. 650 and 700 more. All in, all done. At 650 and 700. At 650 with Carol all the way. Nice buy on that one. I have 650 and 700. 650 once, twice, any more. Sold Carol 650 on that one. Online bidder. This is the last one. Is that right? No, but not by him. Yeah. All right, so this one here is Alaska Inuit Wooden Feather Mask by Jack Abram again. And he is from Nelson Island, Alaska. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 275, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 3.5, now 375. I have 350, now 375. No money for this one. I have 350, now 375. At 350 and 375, the last of his mess, 375 and 400. I have 400 on the floor and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. No money for this one. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter and 4.5. With Carol all the way at 4 and a quarter now and 4.5. The last of the Jack Abram mask, another beautiful carving. I have 4 and a quarter and 4.5. With Carol at 4 and a quarter once. At 4 and a quarter twice. Beautiful buy. At 4 and a quarter anymore. Last call at 4 and a quarter, 4.5. Any more? Carol, 4 and a quarter. That's the last of the mass. Here's a lovely contemporary Inuit lidded basket by Etemula is the maker. Annie Etemula of North Alaska. It's called a seal design, and it all has woven animals on it, and it has a little seal head set with glass beads on as the lid, as the finial. What's your pleasure in that? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50, 60, 70, 70, 80. I have 70 now, 80. No money for this. Let's go. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. At 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. That wonderful basket at only $90. 100 I have now, quarter. 1 a quarter, 1.5. I 1 a quarter, 1.5. At 1 a quarter, 1.5. At 1 a quarter, 1.5. 1.5. Of course, 175. 175. I love that finial of the little seal head on the top. And 200. Oh, it also has her signature inside. 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, thank you. I'm 2 and a quarter, 2.5. At 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, what a buy. I have 250 and 275 in that rare basket. I have 250 signed by the artist. I have 250 and 275 anymore. 250 once, twice, going for 275. It's 250. Online bidder. Nothing but great stuff here today. Here's a Alaska Inuit wall hanging mask with quills by Mason Look. By Mason Look. Look at this one here. Boy, that must be some porcupine to have quills like that. And this one has, so it's done in ebony finish, and it's all set with whalebone on here with a stylized eagle, open mouth eagle head. What's your pleasure on that? Once I have 400 on the floor and 4 and a quarter and 4.5, 75, 500, 550, 600. I have 550s on the floor and 600, 600 and 650 now. I have 600 and 650, that rare mask. I have only 600 now, 650. I have 600 and 650 and 600, 650. To move this, the quills do come out. So if you worry about shipping it, the quills do come out. What do we have, Carol? 600 Carol now. The floor is out. I have 600 with Carol now, 650. I have 600 with Carol once, 600 Carol twice, going to 650. All in all, then $600. That fabulous sculptural mask. Any more? Sold. 600 Carol. You're getting all the good stuff, Carol. Never ever have we had anything like this to sell. So much fun. Again, contemporary small Inuit covered basket. This is by Anuska Tukatuk. And what's your pleasure on this one? I don't think my Alaskan's very good. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, now 100, now 100. I have 90, now 100, signed by the artist. I have 90, now 100. 100, I have now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And this rare basket, again, all perfect condition. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 only, 1 1/2. No money for this. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/2 on the floor. Thank you, and 175. 175 and 200. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 is on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor with the lady seated. I have 250, 275. I have 250, thanks, son. 250 and I have 275. I have 250 once, 250 twice, and with 275. Any more? That lovely basket at 250 once, twice, and it's with you. 250 to 121. Congratulations. 250, 121 buys. Next we have, look at this mask right here. You wanted to wear it?
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
Yeah, I didn't want to damage it.
Oh, you didn't want to damage it. Okay. Zeb was dying to wear this, so maybe whoever buys it will let you wear it after. Anyway, on this rare Laura Lee Rose feather mask, silver feathered pheasant mask by California artisan Laura Lee Rose. And on that right there, which a pleasure, I have 400 now, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2, and 75, and 500, and 550. I have 500 now, 550. I have 550 with Carol now, and 600. I have the floor is out with Carol at 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 60 more. Are we all in and all done? A beautiful mask, 550 once, twice, same with 600. With Carol again, all the way. 550, Carol, you got it. Some spectacular stuff here today. Here's a rare Yupik Native American coil basket. Small vintage Yupik Alaskan basket. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. It's got all kinds of nice little figures in here. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. All this stuff is like minty mint condition. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in, all done at $50. Wow, that's way low for that. We're going to sell it. It's all unreserved. I have 50 once, twice, and went for 60. 60 in time, and now 70. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. Everything in this estate's unreserved. I have 60, now 70. 60 once, 60 twice. Went for $70. Got to move on. Sold $60, Carol. And off we go. Oh, yeah. If you didn't get a great chopper, this is the one to get. Look at this one with the eagle head. With the eagle head and glass eyes and an elk horn base. So this is an elk horn carving of an eagle with glass eyes and a staghorn base. What's your pleasure on that one? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200, wait a bit, 200 and go. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have only $100, 100 quarter. These are so expensive to buy in Alaska. I have 100 now quarter. This is about $400 or $500 in the store. I have 100 now quarter at 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Think about it. It's, not only is it a good chopper, but it's a sculpture. 2 in 1, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and for 1 1/2. We all in all that. 1 1/4. What a buy. Gotta go. It's 1 1/4, Carol. Next we go to 21 prehistoric Alaskan Inuit implements and fragments. What's your pleasure on this whole group of Inuit items that was salvaged? Some of these are prehistoric pieces. What's your pleasure on that prehistoric group right there? What's your pleasure on that group? Any interest in that? Maybe have $100 and set it in. $100 wearing that prehistoric group of fragments found throughout Alaska. Of course, most of these would be Inuit or Supik. Which any interest in these? $100 wear. Nobody wants those fragments? Pass away. Next object. So the next one is a lovely carved Inuit stone bear. This was on the mantle in the living room. Where's that beautiful stone? Zeb gets all the heavy stuff. Look at this beautiful black stone bear, all hand carved. He's spectacular. And what's his pleasure on this? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 wear and set him in on that beautiful large. How much? It's here to be sold. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500, 550. Boy, if you ever wanted a great Inuit sculpture of any magnitude, this would be the one. I have 500 now, 550. I have only 550. I have 600 on the floor at 550 and 600. That's a great sculpture. I have 550s on the floor with the lady to the right at 550 once, 550 twice. I'm going to sell it, that rare sculpture, at only 550. Bless you. 600 I have and 650. I have 600 with Emily online and live auction is at 600. Should have started at 1,000. I have 600 now, 650. It's all unreserved. I have 600 now, 650. I'm going to sell it. 600 once with Emily all the way at live auction is now at 600 once, twice. I can't believe it. That's way, way low. Gonna go. Sold 600. We got to move on. Nice buy on that. And now we have 3 Inuit small projectile points in fossil woolly mammoth ivory on these ancient things. These are probably a couple hundred years old easily. They could even be prehistoric. What's your pleasure in these? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and these rare early tips. These were for hunting, of course. Woolly mammoth ivory. I have only $50. Any more? Last call. 60 I have and now 70. I have 60 and 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Think about how old these are. Of 80 now 90. Of 80 now 90. On the floor at $80 and selling. 80 once. 80 twice. And for 90. Now 100. Of course. And 1 1/4. I have 100 on the floor and 1 1/4. Just waking up to the value of these things. I have 100 on the floor with the lady. Now 1 1/4. 100 once. 100 twice. I'm going to sell them. What's nice about them is they're all drilled so you could wear them as amulets. I have 100 with a lady on the floor. 100 once, twice. Any more? $100 to you. 125. Thank you, ma'am. 125 buys for $100. Next we have. I knew you wanted to put something on today. So when you're out hunting or sporting or whatever you're doing, these are it. And what's your pleasure in these? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. On those right there. These are Quitek, made in Alaska, large size. And on I have 1 1/4 only, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Great for Halloween. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. They're fur lined, so you won't get cold. I 1 1/4 once, twice. Gonna sell them any more. 1 1/2 and 175. I 150, 175. That's only $75 a glove. I 150 now, 175. They're all handmade Inuit. I 150 once, 150 twice, aim for 175. Any more? We got to move on. Carol, 175, and now 200. I 175 with Carol now 2, and 175 now 2, and 175 once, 175 twice, aim for 200. Nice pair of gloves. Any more? Sold 175, Carol. Look at this guy. Oh, now you got one of the heavy ones. Look at this guy, a large Inuit figural greenstone sculpture. This one's signed by Ryan Vuxson, kneeling, laughing man. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? May we have what? How much? You want to rent it for the night? I have 100. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200. I 175 and now 2. I went 200. I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 if you like, 2 1/2 and 275. No money for these. These are in Canada. These are a couple $1,000. I have 2 1/4 with you and 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. Wonderful sculpture in green stone. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. The 300 is on the floor with a gentleman seated at only $300 now, 3 1/4. A fabulous big sculpture at 300 now, 3 1/4. 300 once, 300 twice. What a buy. Any more? Great buy. 300, number 122. 300 to 122. Next we have, here's another one that's fabulous right here. If you like muskox, look at this. Look at this fabulous Inuit sculpture. This was on a pedestal in, I think this was in the master bedroom. On a pedestal in the master bedroom. Anyway, on this this is a large whale vertebrae that's been sculpted into these wonderful heads. And what's your pleasure on this? One of the rarest things in the sale. 500 I have and 550 I have and 600. 650 I have 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 of course and 750. I have 750, 800, 800, I have 800, 850. At only 800, 850. This is a fabulous thing. I have 800 now 8.5. On the floor at 800 with the lady and 8.5. At only 800, 8.5. Should be bringing a couple of thousand. I have only $800. 8.5 you'd like 8.5. One more time and now 9. And now 9. One more time you have it. Try it. No, we have to go 900. I've 900. Thank you. Now 950. Now you have to go 950. She went 9. You have to go 950. I have 900. Now 950 on that rare sculpture. I have only $900. I shot to bring 2 or 3,000. I have 900 once, 900 twice. It's right here at 900. Everyone else is out anymore. 950 and now 1,000. Now 1,000. Fabulous thing. 950 and 1,000. You won't find another one. For 10,000, you won't find another one. I have 950 now 1,000. It's one of a kind. Anymore. 1,000. I would. I'd like to be sitting there right now. I'd bought half this stuff. I love this stuff. I have 1,000 now 1,100. 11 and now 12. I have 1,100 only. I have 1,100 Carol online and now 1,200. They're just waking up to the value of this thing. I have 1,100 now 1,200. 1,100 once. 1,100 twice. Anyone for 1,200. That fabulous muskox sculpture in ancient whalebone. 1,200 I have and now 1,300. I have 1,200 on the floor with a lady and selling. 1,200 once. 1,200 twice. We all in, all done? We are. 1,200. Number, what's your number, dear? What's your bid number? 126. 1,200, 126. If you get sick of it, call me. Yeah. If I was in the audience today, I'd have bought half this stuff. This is my favorite. One of my favorite things. Here's some more early ancient Inuit bone artifacts. What's your pleasure on this? There we have $100 and set it in. Any interested in $100 on all the ancient bone artifacts, Inuit? No interest in those? Pass them away. Next object. We want to put out stuff that you want to buy. Oh, another good guy right here. Look at this one here Zeb's got. This is a wonderful greenstone sculpture, and this by Ryan Vuksan again. The spear has a bone tip on it. It's got fur. He's got a greenstone face. And on that lovely one right there, what's your pleasure on this? Should be several $100. What's your pleasure on this one? 500. 500 where? How much? 100, yes. 100 I have. I have 1.25. One all over the place. 1.25, 1.5. All over. 175. 175. 200. 2.25. 2.5. 275. 300. 275 is here with the gentleman. And now 300. What a buy. 275 is on the floor. And 300 I have. And 3.25. I 3.25. 3.5. I 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, 75. I 350 and 75. You bought them right today. You can average them out. I 350 now 375. I 375 and now 400. These are 2,000 in the store. 400 I have here and 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25. I love it. The inset greenstone mask on her. 400 on the floor here and 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25 and 400 4.25. This is an amazing sculpture. I have 400 4.25 signed by the artist. 4.25, 4.5. I have 4.25 with John, 4.5 here and 475. I have 450 here and 475. Nice trade. I have 450, 475 and 500 and 500. I have 475 and 500. Think what you can't buy for $25. I have 475 with Carol and 500. This amazing sculpture. I have 475 and 500. 500, thank you, and 550. I have 500 new player, now 550. I have 500, 550. Great addition to anybody's collection. Any more? You got it. 500, nice buy. What's your number, dear? 121. 500 to 121. It's our pleasure, to find homes for all these wonderful things. I've been doing this for 56 years, and it's still fun for me to find homes for all these wonderful things. And here we go, another rare piece. This is a covered box made from an ancient whale vertebrae. And on that right there, look at the quality of that. And what's your pleasure on this? How much? 600. I'm glad you're back, Em. I have 600 with Emily, and now 650. I have 600 with Emily, and now 650. At 600, it's signed by the maker underneath. I have 600, now 650. I have 600, my 650. It's made by Michael Bernas. I have $600 with Emily on a live auctioneer at 650, and now 700. I have 650 and 700 with Emily all the way now at 650 and 700, 650 and 700. At 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700 with Emily all the way. Gonna go once and twice and gone. 650 M. Live auctioneers buys. And here we go to the next rare object, because rare objects all day long here. Here's a wonderful sculpture by Mark Toten. Mark Toten, bear on a rock carved in green serpentine. And on that right there, this one would have been at least a couple thousand in Canada, and if you could find it. And what's your pleasure in the bear on the rock? Then we have what? $500 set it in. 200. I have 200. 250 is even better. I have 250 and 275. This is a rare stone to have in a carving. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75. I 275, of course, it should bring 1,000. I 275 and now 300. I 275 and 300, 275 and 300. If you've ever been to Canada and you go into any of the shops where they have these things, these are a couple thousand easy. I 275 and now 300. The rare stone. This is that green stone. See how it's variegated all through the whole body? I love it. His face is lighter. I've only 275 and now 300. I 275. You should be on this one. That's a rare piece. I 275 and now 300. I 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. I 275 once, 275 twice with Emily all the way. What a bargain that is. 300, thank you in time, and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. Known artist. I 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4 anymore. Last call. 300 once, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 with Emily and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Should have started at 1,000. 3 1/2, 375. I 350 and 375, and that fabulous polar bear on a rock. I 3 1/2 and 375. I got to move on. 350 once, 350 twice, and 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. 375 and 400. Boy, he's a beauty. I 375 once, twice, anymore, and 400 with Carol and 4 1/4. I 400 now, 4 1/4. Wouldn't work so hard if it wasn't worth so much more. I've only $400 and going. 400 once, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Emily and 4 1/2 now. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Carol and 475. It's signed in the stone right here by the artist. I 4 1/2 with Carol and 475. Is that correct? 4 1/2 once, 4 1/2 twice, and for 475. We all in all done. 450. Any more? You won't find another one for that price. Sold. 450. Carol. Oh, these are lovely too. These are a pair of Inuit pottery bears by C. Turman. Turman, and on the pair of bears right there, and that lovely variegated pottery. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? May we have $100 and set them in. These two beautiful sculptures. You know, this shape is what they make the beads out of. The bears on these Inuit beads necklaces, and these are signed by Turman and numbered. And on the pair, maybe we have $100 and set them in. I can't imagine what they cost to buy up in Alaska. Anyone for 100 on the two bears? 100 I have and 1/4. Thank you. I have 100 and 100 1/4. They're going to go. I have 100 and 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 on the floor and 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150s on the lady over here on the right, and now 175 for the two of those bears. No money. I 150 once, twice, in for 175. They're lovely. Any more? You got them. 150, 136. Bless you. Next, we have another great sculpture right here. Large Inuit soapstone sculpture. Hunter in Anorak carrying a seal in black stone. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that rare one right there? It's a fabulous sculpture carrying a seal. This is a very early one. Very early one. There we have, what, a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where, set it to here. Alex, you want to hold it? I have 200 where, set it 200. Nobody wants that? No snap piece? Once, twice? Wow. Pass away then. Next object. Next we have, these are interesting. These are Inuit dance drums. Inuit dance drums. They're all hand-painted. They have staghorn handles. This one's signed by the artist, 2005. See? There we go. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, now 1/4. I have 100 now, 100 1/4, 100, 100, 1 1/4, and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Great decorative objects at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 is on the floor and 1 1/2 if you want them. No money. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's for the bear. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Sold 1 1/2 in time and 175. It's worth it. I 150 for the two. I 150 and 175. I have 150, 170. That's $75 a piece. It's unbelievable. I have 150 now, 175. Last call at 150, 175. Who has the 150? 150 and 175 if you'd like it. You want to go one more shot? No. 150, Emily. All right, next we go to, this is a whole different story now. Look at that stone. This is a Alaskan Inuit sculpture of a polar bear in golden alabaster. Look at the quality of that with the light coming through it. And when we have, what, a couple $100 and set it in. 1.25 I have, and 1.5, and 175. It's all over the place. 175 and 200. 175 is on the floor and 200. 200 I have, and 2.25 is on the floor and 2.5. 2.25 and 2.5. This is fabulous. I have 2.25 on the 2.5. 275, yes, and 300. 275 is on the floor and 300. 275 and selling. I have 300 here with this lady, and now 3.25 over there, and 3.5. 3.25 and 3. It's on the floor here on the right. 3.25, 3.5, 3.5 here, and 375 there, and 400 now. 400 here, and 4.25, yes, and 4.5, yes, and 475, yes, and 500, yes, and 550, yes, and 600, yes, and 650. No, I have 600. Thank you for your help. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650, and 600, 650. Well, look at the color of that stone. I have 600, 650. At 600 once, 600 twice. Our stone expert told us what this was. 650 back in, and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. 700 and 7. It only hurts for a minute, Dallin. I have 700. I have 700 now, 750. We all good at 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. It's yours, 700. What's your number, hon? What's your number? 127. 700, 127. Beautiful piece of sculpture, but with the light coming through, it's amazing. All right, here we go. Next we have this is a Inuit, Alaska Inuit replica kayak paddle. Look at this kayak paddle. It's all set. It's all set with some kind of teeth, and it's painted up in here, and it's got glass beads here. And what's your pleasure on that? How much? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 I have on the floor, and 70. I have 60 and 70. No money for that either. I have 60 now, 70. Going to sell it. 70 now, 80. 80, of course, now 90. I have 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. I can't imagine what that'd be in a store in Alaska. I have 80 now, 90. 80 once, 80 twice. It's on the 90, and now 100. Of course, 100 now, quarter. I have 100 on the floor and 1.25. Quickly. I have 100 once, 100 twice, 1.25 if you want it. It's going to go. Sold. $100, 125. Thank you. Next item. Oh, this is a lovely little guy right here. Everyone loves the soapstone steels. On that little seal right here. What's your pleasure? 150 and 175 and now 200. 200. Look how interesting this is carved. His little fin is gently carved around his body. It's beautifully executed. He's got little incised eyes. And we have 2.25 and 2.5. Great piece of stone, all variegated. 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5, 2.5 on the floor, and 275 over there, and 300 now, and 3.25, yes, 3.5. No. Yes? Yes, 3.5, and 375. No. I 350 now, 375, and that wonderful little seal. I 350 once, twice, in for 375. He and the bear are going to get along famously. 350. 350 to 125. 127, sorry. 127. Next, we have a framed replica Inuit long fishing gig. And listen right here. What's nice about this, again, it's all done in staghorn or antler horn. Feathers down below. What's your pleasure in this lovely piece, an expensive frame? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 wear on that beautiful piece right there. Can't imagine what it costs again in a store. $100 wear. And even for $100, a great decorative object. And even for $100. First 100 gets it. Nobody wants that? Geez, that thing would cost a bomb in a store. Just to frame it would be $500. No interest in that at all. Pass it away then. And off we go to the next wonderful thing. Here we go. Inuit soapstone figure of a hunter, circa 1960. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 50 I have, and 75, 75 and 100 I have, 100 I have, and now quarter, 1.25, one all over the place, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, 75, 200, 200, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, 75. I 250s over here now, and 275. I 250 and 275 of the hunter on the floor with the gentleman right at 250 and 275. That's a beautiful sculpture at 250 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and 275. Nice piece right there to your collection. 250 to 122. 250 to 122. Sylvia, what do you have there? Oh, this is an Alaska Inuit halibut hook. And look at this one. This one's also tipped in bone. in cedar. This is cedar. And what's your pleasure on these? 50, have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Great wall hanging items. I have 50 and 60 decorative items. I have 50 and 60 anymore. At 50 once, 50 twice, going for 60 on the floor, and now 70. I have 60, now 70. I'm watching you. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. At 60 once, twice, and for 70 anymore. $60 to 125. Here we go. 2 Inuit figural carvings, small ones this time. They're by Eli. I can't pronounce that name. And on these little ones right here, what's your pleasure on these? Very intricately carved little black soapstone pieces. This one's got hauling up a fish out of the water. What's your pleasure on those? Maybe have $100 and set them in. $100 on those nice little figural carvings. They're nice early ones. Anyone for $100? Nobody wants those? Once, twice, and pass them away. Next item. These are 2 early old Bering seashell formed scrapers in walrus ivory. They're Punic, 800 to 1200 AD. Boy, if you want something that's ancient, this is it. What's your pleasure on these? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the floor, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 75. I have 75 is on the floor, and 300. At 275, gentlemen seated. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. Any more? Last call at 275. On the floor with the gentleman's seat, 300 and 3 1/4. I 300 online. 3 1/4 is on the floor, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2. Any more? 3 1/4, 128. 3 1/4, 128 buys. And now we have from that same family, 18 books on Alaska and the Arctic and early exploration. On the 18 books, what's your pleasure on those? 275 and now 300. They're beautiful condition, most of them. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 on 18 books on Alaska and Arctic exploration. At 275 once, twice with Emily all the way now. Any more? Emily 275. Next we have another group. 18 books on Alaska and Arctic exploration. These are all in this library from their collection from Alaska. What's your pleasure on these? 250 have and 275. I have 250 with Carol and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 18 of those early reference books on exploration in the Arctic and Alaska. I have 250 once, twice. Any more? It's 250 then, Carol. Next we have the last group, 16 books on Alaska and the Arctic and early exploration. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. We all in, all done at 250 and 275. Any more? It's 250, Emily. Live auctioneers. So, to clear everything up with these, we've had people call and say, yes, they're good, no, they're not good, whatever. This collection belonged to a woman who is 90 years old, collected them at least 50 years ago, and if you don't know, don't bid. If you know, then you know you're going to be all over these things. Anyway, on the large Hudson Bay trade silver beaver pendant, everything we're going to sell that's Hudson Bay came from the same house. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much, hon? 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 500, 500 and 550. Signed by the maker. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 5 and 550 and 550, 600. I have 550 with Emily all the way and 600 now. 600 with Emily and 650. These things are so rare. I have 600, 650, 700. I have 650 now 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 and 750. I have 700 once. 750, 800. I have 750 now 800. 800 I have and now 8.5. I have 800 now 8.5 and now 9. I have 850 with Carol, now 900. 900 with Emily, now 950. I have 900 now 950, 1,000 if you want it. I have 950 now 1,000. I love the beaver ones. I have 1,000 now 1,100. I have $1,000 with Emily and 1,100 if you like it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 11 with Carol and 12 now. 11 with Carol's platform and 1,200 with Carol's platform, and now 1,300 that rare beaver, silver beaver. 1,300, Emily. I have 1,300 with Emily on live auctioneers and 1,400 now. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 14 I have in 1,500. I have 1,400 now, 15. 15 I have in 16 now. I have 1,500 now, 1,600. I have 1,500, 16. I have 1,500 once, 16 with Carol, 1,700. I have 1,600 now, 17. 17 with Emily, and now 1,800. I have 1,700 now, 1,800. I have 1,700 once, 17, 18 with Carol, now 1,900. I have 1,800 and 19 with Carol, 19 with Emily's platform on live auctioneers and 2,000 now in this rare piece. I have 1,900 now, 2,000. I have 1,900 once, 1,900 twice, and it's ready to go with Emily live auctioneers at 1,900, anywhere for $2,000 on that rare beaver pendant. Once, twice. Oh, 2,000 in time with Carol. I didn't hear you, hon. I have 2,000 now, 2,100. 2,100 I have in 22. At 2,100 with Emily and selling. At 2,100 once, 2,100 twice with Emily all the way at 2,100. Any more? So, Emily, 2,100. Every one of these pieces is from the same family and collected years and years ago. Next, we have this cross, the Hudson Bay Large Silver Trade Cross by Crookshank, Montreal. What's your pleasure on this one? $375 and $400. I have $375 and $4, $375 and $400. At $375 and $400, $375 and $4. Any more? $400 I have and $4 1/4. I have $400 and $4 1/4. That's a lovely big one. I have $400 and $4 1/4. I have $400 and $4 1/4, $400 and $4 1/4. Great patina on this. $4 1/4 and $4 1/2. I have $4 1/4 and $4 1/2. At $4 1/4 and selling. At $4 1/4 once, $4 1/4 twice. And for $450, don't lose it. Nice big cross at $4 1/4. Any more? Any more? Once, twice, and it's $4 1/4. Next, we have a large French-Canadian silver trade cross with a Gothic profile. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? $275 I have, $300 and $3 1/4, $3 1/4, $3 1/2. I have $3 1/4, $3 1/2, $3 1/4, $375, $400. I have $375 and $400. I have $375 and $4, $375 and $400. At $375 once, twice, and $400 I have $4 1/4. I have $400 now, $4 1/4, $4 1/4 and $4 1/2. Beautiful patina on that one too. $4 1/2 and $475. I have $475 and $500. $500 I have and $550. $500 and $550. It has a nice old tag, $550 and $600. I have $550 and $600. $600 and $650. I have $600 and $650. I have $600 and $650 if you like it. That nice early cross at $600 once, twice, and for $650 with Carol all the way at $600. $650 with Carol, $700 with Carol, and now $750. Keep up the good work. I have $700 now, $750. I have $700 now, $750 anymore. I have $700 Carol and $750 if you like it. $700 once, $700 twice. Any more? It's $700 Carol. Next we have, oh, these are fun. 2 early beaver form ingot pendants. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on these? How much there? $175 and now $200. $200 now. I have $175 and now 2. These are very rare. I have $175 and now 2. On these 2 early beaver pendants. I have $175 and selling. And $175 once, $200 I have and $2 1/4. I have $200 now, $2 1/4. Nice old patina on these. I have $200, $2 1/4. At $200 once, $200 twice, one for $2 1/4. We all in, all done at $200. We are $200. Carol. Another early cross right here. Look at this one here. Large 2-bar cross of Lorraine with heart ends and flaming base in silver. What's your pleasure on this one? $150 I have, $175, $200, $200 I have, and $2 1/4. I have $200, $2 1/4, $2 1/2 on the floor, and $275, and $300 on the floor, and $3 1/4, and $3 1/2. No, I have $3 1/4 with Carol online, $3 1/4 and $3 1/2, $3 1/2 and $375, and that early cross, $375 and $400. Look at the engraving on that beautiful patina, $375 and now $400. With Carol at $375 and now $400 and $4 1/4. I have $400 now, $4 1/4 and $4 1/2. I have $4 1/4 and $4 1/2 and $4 1/4, $4 1/2. With Carol at $4 1/4 and $4 1/2 and $75. I have $475 and $500. I have $475 now $5. I have $475 and $5. Lovely early cross at $475 and $500. At $475 once, twice, and for $500. All in all done at $475. Any more? Carol, $475. Next, we have another Hudson Bay large silver trade cross by Crookshank, Montreal. What's your pleasure on this one? And we have, what, a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear and set it at 200 and go. And he said 200, 100. They're all here to be sold. They're unreserved. This one's all signed. What's your pleasure on this one? Aim for 100? Nobody wants that one? What, 100? I have 100 on the floor and 1 1/4. 100 on the floor and 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, and 1 1/2 on the floor and 175. And 150, 175, 175, and 200. Bargain. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200s on the floor and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 3, and 275 and 3. No money for this big cross. I'm going to sell it. It's on reserve. 300, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 Carol all the way and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 for Carol, now 375. I 350 Carol and 375. I 350 and 375 anymore. 375 and 4. I 375 and 400, 375 and 4. 400 and a half. Keep it going, Carol. At 400, 1 1/4, and 4 1/2. We Carol all the way. 4 1/2, 475, 500, 550. I have 500 Carol all the way and 550 if you want it. So I have 50 and 600. I have 550 and 600 now. I have 550 once, 550 twice, 600 if you like it. 600 Carol and still going. At 600 now 650. At 600 now 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Slow start, great beginning, great ending. I have 650 and 700. 700, 7 1/2. I have 700 now 7 1/2. 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. All in all that, 700 and 750 with Carol all the way. Any more? Carol, 700. That's better. I can hear you well now. Oh, this is a good one right here. This is a Hudson Bay silver beaver pendant by Arnoldi, Lost Wax, from E.L. White's farm in Lee Country, Mississippi. That's where this was found. And what's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 on this rare one right here. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Oh, that's a nice solid one. It has some kind of history on the back of it, too. I have 4 1/4. Oh, where it was found. Oh, good. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. That's a rare one. 4 1/2 and 475. At 450 and 75, it has a history and an old tag on the back of the beaver. I have 4 1/2 and 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500 and 550. This is one of the rare ones. I have 500 and 550. It's all identified. I have 500 and 550 with Carol at 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 once, 550 twice, and went for 600. One of the rare ones at 550 and selling anymore. 550 once, twice, and went for 600 on that rare beaver pendant. It's 550 Carol. Next, we have another early French cross, French-Canadian forged iron cross pendant, 17th century. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. This is 17th century French iron trade cross. I have 100 now 1/4. I have only $100 on this early handmade cross. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. Beautiful patina on this. I have 1 1/2 and now 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more on that? Early 175 and 200. It's a 17th century 200 I have and 2 1/4. And I just looked at it. It's not iron. It's bronze. It's not iron. It's bronze. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 300. It is bronze and not iron, which is even better. I have 275 and now 300. At 275 once, 275 twice, and for 300, 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. You won't find another one like that. 3 1/2 and 375. I have 350 and 75. I 350 once, twice in for 375. Last call. 350 once, twice. Any more? 375 in time and 400 now. I 375 and 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. It's a rare 4 1/2 and 75 and that rare piece. I have 4 1/2 and 475 and 500 and 500. I have 475 now 5. I have 475 once, twice I went for $500. You won't get another one. 500, 550. I 500 and 550. 550 is on a 17th century bronze trade cross. 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. 550 with Carol all the way now. 550 once, twice, gonna go. Sold. 550 Carol. And here we go. Oh, this is a nice one with a jewel. This is a trade silver pendant by Roy. A lot of these were made by French-Canadian artists. Baroque profile cross engraved in sheet steel with HB Montreal marks, and it has a red cabochon stone. And what's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. 270, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. That's a beauty. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. Any more? All in, all done. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 75. At 375 and 400. Can I say one? At 375 and 4. At 375 and 4. That's a neat red stone in there. Beautifully signed too. Yeah. Oh, it's even stamped by the maker behind the stone. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter and selling. At 4 and a quarter once, twice, and for 450 on that rare cross. 4 and a half and 75. Quickly. I 475 and 500. I 475 and 5. We have to move on. I 475 once, twice, and for 500. And that rare 500 I have, and now 550. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. At 550 once, twice, and for 600. We all in all then at 550. Any more? Last call. 6 and time and 650. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 7 now. 700 and 7 and a half. That lovely cross, 750 and 800. I have 750 now, 800. I have 800, 8 and a half. At 800, now 8 and a half. At 800, 8 and a half. At 800 once, twice, and for 850. All in all then at $800. Once, twice, and sold. $800 Carol. Online bidder. They're getting all the good ones. We are now on 1074. 1074. This is the, this is a good one too. This is the signed double order. Pair of kissing orders embossed and etched in silver HB Montreal marks, and it's by Narcissus Roy. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? $950 and now $1,000. $950 now $1,000. That's a fabulous one. And $950 now $1,000. And $950 now $1,000. If you'd like it at $950 now $1,000. And $950 in selling. 1,000 of course and 1,100. 11 of course and 1,200. 11 and 12. If one of them is going to bring money, it'll be this one. 13 and 14. I 13, 14 and 15. I have 14 now 15, 15 and 16. I have 15 and 16 now 17. I have 16 now 1,700. I have 16 now 17. I have 1,617 anymore. At 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and for 1,700. All in all, then it's 1,600 with Emily and live auctioneers. Anymore. It's 1,600 and selling on the kissing otter pendant. Sold 1,600 Emily. Next we have another beautiful cross right here, trade silver cross by Roy again with a red inlaid stone. What's your pleasure on this one? Now, this is Roy in Quebec. It's marked Quebec on this one, where my family's from. How much? 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. And a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half. 3 and a half is on the floor and 375. I 375 and 400. I 400 on the floor, sir. 400 on the floor with gentlemen seated. And now 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. That rare one. I have 4 and a quarter with great red stone in it. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter once, twice, and went for 450. We all in all at 4 and a half and 75. I have 450 and 75, 475, 500. I have 500, 550. I have 500, 550, 550. You won't see any more of this stuff. 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 700. 700 with Carol all the way. She's got multiple players. I have 700 now, 750. With Carol, it's 700 and selling. 700 once, twice, and for 750. It's 700 you, Carol. You're getting all of them. Next week, here's a very unusual one right here. Indian trade, large marked silver cross. Strap-built cross with crescent moon pendants right there. Has in maker's initials J.K. with cabochon red glass again. What's your pleasure on this one? 550, 600. At 550 and 600, very unusual. At 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 and 550 and 600, going to sell at only 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. At 600 and 650 and 700 with Kaler all the way at 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, 650 and 7 with Kaler all the way again. 700 now, 750. At 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750 on that very unusual cross with the hanging crescent moons. 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800. 750 with Kaler all the way, and 800, 8.5. At 800 now, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800 once, 800 twice, and went for 850. All in, all done at 800. Any more? It's done at 800. Kaler. Online bidder. And the next piece right here, here's another rare one. The Northwest Company Mark Silver Turtle Pendant right here. A lot of interest in this guy. And what's your pleasure on the pendant with the is that a turquoise bead? Can I see that? Oh no, a green glass. This is a carved green glass bead right here on this one, on this large turtle pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and 550. 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700, 750. I have 700 with Kaler, now 750 on that rare turtle pendant. 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800. At 750 now, 800. I have now 8.5. At 800 now, 8.5. At 800 now, 850, 900. At 850 now, 9 on the 900 on the turtle. A lot of interest in this one. 900 now, 950. 950, 1,000 if you'd like it. At 950,000, I have now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100 anymore. At 1,000 once, 11 on the turtle, and 1,200. I have 1,100 on the turtle and 12 now. I have 1,100 now, 12. I have 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200. All in, all done. 1,100 with Kaler all the way. Anyone for 12. Any more? Sold. 1,100 Kaler. Next here's another rare one. Jeez. This is a trade silver cross by Roy again, 3-bar cross of Lorraine, engraved with sheet steel with a Montreal mark, and it has a green stone in this one, a green glass stone. And what's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and 3.25 and a half. 75 is on the floor, 400, 4.25, 450 on the floor, 475. 475. It's 450 on the floor now, 475. 475 on the floor. I have 475, 500 there, 500, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have $600 only in 650 if you like it. That's 600 and 650. Lovely one. 650, 700. I have 650 now, 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750, and 700, 750. As 700 once, twice in for 750 on that rare cross with the green stone. As 700 anymore? With Kaler as 750 in time, and 800. Don't lose it. 800, 8.5. I have 800 now, 8.5. 850 now, 9. I have 850 now, 9. At 850 now, 900. 900, 9.5 if you want it. I have 900 now, 950. 950, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000. I have 1,100. I have 1,112. 12 I have in 13. I have 1,200 now, 1,300. I have 1,200 now, 13 anymore. At 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. Any more? Sold. 1,200 Kaler. These rare collectible items right here. Another one right here, Hudson Bay large silver trade cross by Boujou, Joseph Boujou, St. Louis. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 here, and 175. 175 is on the floor, and 200 here, 200, 2.25. 2.25 is on the floor, 2.5. I have 2.25 on the floor with the gentleman. 2.5, 75, 275. I have 275, 300, 300. I have 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. I have 3.25. The gentleman on the floor. I saw him first, 3.25 and 3.5, 350, 375 now. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 and selling. At 350 is with Kaler and 375. At 350 once. 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 400 I have in 4.25. I have 400 with Kaler all the way in 4.25 now. At 400, 4.25. At 400 once, twice, and for 4.25. Any more? Once, 4.25 is on the floor, and 4.5. I have 4.25 with gentlemen, 4.5 and 75. I have 450 and 475. 450 with Kaler online. At 450 once, twice, any more? So 450 Kaler, your player. Next we have a silver beaver, Hudson Bay silver beaver pendant right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4 on the 3 1/2 on the floor, and now 375, and now 400. I 375. The floor is out. It's online. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4 on this early beaver pendant. I 375 and 4. These are all handmade. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4 on the Hudson Bay beaver pendant. I 375 and 4. Any more? Any more? Last call. You with 375? 375. Kaler. Online bidder. And next we have 2-arm cross of Lorraine with bone style ends and engraved HB, which are pleasure on this one right here. 150 I have, and now 175 is on the floor, and 200 on the floor, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor, and with Carol, and 2 1/2 is on the floor with the gentleman seated, and 275. I have 250 and 275, 75, 300 now. I took 300 all. I have the gentleman first. I have him at 300 on the floor, 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 is on the floor where the gentleman is seated, and now 375. I 350 and 75. I 350 and selling at 351, 375 and 400. I 375 is with Carol and 400 if you want it. I 375 and now 4 at 375 and 400 anymore. Last call at 375 and 400. 400. Are you back in? 400. Is that yes? Yes, 400 is back with the gentleman seated on the floor on the left, and 4 1/4 now. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 on the floor at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Carol and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and for 450. We all in, all done. 4 1/4 with Carol all the way. Carol, 4 1/4. You won't see any more of this stuff coming up, I'll tell you. Took 50 years to collect all this. Next, we have a large Canadian silver trade cross. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 75 on the floor and 300. At 275 and 3 1/4 is on the floor and 3 1/2. And 75 is on the floor and 400. 4 1/4 now. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. With Carol, the floor is out. With Carol at 400, 4 1/4. At 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4 anymore. Last call on that large, early engraved cross. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in, all done. At 4 1/2 and 75. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 475 anymore. At 450 once, twice, and 475 and 500. At 475 and now 500. At 475 and 5 if you'd like it. At 475 once, 475 twice, and for 500. Any more? 500 in time, and now 550. At 500 now 550. At 500 and 550 any more? All in, all done. At 500 and 550. So 500 Carol. They're getting them all. Next we have another Hudson Bay silver beaver pendant on this little beaver pendant right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. That's the last of the figural ones. I 1 1/4 once, 1 1/2, and 175. I 150 and 175, and the last of the figural pendants. I 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 once, twice, and for 175, and that nice little silver beaver pendant. Any more? 175 and 200. Still under the money. We're going to sell it. I have 175 now, 2 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4, any more. All in, all done at $200. We are Carol 200. And the next one is another early crucifix, a large Canadian silver trade cross right here. What's your pleasure on this one? Stamped BH. How much? 90 I have now 100. 100 I have now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/2 on the floor with the gentleman. Saw him first. Now 175. I need 175. It's on the floor at 150 and 175. And 150 once, twice, and for 175. 175 and 200. Is that 200, he said, on the floor at 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, any more? Sold 200 to the floor, 128. And the next lovely, oh, here's a good one right here. This is a 2-arm cross of Lorraine with bone-shaped ends. It is signed, but we couldn't read it. Sunburst engraving has an incrustation on it. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150, I have it now 175. I have 150, 175 is on the floor and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200, I have in 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Lovely one. At 200, 2 and a quarter and big. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, twice in for 2 and a quarter. All in 200. Reasonable for that one. Any more? Who has the 200? Carol has 200. Aim for 2 and a quarter. Carol, 200 then. A Hudson Bay Trade fretwork silver pin, and what's your pleasure on this one? I have 100 against you. 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 half's on the floor. 1 on the floor. 1 half. 175. 200. You have 200 there. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter is with Carol now. And 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? All at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 75 at 250 with Carol all the way now. 275 at 250 and 275. Almost looks like a sort of a Masonic symbol. 200, 300. I have them 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. Any more? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half and 75. I have 3 and a half and 75. Very unusual. I have 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 375. 350 once, 350 twice, and with 375, it's Carol. 350. Online bidder. Next we only have 2 more of these, and there's no more of this stuff for sale. Small Hudson Bay Silver Cross, which is pleasant. I have 200 on the floor and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 75. 75 is on the floor and 300 now. I have 275 on the floor and 300. I have 275 on the floor and 300 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter is on the floor and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for the 3 and a half. And at 375, yes, and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 370, 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I tried. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. 4 and a half and 475. I have 450 and 475. At 450, 475 is on the floor and 500 now. I have 475 and 500. 500 I have in 550. 550 is on the floor and 600. I have 550 on the floor and 600. 600. 650 now, yes, and 700. At 650 is on the floor with gentlemen seated center. 700 online and 750. No, thank you for your help though. I have 700, 750. I have 700 now, 750 and 700, 750. Any more? All in all, 700, 750. You want to go one more time? No, thank you. 700 Carol. And the last of the Hudson Bay Silver coming right up. Here we go. This one right here is the 2-armed cross of Lorraine, bone-shaped ends, stamped Montreal in a heart. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? 100 I have. 1 and a quarter is on the floor. Right here, 1 and a half, 175, and 200, 200, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter on the floor. I have 2 and a quarter on the floor. 2 and a half, 250, Carol. Yes? I have 2 and a quarters on the floor. Need 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter with gentlemen seated. 2 and a half and 75. Yes, on the floor. And 300 and 300. A lot of interest in these. 275 is on the floor and 300. The last one of the day. 275 once, twice. Any more? 300 and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 with Carol now. 3 and a quarters on the floor with gentlemen seated and 3 and a half. At 3 and a half and 375. I have 350 and 375. If you haven't got a piece of the Hudson Bay stuff, this is it. I have 3 and a half and 3. Is that a yes? 375 on the floor with the gentleman, and now 400. At 400 I have in 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. Any more? Last call. 400 once, twice. Any more? $400. That's the end of the Hudson Bay collection. Online bidder. They got almost everything. Here we go. This is a lovely trade piece right here. A Southwest native turquoise necklace with 10 small crosses in silver. I got a feeling this came with all the other Hudson Bay stuff. I got a feeling this was a trade necklace. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275 in this rare trade necklace. I have 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275, going to sell. I think it's one of the rarer things. 275 and 300 and 300. I think it's 300 and 3 and a quarter. Those are all handmade beads. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half and 75. 375, 400. I have 375 and 400. At 375 and 400 if you'd like it. Going down to 375. Any more interest? 375 once, twice, and it's 375 Carol. And we're on lot 1090. 1090. Oh, we're not done with them. Sorry. How many? 4 more. Okay, thanks. Oh, look at this one here. A large Canadian silver cross, hammered and pierced silver with punch decoration. What's your pleasure on this one? 70. I have 80, 80, 80 on the floor, 90, 90 on the floor, 100, all over the place, 100, 1 and a quarter on the floor, 1.5, 1.5, and 175, 175 on the floor, and 200. At 175 is on the floor, and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore? Let's call it a nice reticulated one, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarters on the floor and 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter on the floor and 2.5, 2.5 and 275, 275 and 300. At 275, 300. This has got great patina on it. 300. Has an old price on the back of it. It was $450 when they bought it years ago. What do we have, Carol? 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarters on the floor and 3.5. I 3 and a quarter, 3.5 and 75. I 350 and 375. All in, all done at 350, 375. 375 with Carol still. And 400 now. 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. 400 once, twice, and 4 and a quarter. So 400 Carol. Next we have, another good one. They said iron. I want to make sure it's not bronze. This is not iron. This is solid silver. This is not iron. This is solid silver. It has all kinds of chop marks on this. This could be one of the real early ones. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Oh, it says by Peter Casper Luckhouse, and it is silver, not iron. Much better. What's your pleasure? 100 here, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1.5, 75, 200. I have 200 on the floor and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, and 275. 275. It's silver, not iron. 275 and 300. I have 275 with Carol and 300. I have 275, 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. This is a rare one. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. Yes, on the floor. 3 and a quarter is on the floor and 3.5. I have 3 and a quarter, 3.5. 3 and a quarter, 3.5 anymore. 3 and a quarter once, twice, nice buy. Any more? 3.5 and 375. It's solid silver. This is the heaviest one of the bunch. I 3.5 and 375. 375 on the floor and 400. At 375 and 400 I have 4 and a quarter. Boy, if you wanted a good one, this is it. I have 400. It's a known maker. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter is on the floor and 4.5. At 4 and a quarter and 4.5. 4.5 and 475. I have 450 and 475. Any more? 450 once, twice, and for 475. Sleeping on this one. This is a rare one. Any more? Carol, 450 then. Here's 2 more unusual Hudson Bay trade fretwork silver pins or pendants. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 1 and a quarter in the middle and 1.5, 1.5 and 75. So 175 is in the middle and 200. I 175 and now 2. All in all then at 175 and 200. With the gentleman center seated. 200 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, yes, and 2.5. Still on the gentleman seated, live. 2.5, 75 would you go? 275. I 250 and 275. With Carol all the way now at 250 and 275. Any more than 250 once, twice, and for 275? Carol, 250 then. Next we have large French, a 17th century French bronze trade cross. Let me see this one. Make sure it's identified to the right metal. This is not, what did it say it is? Bronze. It's not. This is silver also. So this is silver also. I'm going to have to start identifying metal. It's late 17th century silver, not bronze, trade cross. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 and a quarter and 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter all over the place, 2.5 on the middle, and 275, 75, 300, 300 in the middle, and 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and now 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3.5 on the middle, and 375, 375, 400 now, 400 in the middle, and 4 and a quarter. It's live at 400, 4 and a quarter, and 4.5. 4.5 is gentleman seated, and 475, 75, 500 in the center, 500 on the floor, and 550 now, 550, 600 on the floor, and 650. I have 600 now, 650, 650, 700, 750. I have 700 on the floor and 750, 750, 800 you go. 800's on the floor, now 8.5. At 800 once, twice, any more? You got it. 800 number. What's your number, sir? 133, 800. The last one. Thank you, Sylvia. And this one here. is a Canadian trade silver Celtic cross with beaded necklace. And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this one? I have 200 on the floor and 2.25, 2.25, 2.5 on the floor and 75 on the floor. And now 300, I have 300, 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 375. I 350 now 375. I 350 now 375 at 350 and 75 and 400. I 375 and now 400 I have in 4.25. I have 4 now 4.25, 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5 anymore. All in all, on 4.25, 4.5 anymore. So 4.25. That is that's the last of the Hudson Bay stuff. Now we're going into what? Oh, fun jewelry. All kinds of great jewelry. And on right here, we have Paul Livingston as the designer of this heavy silver bracelet, and he's a Navajo artisan, and it's set with 4 rows of 10 columns of bezel set, square cut opals, and Mark Sterling. What's your pleasure on this? 350 I have in 370, 375 and 400. I 375, beautiful bracelet. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 400, 400 and 4.25. I 400 now 4.25. What a great bracelet that is. I 400 and 4.25. You wear that, they're going to notice you. 4.25 and 4.5. I 4.5 and 75. I 450 and 475. I 475 and 500. I 475 and 500. Look at 500. Look at the iridescence of those opals. 500 I have and 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. Absolutely exquisite. I 600, 650. I have 600 now 650 at 600, 650, 650 and 700. At 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. 700, 750. Look at that. I have 700, 750, 800. I have 750 now, 8. At 750, 800 now. 750 once, 750 twice on that rare Paul Livingston opal inlaid silver bracelet at 750 once and twice. You won't find another one. So, Carol, your player 750. Look at this here. Another rare piece right here. This is a San Juan Pueblo sterling silver and turquoise inlaid purse. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? 750 and 800. I have 750 to open with Emily, now 800. I have 750, now 800. I have 750 and 800, that rare piece, that lovely little purse. It's all solid silver, all tooled and engraved with metrics, turquoise, just like brand spanking new condition with a big heavy chain. I've only 750 and 800. I have 750 once, twice, and for $800. We all good with Emily at 750. Any more? Emily, you got it at 750. Live auctioneers, nice to hear from them. They've been kind of quiet. Oh, look at this one here. Oh, I'm glad you got the stands. Good. Ray Tracy, Native American Tracy. Ray Tracy's Navajo. And this is a sterling silver turquoise inlaid bear form necklace. And what's your pleasure on this lovely piece right here? 3.25 and 3.5 and 375 and 400, 400 and 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4. For how much? 475 and 500. I have 475 with Taylor on the phone, and now 500. I have 475 and 500. Seems reasonable for that lovely big neck. 500, of course, and 550. I have 500 and 550. At 500 and 550, I can't imagine what this costs in a pawn store in Arizona or out there. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and 550 if you want that great bear necklace anymore. It's 550 and 600. I almost sold it. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 6 and 550 and 6 anymore. 600, 650. What a bargain. I have 600 now, 650. A beautiful necklace, all inlaid with turquoise. I have 600 now, 650. 600 and going once. 600 and going twice. 600 and gone. $10.98 is our next one. Oh, this is a great one right here. Famous maker, Navajo artist, Kelvin Begay. Whole family of famous silver and stone inlaid pieces. Thank you. And what's your pleasure in that? May I have $1,000 to set it in? $1,000 where to set it in $1,000? 650 we have to open is 700. I have 650 and 700. The bracelet, the necklace, and the earrings, absolutely 7. Of course, it's stunning. 750, 800. Be multiple thousands in a store. I have 750 now. 800. I have 750 and 800. Of course, and 850, 900. At 850 now 9. We even have the box it came in from 900 and 950. It came from the Storyteller Indian store. I can't imagine what it cost. What do we have, Carol? 900, now 950. I have 900, need 950 if you want it. At 900, I'm going to sell it. 950 with live auctioneers, now 1,000. Never used, never been used. 950, now 1,000. 1,000, now 1,100. Beautiful, beautiful stones. 1,000 I have with Carol, now 11. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, in for 1,100. We all in, all done at $1,000. Going to go. What a buy. Anyone for 1,100. It's gone at 1,000. Online bidder. Oh, look at this one here. A Native American silver necklace, single strand engraved sterling graduated hollow beads, 25 inches in length. And what's your pleasure on this one? I have 300 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. 4 I have and 4 and a quarter. Nice early one. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 and a quarter if you want that lovely bead. 4 and a quarter, just in time, Carol. 4 and a half and 475. I had 450 with Carol, now 475. I 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500, that lovely necklace. 500 I have and 550 now. 550. We never get to sell this stuff. This is all one collection. 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650. I have 600 now, 650 is 600, 650 anymore. All in, all on. 600 once, 600 twice. In for 650. We good? It's $600 then, Carol. Next, we have a wonderful pin right here. This is by the designer, Marvin Oliver Design Silver Eagle pendant, the Northwest Coast Eagle pattern. And what's your pleasure on this? 70. I have now 80. I have 70 now 80. Should be everywhere. 80. He's a famous artist. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Going to sell it at only $80. That lovely eagle pin. 90 now 100. All this stuff is unreserved. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. All in, all done on the eagle form pendant brooch. 100 anymore? 1 and a quarter in time with Emily. And now 150. Bargain. 150, 175. It's a pendant or a brooch at 150, 175. Any more? All in, all done at 150 if you'd like it, at 175 if you'd like it. With Carol at 175 in time and 200. At 175 with Emily and 200 Carol, and now 2 and a quarter. Should have started at 300, 400. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 once, 200 twice, going for 2 and a quarter. Are we all good? You won't find another one. Who got the 200? Carol, 200 to you. Next we have 2 Navajo raw turquoise beaded necklaces. Look at the workmanship on that. And a ton of turquoise. 27 inches long and 37.5 inches long. 2 strands. One money buys it all. What's your pleasure on that? 175 and 200. At 175 and 200, there's 2 lovely big strands of turquoise. At 175 and 2. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. At only 200, 2 and a quarter. It's $100, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. All 2 and a half and 275. That's only $125 a strand for that early good turquoise. 275, 300. At 275 and 3. It's all unreserved. At 275 and 3. 300. I heard Emily first. 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I had 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Going to sell it. 300 once, 300 twice, and 3 and a quarter if you want to own it. 3 and a quarter with Carol, and 3 and a half. Quickly, I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. It's gone 3 and a half and 75. I 350 and 375. I 350 once, 350 twice, and for 375 anymore. 375 with Carol, and now 400, and now 400. I 375 with Carol online, and now 400. I 400 with Emily online on Live Auctioneers, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400 once, twice, anymore. Sold. Emily, 400. And here we go. Oh, here's a beautiful set right here. Look at this. This is a Native American sterling silver squash blossom necklace by H. Wood. Black oval onyx cabochons. Well, you've seen it's like beautiful condition. I don't know if it's ever was used. And what's your pleasure on this? How much? 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 500 on that great necklace set. I have 475 only and 500 should be bringing $1,000, $2,000. I have 475 and 500. Look at that, 500 I have. Of course, 550. No money for this. At 500 now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice. I went for 550 in that beautiful set. 550 and 600. At 550 and 600. Look at the quality of that necklace. By H. Wood is the artist. I have 550 and 600. At 550 once, 550 twice, and for 600 in time, and now 650. It's on live auctioneers at 600. Should be bringing a couple of thousand. I'm going to sell it. It's on reserve. I have 600 now, 650. 600 once with Emily, 600 twice with Emily. Anyone for 650 in that great necklace. 650 in time with Carol, and now 700. When works are hard, one's worth so much, much more. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 once, twice, and for 700. Shouldn't even had to work on that one at all. Sold $650. Online bidder. Next we have a lovely cuff bracelet right here. Vintage Navajo sterling silver and 7-stone cuff bracelet. And on that right there, which a pleasure. May I have, what, a couple $100 set in? How much? $950. I like that better. Thanks, Em. I'm $950 now, $1,000. I'm $950 now, $1,000. $950 now, $1,000. And $950 once, $950 twice, in for a $1,000 bill. We're all in all then at $950 with M. Any more? It's $950 away, Emily. Next we have, this is a great one too, Native American link cuff bracelet and ring set. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, or 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Red coral and turquoise. 1 1/2, 175, 75, 200. Nice vintage piece. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2. And even for $200. No money. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. Going to sell it. Any more? Any more? It's 175 then. Next we have this wonderful 2-piece Native American fetish jewelry. And on this right here has a wonderful little carved black bear in the center of all these animals. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 150 I have and 175. 175 and 200. A great figural fetish. 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 has the matching earrings with it. I 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Boy, it costs a lot new in a store. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? Lovely, lovely necklace at 250 and 275 and 300. I love that little carved black bear in the center. At 275 and now 3. At 275. Those are all hand carved gemstones, turquoise, and shells. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I had 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice. You're going to lose it. And he went for 3 1/2. Any more? Emily, 3 1/4. On 1106. 1106 is the next one. You what? Oh, featured in the podcast. 2 Native American cuff bracelets right here. And what's your pleasure on these? May have $100 set it in. 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. Look at that beautiful turquoise in that one. All tooled up. I have $100 only, 100 1/4 if you like it. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150 only and 175 for that nice big bracelet with a great turquoise piece in it. I have 1 1/2 and 175. It has eagles on either side. 200 I have eagles on either side of the turquoise. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, and 2 1/4 with Carol all the way 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275 for the pair. I have 250 once, twice, and 275 if you like them anymore. All in all, then at 250, 275. Carol, 250 then. And next we have another great Native American silver bead necklace right here. It is 24 inches long. It's all handmade silver beads. And what's your pleasure on those? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At only 200, 2 1/4. It is 24 inches long, that beautiful piece right there. At only 200, 2 1/4. 3 ounces of silver involved. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Look at the craftsmanship in this stuff. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice in for 2.5. Gonna go. Any more? 2.5 in time with Carol. And now 275. At 250 now 275. At 250 once, twice in for 275. We all in, all done at 250 with Carol. Any more? Carol 250. Next we have a 3-piece set. Native American jewelry suite right here. Look at this one here. It is cuff bracelet with oval agate stones, and with your pleasure, the earrings, the ring, and the bracelet, all Navajo. How much, dear? 3 1/4. I have in 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice in for 350 in that beautiful suite. Any more than 3 1/4. All in, all done. With Carol at 3 1/4. We good? We are. 3 1/2 and 375. Almost sold. 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. Last call at 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Beautiful bracelet. 4 1/4 with Carol all the way and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, 4 1/2 and 75. I have 450 and 475 with Carol all the way. Selling once, selling twice at 475 and 500. At 475, quickly, we had a lot to sell. 475 once, twice, and for 500. All in, all done at 475 with Carol now, all the way. Any more? Carol, 475 then. Next, we have another lovely squash blossom right here. An early Native American squash blossom, turquoise squash blossom right there. 24 inches in length. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100 at 1,000 and 1,100. Fabulous one. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. Any more? With Emily at 1,000. 11 if you want it. That's a killer one. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, in for 1,100. Emily 1,000. Next, we have another great bracelet right here. Arlen F. Ben Navajo cuff bracelet and gents ring. What's nice about this one? All these inlays are all done in gold. Sterling silver and 14 karat gold. I can't imagine what that one costs. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. That bracelet's fabulous. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, all inlaid with 14 karat gold. All those figures. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice in for 450, 4 1/2 and 475, 75 and 500. Should be everywhere. I have 475 and 500. A beautiful bracelet and men's ring. I have 475, 500, 550. I have 500 and 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and 550 if you'd like it. We all in, all done at $500. Boy, the craftsmanship of this is exquisite. I have 500 now, 550, 500 once, 500 twice. You'll kick yourself tomorrow. Anyone for 550? It's who got it at 500, 550 and 600. Nobody got it yet. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 at Carol and 600. Way under the money for this guy. I want to sell it. All unreserved. I have 550 once, 550 twice. I went for 600 with Emily, and now 650. They're just waking up to what it is, Alex. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 in that beautiful bracelet and ring. I have 600 once, twice. Any more? Sold. 600 M. Nothing but great things here. And on this one here, this is a Native American silver bead necklace, 27.5 inches long. But look at the clasp. The clasp is oval turquoise in the clasp. Very unusual beads on these. What's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, for 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At only 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2, of course, and 475. This is a rare one. I have 4 1/2 and 475. That beautiful Navajo necklace. I have 4 1/2 and 475. Its initial TC, the maker. At 4 1/2 now, 475. At only 475 and 500 now. 500 and 550. At 500 and 550. Look at the gorgeous workmanship in this. At 500 and 550. I'm sure this stuff out west is thousands. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. It's here in Maine to be sold. 600, 650. I have 600, 650. At 600 once, twice, and for 650. All in all, that's $600. Going to go with Emily at 600. Emily, 600. And the next one is, you guys are doing a great job running, by the way. Hey, Ben. Look at this one. Well, if you didn't get a squash blossom, this is the one. 25-inch length. Look at the beautiful turquoise and silver workmanship in this. This vintage Squash blossom necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500. This is the one to get. I have 475, 500, of course, and 550. I have 500 now, 550. A beauty. I have 500 now, 550, and 500 and 550. At only $500 going to go. I have only $500 and 550, of course, and 600. I have 550. Look at the craftsmanship in this. With the earrings. I forgot it has earrings with it. I have 600, 650. I have $600 only and 650 in that great squash blossom necklace. I have 600 now, 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and for 6.5. Gonna go. 650 now, 700. I have 650 with Emily now, 7. Shouldn't have to work on this a minute. This is a great one. I have 650 and 700. If you ever wanted a squash blossom necklace, now's your time. I have 650 and 700. 650 once, twice, and for 700. It's gone at 650 then. Oh, look at this one. Whew. Look at this sterling cup bracelet right here. Boy, that's a killer. Fabulous turquoise, heavy silver bracelet right here. And what's your pleasure on this one? 475 and 500. I had 475 and 500. At 475 and 500, an exquisite bracelet. At 475 and 500. At 475, of course, and 550. I have 500 now, 550 at 5 and 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550 if you'd like it. 550 and 600. It has somebody's initials in here. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, this incredible cup bracelet. I have only 550 and 600 going to sell. 550 once. 550 twice, and for $600. Any more? It's 550 then. And we're closing in on 1115 is the next item. And we have a LH Nez Navajo sterling silver necklace with a coral hanging pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. There's a rare one. At 2 1/4. Look at the silver work. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. Look at the silver work in this thing. At 275 and 300 on that breastplate type necklace. 300, of course, and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's a killer. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with a red coral drop pendant. I have 3 1/4 only, selling once. 3 1/2 and 75. 375, 400 now. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4 anymore. At 375 once, 375 twice, and for 400 anymore. All in, all done at 375. Last call. It's gone at 375. Live auctioneers. Next we have this Bennett, signed Bennett, Native American Zuni multi-stone inlaid bolo tie. And what's your pleasure on this? 90 I have, and now 100. These are hard to find. I have 90 now 100, and 90 now 100. Beautiful inlay. 100 I have over here. Thank you, and 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150s on the floor. Gentlemen seated at 150 and selling. 150 once, 175. 200 would you go? It'll look great on you. I have 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2. 2? I have 175 and 200. Only hurts for a minute. You have 200, too late. I have 200 over here. Now you have to go 2 1/4. I have 200 with Emily, now 2 1/4. I have 200 with Emily and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, great bolo, Zuni, all inlaid with a face. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Selling once, selling twice. At 2 1/4 with you, Carol. Carol has a 2 1/4 on her site, and 2 1/2 if you want it. 2 1/2 with Emily and 275. At 250 now 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. All in 275 in time. I almost sold it. 275 and now 300. Don't lose it. I 275 and 3. 275 once, twice, and with 300. 300 I have back with Emily again, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 once, twice, any more? Emily 300. Sadly, we got to move on because we have a lot of stuff to sell. And oh, look at this bracelet right here. Whew, that's a killer. This is by Southwestern Design Bracelet by Glabe Durujinsky Jr. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have, and a 175, and 200, and 200, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Boy, that's a beautiful hunk of turquoise right there, and heavy silver. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4 by that famous designer. I have 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. That's a killer piece. I have 250 and 275. at 250 and 275, at only 250 and 275 and 300. Think about how much bracelet there is there at 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, a beauty. At 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter. Great piece of turquoise in it. 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 with Carol and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Great workmanship. These are all beautiful pieces of great workmanship. I have 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a quarter twice, and 350 if you 3 and a half and 375. Don't lose it. I have 350 and 375. 350 once, 350 twice. I'm to 375, 375 and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and 400 anymore. At 375 and selling. At 375 once, twice, and for 400, it's 375. Carol. Next, we have another lovely squash blossom right here. Look at this one right here. Turquoise squash blossom necklace. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? We have to open at 1,500 and now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. With Carol all the way at 15 and 16. She has multiple bids, so she has to open 16 and now 17. I have 1,600 with Carol, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17. I have 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and 1,700. All in all, that's 1,600. Carol, 1,600 then. Next, here's another good one right here. This is a rare two-piece Navajo turquoise and sterling silver jewelry. The ring and the necklace. A very unusual form on the necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 75 and 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, and only 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Much better than that. 4 and a half, of course, and 475. 475. Look at the great workmanship in this. 475 and now 500. At 475 and 500 with a matching ring. At 475 and now 500. At only 475, I'm going to sell it. At 475 and 500, exquisite necklace. At 475 and 500 anymore. All in all, then at 475 once, twice, and for 500, we have 475. That's a nice trade on that one. That's a beautiful necklace. And who's next? Here we go with some Zuni jewelry. 4 pieces of vintage Native American silver jewelry. What's your pleasure on this lot? 450 I have and 475. 475, 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and now 500, 550. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550, 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 now 7 now 750. I have 700 Carol all the way and 750. At 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. All in all, that's $700. Once, twice, and with Carol now. Any more? Carol 700. Next we have another lovely little squash blossom right here in silver. What's your pleasure on this one? How much here? 950. I have it now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. 950 now 1,000. And 950 once, 950 twice, and for 1,000. We all in all done. 950 with Emily at 950. Any more? Emily 950. Next we have, here's a lovely handmade heavy sand cast sterling silver and turquoise pendant brooch. What's your pleasure on this? How much, hon? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter in that star form brooch at 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 with Carol all the way in 275. And a nice early piece of silver jewelry at 2 and a half and 275. Looks like it's 2 and a half. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol, 250. Next we have Native American Navajo and silver bead necklace with turquoise pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? 250, I have in 275, 275, 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, at 275 and 3. At 275 and 300, it's 24 inches long. 300 I have in 3 and a quarter. I 303 and a quarter. I 303 and a quarter, 303 and a quarter anymore. All in, all then at 303 and a quarter. Once, twice, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a half and 375. I 350 and 375. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. At 350 and selling. Any more? 350 once, twice, and last call. It's 350. Next, we have another great cuff bracelet right here. They buy Wilson Padilla silver and turquoise cuff bracelet. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 2 1/2 and now 275. At 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? 275 with Carol and 300 now in that lovely bracelet. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300 if you like it. At 275 once, twice, and for 300 that beautiful turquoise bracelet. 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 with Carol all the way in 3 1/4. At 300 3 1/4 any more? 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. Any more? It's 300 Carol. Our next item is a lovely two-piece Benji and Shirley Zuni jewelry suite right here. And on that Zuni jewelry right here, what's your pleasure? 175 and 200. 200 I have in 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Look at the intricacy in that pendant. This pendant. 275 and now 300. 300 and 3 1/4. The workmanship in this is amazing. Signed on the back, inscribed in the silver. 3 1/4 with Carol, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. And that beautiful 3 1/2 and 375. And beautifully inlaid 375. The Zunis know how to make that jewelry, boy, I'll tell you. 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. That pendant is exquisite. At 400 now, 4 1/4. At 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4. All in, all done at $400. With Carol at 4. Any more? Carol at 4. And what do we have next here? Wonderful stuff. Hey, another Native American fetish necklace on that little fetish necklace. Okay. You good? Are you both good? Okay. On this, though, on lot 1126 is a Native American fetish necklace with all the little animals. What's your pleasure on this? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 and 70. No money for that. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70 on that native fetish necklace at only $60. Once, twice, and even for $70. 70 and now 80. Way under the money. One moment. Yeah. You have 80. I have $80 on the necklace and now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, where it should have started. At 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. That nice little fetish necklace at only $90. 100 I have now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. 100 now a quarter. I like the center. The largest piece is a turquoise bird or eagle. I 100. What do we have, Carol? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I'm going to sell it. We're on lot 1126, 1 1/2, and now 175 on that nice fetish necklace. At 150, 175, at 150 once, 150 twice, and 175 and 200, and 175 and 2. Low money for it. We're going to sell it. 175 once, 200 in time, and 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. With Carol all the way at $200. Carol, 200. You guys all set? You good? Oh, look at this. What do we have here? Wow. We have 5 Native American earrings and rings. So 3 sets of earrings and 2 rings. What's your pleasure on all that? 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 for that nice lot of 3 pairs of earrings and 2 rings. At 175 and selling. 175 once, twice, and 200 if you like it. It's all unreserved. Any more? 200 in time with Carol, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Nice group of things. Nice early stuff. All from the same house. 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, twice. Any more? 2 1/4 with Carol and 250 now. At 2 1/4, quickly, we got to sell stuff. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250 any more. It's Carol, 2 1/4 then. Next we have, hey Kayla. Next we have a Native American silver bead necklace, a nice early one right there. It's 19 inches in length. What's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have, and now 4.25. Nice early one, 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 with Carol all the way, 4.5 with Emily and 475. I have 450, 475. I have 450 and 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 was 500 with Emily on Live Auctioneers and now 550. I have 500 now 550. At 500, 550 with Carol now 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 600 with Emily now 650. I have 600 now 650. At 600 now 650 and 600 650 anymore. At 600 once 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 with Carol now at 700 if you want it. At 650 once, twice, anyone for $700. With Carol all the way now at 650. Any more? Carol, 650. Online bidder, 650 online bidder. Next we have another great native bracelet, heavy Navajo solid cast sterling 5-stone cuff bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. 200 and 2.25. I have 2.25 and 2.5. 200, 200. There's a beauty. I have 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75 at only 250 and selling. 250 once. 275 in time and 300. 300 and 3.25. I have 300 and 3.25. We estimated all this stuff reasonable. It's all unreserved. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 once, 300 twice. Went for 3.25. 3.25 with Carol and 3.5. I have 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 and selling. At 3.25 once, twice, and for 350. All in, all done. 3.25. We are 3.25 Carol. Next we have these are a pair of Native American turquoise and silver earrings. They're signed EGB. And what's your pleasure on these? 75 and now 100. I have 75 and now 100, 75 and now 100. I have 75 now 100, 85, 95. Need 95. I have 85, need 95. I have 85 now 95. 95 I have, and now where the hell are we have to do 100? 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 quarters on the floor with a gentleman seated. Now 150. I 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5. 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25 once, twice. Anyone 1.5? Yours 1.25. Number 122. 122 by so 125. All right, moving on to 1131. Lot 1131 is a Native American. A Native American turquoise nugget and Heishi bead necklace. What's your pleasure on this one? Nice early piece. These are all Heishi beads up here. 175 and 200. Nice early piece. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. Any more? At 175 once. 175 twice. And for $200. At 200 and 2.25. This is an early piece. I have 200 now. 2.25. 2.25. 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, and for $250. All in all, then at 2.25, 2.5. Any more? It's 2.25 then. And next a lot of interest in this one. Look at this pendant. This is a James C. Yazzie Native American Navajo sterling silver claw pendant. And on the claw pendant, what's your pleasure on that? $275. It has turquoise and red coral, 3.25, 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5 on that rare pendant. I 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5. Any more? All in all, then 3.25, 3.5. Any more? You won't find another one. 3.5 and 3.75. I 3.50 and 3.75. At 3.50 once, 3.50 twice, and 3.75 and 400. That beautiful pendant with the bear claws. I 3.75 and now 400. 375 once, twice, and for 400. Any more? Sold. 375. Carol got that one. Oh, here's a nice piece right here. This is by Anna Begay. Sterling silver and 14 karat gold cuff bracelet. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 2.25 and 2.5. Yes, and 275 and 300. At 275 and now 300 with Carol and 3.25. The floor is out. It's with Carol at 300 and 3.25. 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25, 3.5. Beautiful bracelet, 14 karat gold, turquoise, and sterling by Anna Begay, another famous native maker from Navajo maker. I 3.5 and 375. I 350 and 375. A lovely simple form with matrix turquoise. 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and now 400. 375 and 4. At 375 once, twice, and for 400. We all in all done at 375. Any more? We are Carol 375. 375, the online bidder. Next we have a Native American, nice early Native American hollow silver disc bead, a disc bead. Can you imagine the workmanship in that? My God. And on that right there, which a pleasure. I have 300 on the floor. Thank you. And 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5 at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 only, and 3.5, 3.5 of course, and 375. Look at the workmanship in that. I 3.5 and now 375. I 350 and 75 is 24 inches long. I 375 and 400. That beautiful necklace, 400 and 4.25, 4.25 and 4.5. Oval beads, 4.25 and 4.5, or disc shaped beads, saucer shaped disc beads, 4.5 and 475. I 450 and 475. I 450 once, 75, 500 now. I 475 and 500, that lovely necklace. At 475 once, twice, and 500, 550. It's with Carol all the way at 500, now 550. At 500 once, 550, 600. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. Any more? 550 once, 550 twice, 600. If you're not going to get it, any more? Carol 550, your player. Oh, look at this beautiful native Zuni silver and turquoise cluster form brooch right here. What's your pleasure on that early Zuni piece? Its initials JHN. JHN. If you're familiar with the makers, you'll know who made this. One of the good ones. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25 and 1.5. 1.5, 175. That beautiful Zuni piece. Signed on the back. Oh, it's signed by the maker right on the back. Jonah Nez. And which I have 1.5 and 175, 150 and 175. Seems reasonable for that one. Gonna sell it at 150 once, twice, 175 and 200, 200 and 2.25. Signed by the maker on the back. 200 and 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2.25. All in all done at $200. Any more? Sold 200, 2.25 and 2.5, 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250, gotta go. At 250 once, 250 twice, quickly. Any more? 250 Carol. 275. 300, keep it going. I had 300, now 3.25. Keep going. Carol's at 300, 3.25. 3.25, 3.5. 3.25, 3.5. Don't lose it. I had 3.25 and 3.5. 3.25 once, 3.25 twice, and for 3.5. I am going to sell it. Any more? Once, twice, and sold. Oh, 3.5. You got in just in time. I 3.5 with Carol. They give me heart attacks here all the time. I 350 and now 375. I 350 once, 350 twice. This is it. Any more? Sold. 350. Carol. Next we have, oh, look at this beautiful Native American stone inlaid cuff bracelet. It's stamped TBJ, inlaid turquoise, onyx, malachite, lapis, shell, with rope twist edging. A beautiful bracelet right there. What's your pleasure on that one? 70, the 80, now 90, 100, now a quarter, 100.25. I have 100.25 on the floor, 1.5. 1.25 should be everywhere. That's a beautiful inlaid bracelet. I 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5. On the floor at 1.25 and selling. Any more? At only 125 in that beautiful inlaid bracelet. Any more? 125 to 122. 125 to 122 buys. Next we have another lovely Native American sterling silver turquoise pendant on a silver chain. This one is stamped LH. The maker is LH. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. It's all unreserved. 80's on the floor now 90. 90 now 100. 100 on the floor now a quarter. 1.25. 1.5. 1.5 on the floor, 175, and 200 on the floor. No. I have 175 and now 2. I 175 need 200. I 175 need 2 with Carol at 175 and selling. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? Carol, 175 then. Next we have a Native American turquoise chip bead necklace. And what's your pleasure on this one here in silver? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $50 where? How much? 50 I have in 60 now. 60 on the phone and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. It's on the phone with Kayla at $60. 70 anymore. All 70 now 80. 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have Carol at 70 now 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, and for $80. $70. Online bidder. Uh-oh, if you didn't get a bear claw, this is a chance. Look at this pendant right here. Silver turquoise bear claw pendant. What's your pleasure on this one? $250. I have $275. I have $250 and $275. Well, that's a nice early piece. I have $250 and $275 in there. Early pendant. $275 and $300. I have $275 and $300. It does have maker's marks on the back. $300 and $3.25. I have $300 and $3.25. I have $3.25 and $3.50. $3.25, $3.50. At $3.25, $3.50, $3.25, $3.50 anymore. At $3.25 once, twice, and for $3.50. All in all at $3.25 anymore. $3.25 it is. Oh boy, look at this one. Look at this one here. You ready? On this lovely squash blossom right here. Look at this one here. What's your pleasure on this one? 800 I have, and now 900. 850, 900. 950. 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. 1,000 now, 1,100. There's a fabulous one. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. Wow. I have only $1,000. It's one of the better ones. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 25 inches long. 1,100 I have with Carol, and 12 now. 12 and now 13. I had 1,213, fabulous one. I had 1,200 now 1,300. At 1,213 and 12 and 13 with Carol online. And 14 now. I had 1,300 now 14. I had 1,300 now 1,400. I had 1,300 now 14. At 1,300 once. 1,300 twice. And for $1,400 with Carol all the way at 13. Any more? Once, twice, and it is Carol 1,300. Next we have a Native American sterling silver inlaid accessories. There's a barrette and a little frog brooch or pendant. What's your pleasure on those? It's your pleasure on those. May have $100 and send them in. $50. We don't care where they start. 50 and 60. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70. That barrette's really cool. I have 60 and 70. 70's on the floor and 80 now. 80 now 90. 90 yes, now 100. 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I like that little frog pendant. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Any more? With Carol at $100 and selling. Any more? Once, twice, any more? 1.25 with Emily, now 1.5. 1.5 with Carol, now 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore. 150 once, twice, and for 175. Sold 150. Online bidder. We're coming to the end of the native jewelry. We'll have another session eventually coming up later in the sale. 1142 rather. 1142 is a squash blossom necklace again, and that one is 20 inches long. And what's your pleasure on this squash blossom necklace? 400. Where's that necklace? Alex. Necklace? Oh, he doesn't have it. Okay. No, we're at 1142. 1142. Got it. Okay, no problem. Where 1142 is a squash blossom necklace again with a turquoise inlay. And what's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have, and 4.25, 4.25, and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5, 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25, nice one. At 4.25 and 4.5, 4.25 and 4.5 anymore. I like this one because it has that little pendant, swinging pendant in the middle of the other pendant. I have 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25 once, twice, and for 450. A lovely one. Anymore. 4.5 and 475. I've only 450 and 475. At 450 and 475 in silver. At 4.25, 450 and 475. Any more? Once, twice, any more? 450. Online bidder with Carol. Next we have two-piece Native American stone animal fetish necklace and matching earrings. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 50. I have 200 on the floor and 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5 and 75 and 300. I have 275 with Jen and now 300. I have 275 and 275 and 300 for the two necklaces and the earrings. I have 275 and now 3 at 275 and 300 anymore. All in, all done. 275 and 300. That's a nice group of native fetish jewelry. Any more? Jen, 275. Your player. Next we have Native American silver bead lariat style bracelet. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? How much? 60. I have it now 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70. At 60 and 70, 60 and 70 anymore? All in all done at only $60 on that lariat style necklace. Is it a bracelet? Bracelet, rather. That's $60. 70 anymore. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. I have 70 once, 70 twice. I went for $80 anymore. Once, twice, and $70. Live auctioneers buys. Here we go next. We have 3 Native American rings, a green stone, a red coral, and turquoise. And what's your pleasure in that? I have 100 on the floor. One, you have what? 2 1/4. I like it better. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 for the 3 rings and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. Went for 2 1/2 and 75 now. I have 75 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. This is the last of the silver jewelry. 300 and 3 1/4 for now. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4 anymore. Sold Carol $300. Online bidder. So there's going to be another session of silver jewelry, but we thought we'd give it a little break and have some other stuff. Zeb's holding this very unusual Native American painted and adorned bison skull. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? On the bison skull. Very cool thing. How much? $250. I have in $275. It's all unreserved. I have $250, $275, and 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4, 300 and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Gonna sell it. Boy, unusual. 3 1/2 and 375. I have 350 and 375. Seems awfully rich. 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. Beautiful piece of Native American work. 4 1/4 with Carol all the way. Now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Where are you going to get another one? I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 75 now. 475 and 500. 475 and 500 came from that great collection of all this Native American stuff. 475 and 500 I have with Carol and 550 now. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 6 if you'd like it. I have 550 once, 550 twice, 600 in that rare decorated bison skull. I have 550 once, 550 twice, and for 600 that rare piece. Any more? It's Carol at 550. Oh, look at this piece here. Here's a lovely Native American birch bark basket. And what's your pleasure on this low cylinder basket with the inlaid white birch? What's your pleasure on this? Couple hundred where? 150 at 175 and 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? All in all then at 250, 275. Beautiful birch bark basket at 275 with Carol and 300 now. I have 275. It's Apache. I have 275 and now 3. 275 once, 275 twice. And for 300. 300 I have with Carol and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. Going slow all day long to make sure you have a chance to get these things because you'll never see some of them again. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. With Carol at 300 once, 300 twice. And for 3 1/4 with you, Carol, at 300. Any more? Carrying with Carol at 300. Any more? Carol, 300. Next we have John Ford Clymer, the Peace Pipe offset photo lithograph, beautifully framed. Beautifully framed. Look at that great piece right there with a burl insert. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100, the framing probably costs $700. I have $100, 100 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/4. Yes, thank you. Now 1 1/2. It's on the floor. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. No money for this at all. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. He's a famous artist. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. Goodbye. 1 1/4, number 125. Oh, look at this beautiful piece right here. Native American papoose carrier deer hide with fox fur, plank with feathers and beaded dress. And what's your pleasure in this lovely piece right here? Wait a minute, I got the wrong thing. Is this lot one? Wait a minute. Oh, I got the wrong sheet. Sorry. Jesus. Hold on, I got to fix this. 300. Online, 125, 125. Okay, here we go. Sorry, now I've got it. The Native American papoose carrier, and what's your pleasure on this? 110. 110. It has to be 125. 125. It has to be 125 to get 125. Thank you. Now 150. I have 125 and now 150. 150. I have now 175. 175 and 200. 200 and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Of course, and 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter and all on the floor and 3 and a half and 375 and 400, ma'am, and 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, ma'am, and 475 and 500, ma'am, and 550 and 600 and 650. I have 650, 700, 700, 750, 750, 800, 800, 850. 800 with the lady. I have 800 with the lady. That's a fabulous thing. I have 800 once, 800 twice. He went for 850. He's back in. And now 900, 900, and 950. You're out. I have 900. Thank you for your help. I have 900. Two players on the floor at 900. Fabulous thing. At 900 once, twice anymore. 900 to 125. Congratulations. That's a great thing. That was hanging in the great room with all those great masks we sold today. Here we go. Here we go. Aleut painted hunting hat. Look at this. Look at this. It's all decorated with carved horn figures here. A little guy seated. There's horn and glass beads. This is all painted with the original feathers and everything on that hunting hat. And what's your pleasure on that? 550 I have and 600 now. 600, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, that rare piece. At 650 and 700. At 650 and 700. This was hanging in the same room next to the papoose carrier. I have 600, now 650. I have 650 with Carol looking for 700. I have 650 looking for 700, now 750, and now 800. An exquisite piece of native art. Perfect condition. I have 650 with Carol. I have 750. Now 800. All the way with Carol. 750. Now 800. Last call. We're going to get another one. I have 750 once, 750 twice. In for 800. 800 with Carol. Now 8.5. Think about how beautiful this thing is. I have 800 and 8.5. The craftsmanship. I have 800 and 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5 anymore. Selling once, selling twice. At 800. All the way with Carol now at 800. Any more? Carol 800. Online bidder. Oh, boy, if you ever wanted a great piece of pottery, this is it. This is a fabulous piece of native pottery. It has exquisite workmanship in the glaze. I don't know how they did this. Is this leather? Oh, it's trimmed, so it's native pottery. Then it's fitted with leather, and that wasn't good enough. They put this beautiful oval cabochon matrix turquoise piece. What's your pleasure on this? This should bring a lot of money. This is fabulous. What's your pleasure on this? 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Should be 3 times that. I have 650 and 700. An incredible pot. Even the bottom's all done in leather. I have 650 and 700. 700 and 750. I have $700 only and 750. Exquisite piece of work. It's really like a pottery and sculpture. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 now 750. Boy, that's a great thing. Let me just see it one more time. Oh, it's signed by the maker. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 and 750. It says GWZ. I have $700 only in 750. I can't imagine what that would be in a shop in Arizona or out west. I have only $700 and 750. If you like it, it's gonna go. Any more? It's 700 then. Online bidder. That's a great piece. Next we have a contemporary native coil basket, Navajo. On this lovely little Navajo coil basket with figures. What's your pleasure on that? How much? 60. I have 70 now. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. At 61, 60 twice. Going for $70. That nice early Navajo coil basket at only $60. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. Quickly. I have 80 now 90. It's going to go. 80 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. Anyone for 90 with Carol. And now 100. I have 90 now 100 on Carol's platform. Now 100. Quickly. 90 now 100. Any more? Once, twice, and $90. Gone. Okay. Next we have, look at this piece here. This is a beautiful piece. This is called by Frank Howell, The Crow Messengers, Native American and beautifully framed. And what's your pleasure on that one right there? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and that beautiful piece of work. I have 500 now 550. That's an original piece of artwork. That's not a print. I have 500 now 550. I have only $500 now 550. Let me see a second. This was hanging in the entranceway. This is an original watercolor. Look at all the crows in the hat and the headdress. I have 500, 550 now and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650 now and 700. I have 650 now 7. No money for this at all. I have 650 original watercolor. I have 650 and 700 and a 700. I love the way they did the corners of the frame. They're all inletted. I have 700, 750 on the floor, now 800. I have 750 quickly. I'm going to sell it. I have 750, 800. What a magnificent thing that is. I have 750, now 800. At 750 once, 750 twice, and for 800. 800 I have with Carol, now 8.5. I have 800, now 8.5. At only $800, I'm going to go. That magnificent piece of artwork with the crows around the head of that Native American person. I've only, what do we have, Carol? 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. I hate to sell it that low, but it's got to go. 800 once, 800 twice. And for 850, sold 800. Online bidder. Nice trade on that. Beautiful piece of work. Next, we have another great pot right here, made by Michael Wisner, a pottery jar. And on that right there, signed and dated 2000 on the bottom. Look at that great pottery piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that? Yep, that's what I want. This what? Oh, okay. What's your pleasure on this piece right here? Any bid? 100 I have, and now 1.25. There's a faint, just so you know, there's a little faint hairline. It doesn't go through, but there is a little mark of a hairline on there. So 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. No money for this guy. I have 100 now quarter. Any more? Any more? What a buy. $100. Number 121, $100. Some great stuff here today. It's all on reserve, so people can have fun. It's not often you get this kind of stuff and nobody wants a reserve. This is a lovely Native American basket, Apache basket on that coil. It's a coil. It's not a basket. It's a bowl. On that bowl right there, it's made of basket and yucca, sumac, and willow. What's your pleasure on this? 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. These are all handmade baskets. Apache. I have 50 and 60 at only $50 in that beautiful bowl right there. Any more? 50 it is. 60 and 60, now 70. I've, what? 70 I have, and now 80. I can't see over there. I have 70, now 80. Is 70, now 80. Any more? At $70, 80 if you want it. Beautiful star pattern. 80 and now 90. I have 80, now 90. With Carol at 80, now 90. Everyone else is out. 80 once, twice, and for $90. That beautiful handmade 90. Star pattern, coil basket, Apache basket. 90 now 100. Should have started there. 90 now 100. 90 once, 90 twice. And for $100? $90. On the next piece here is another great piece. Judy Larson, Red Horse. Judy Larson, Red Horse. It is 19 by 28 inches, beautifully framed. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Some fabulous art here. 100 now quarter. 1.25 is in the middle, and 1.5. No money for this. At 1.25, 1.5. Beautiful piece of work. At 1.25 once, twice. It's on the floor. 1.5 at 175. I 150, 175. You couldn't buy the frame for that. I 150, 175. 175 is on the floor in the middle, and now 200. I 175, 200 I have, and 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. At 200, 2.25 anymore. Bargain time. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2.25, it's 200 Carol. Next we have a Mata Ortiz hand-coiled pottery jar by Julio Mora. By Julio Mora. And what's your pleasure on this one? 60 I have, 70, 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now quarter. 1.25, 1.5. Look at the quality of work on that. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. I'm going to sell it at only 1.25. Beautiful pot. 1.25, 1.5. A lot of work. Any more? Sold 1.25. Another good piece, right? Oh, look at this one here. Northwest Native American lidded basket with a carved bone American eagle on the lid. The workmanship in this stuff, it must take hours and hours. First you have to find the reed, then you have to figure out how to make the basket, but exquisitely carved eagle on the top. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25. I would hope so. 1.5 and 175 and 175. Frozen. 175 and now 200 and 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5 and 275 at 250 and 275 at 250 and 275. That little eagle alone is worth that. You could take him off there if you don't want him on there. 275 and 300 at 275 and 3. Fabulous basket at 275 and 3 at 275 and 3 with that exquisitely carved eagle on top at 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's going to be 275 then. Any more? 275. Carol. Yeah, leave it right there. Next, we have a original piece by Frank Howell. Frank Howell, depicting Native American woman surrounded by hummingbirds. Surrounded by hummingbirds. On that beautiful piece is 42 by 49.5 inches. And what's your pleasure on that lovely piece right there? May I have 100 I have, 1.25, 1.5. I have 1.25 on the floor, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, 175, 175, and 200, and 200 I have, and 2.25. No money for this. I have 200 now, 2.25. It's not 2.25 over here, and 2.5, and 2.25. This is, you couldn't buy the frame for that. I have 2.25 and 2.5. That beautiful piece is 2.5 and 275, and 275. Yes, of course, and 300, and 300, and 300. This is a fabulous thing. I bet you that frame. This inlaid frame probably cost $1,000 easily. Yes, I have. What do I have? 275 with you and 300 anyone at 275 once, twice, and it went for $300. I'm going to sell it. Any more? You got it. 275. Nice buy. 125 buys. 275. 125 buys. Next, we have a Native American painted gourd bowl. What's interesting about it is it's all incised. It's all incised and painted with signed by the maker. It has inset beaded eyes. What's your pleasure on that? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. It's much better than that. I have 50 and 60, but we got to sell it. I have 50 once, 50 twice, and there's 60 in that lovely 60 I have, and now 70 on the puffin bowl. 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now, 80. 80 there, and now in the middle, now 90. I have 80 now, 90. No money. I have 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100 anymore. Put it down so I can see the birds. I have 90 now, 100. And 90 once, 90 twice. I went for a $100 bill. Any more? $90. Online bidder. Thank you. Here we go. Two Native American painted dance drums from Taos, New Mexico. Taos, New Mexico. And what's your pleasure on these? This one with the horse is fabulous. We don't need to do a rain dance for sure. If it ever stops raining in Maine, we'll be lucky. And what do we have? 100 I have, and now 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I have 150s on the floor, 175 for the two. No money. At 150, they're all handmade. At 150 now, 175. 150 once, twice, and 175. 150 to number 131. 131. No dancing now. Next we have, look at this beautiful piece here. This is Donald Van, another contemporary Arizona artist, Cherokee Heritage, Riding Away in the Snow. A beautiful piece right there, 24 by 34. What's your money on this one? What's the money on this one? Maybe I'll have $100 and set it in. Couldn't pay for the glass. 100 I have, of course, and 1.25. I have $100 and 1.25. Wow. I have only $100, 1.25. That right there, Riding Away in the Snow. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1.25. Beautiful piece of art for no money. $100, 125. 125 buy. Great buy on that. Next we have another great pot right here. Look at this great one Zeb is holding it here. This is by Donald Chiana, New Mexico, pottery jar. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe a couple hundred and set it in. 50 I have, 60, 60 of course, and 70, 70, and 80, and 80, and 90, 90, now 100, 100 now quarter, and 1.5, and 175, ma'am, and 200, ma'am. I have 175 and 2. Seems reasonable for that big pot. I have 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2 in that beautiful pot. It's in the center at 175. And he went for 200. That beautiful pot. Any more? 175 to the middle. 136. 175 to 136 buys. Thank you all. Hey, look at this one. Look at this one. Sylvia's got. Wait a minute, I got to hit it. I can't stand it. So this has got a beautiful Appaloosa, right, Jen, that horse? It's a paint. Oh, yeah, that's a paint, right. She's my horse expert. Let's see the other side. Hey, buddy. You're missing all the action. And on that drum right there, it's all handmade Native American drum with painted skins. Taos, New Mexico. What's your pleasure on that lovely drum? What? 50. And now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. They're ridiculously low for this stuff. I have 50 and 60 and now 70. I have 60. It's all in reserve, but I'd like to get a little more than that. I have 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Gonna sell it. Beautiful handmade drum. 80, thank you, and now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, 90, now 100. 100, of course, 100, 1.25. Beautiful stuff. 100, I can't imagine when they paid for all this. I have 100 on the floor. Once, 1.25, 1.5. No, I 1.25. Thanks for your help. I 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, 1.25 seems awfully reasonable for that. We're going to sell it. 1.25 once, twice, any more? It's 1.25 then, Carol. Online bidder. Another great pot. This is by Lindell Woods, Navajo etched pottery jar with animals going around the top of it. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have? 50 and 60. What did he say? Oh, we'll go with your 50. You've been a good sport all day. 50 and now 60 and now 70. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80 of that great pot, no money. I have 70, now 80. It's all carved into the terracotta. 80, now 90. With the animal figure going around. And 90 now. 90, and now 100. It's on the floor with the gentleman, and 90. Signed by the artist, right on the bottom, and dated. I have 90, now 100. 90 once, 90 twice. You want for 100? What's that? 100 I have. And now a quarter. I do this to see if you're awake. 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25 on the floor. 1.5. Any more? You know what they say. You break it, you bought it. I have 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25 once, 1.25 twice. And for 150, here, dear. That's yours at 1.25, right? At 1.25 with the gentleman seated. Anyone for 150? Any more? 1.25 to 122. 125, 122. I was at an auction one night about 50 years ago, and this crazy auctioneer in Clinton, Maine, his name was Tiny Bill, and Tiny was like this wide and this tall. Anyway, the auction the people weren't bidding enough, and he had a Tiffany vase in his hand about this big. And he said, I'm going to sell this. I'm going to drop this. I'm going to drop this. Somebody bids. And they weren't bidding, and he dropped it right in the trash can. Smashed to pieces. Boy, they bid after that, I'll tell you. They were on everything. And look at this piece right here. We won't do that here. Some days. This is a Campbell Ranch, Saturna Island, British Columbia. Bidded with label inside. Maybe it says how much it cost. Right here. No. Oh, that's our tag. Sorry. Here we go. And what's your pleasure on this? May I have $300 in? 200 I have, and 2.25, and 2.5, 2.25, and 2.5. I have 2.5 with Carol, and 275 in that rare pot. I have 2.5 and now 275. Beautiful thing. 250 once, twice, and 275 if you want it. All in on down to 250, 275 from the Campbell Ranch, Saturna Island, British Columbia at only 250. Any more? Sold 250. Stuff here today. People paid tens of thousands for this stuff. Contemporary Sioux Warrior Club right here. What's your pleasure on this lovely piece right here? They have $100 and set it in. $100 worth. It's totally handmade. This is all handmade native work. This is all early wax. So, I mean, that's original. It's not a replica stone. And what's your pleasure? Maybe $100 and set it in. Somebody say $100. That nice war club. Anyone for $100? Boy, I can't believe it. That's a nice piece. Anyone for $100? 50. 50 right here. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. It's a no-brainer. That's a beautifully made piece. Sold $50. What's your number? 140. 50. 140. That is a nice club. The beadwork on that is absolutely amazing. Here's a beer mug. I mean a coffee mug. It's a bear mug. Yeah, look at that. Oh, and look, it's got little carved bone, bear fetishes, birds. Unbelievable. And signed by the maker, Bear. And what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that? There we have $50 instead of made by Robert Bear. Bear fish vessel. It won't hold coffee, but it'd be fun to look at. 50 where? Or candle? Oh, yeah, you could put a candle. There you go. That's good thinking. I have 50 where? 50 where? 25. Sold 25 to 125. Here we go. Frank Howell, Lakota dancer. On this one, 30 and a half by 29. 30 and a half by 29. Can I just see the face of that? Oh, look at this beautiful one. If you haven't got a great piece of art today, this is one of them. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? Couple $100. $100 where? Can't even cover the frame for that. Anyone for $100? That lovely a picture right there. Anyone for 100? First 100 gets it. No bid? 100 with Carol and a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. That offer was only for the people seated here, but I have 100 now quarter. We're going to sell it. Any more? Carol, 100. Online bidder. Off it goes. And look at this great, large Hopi Kachina figure. Hopi Eagle Dance Kachina. It's signed, but we couldn't read the signature. And it's made of wood, feathers, deerskin, fur, turquoise, and silver. What's your pleasure in this? 100. Somebody wants to rent it for the night. I have 100 now quarter. Oh, yeah, look at the turquoise and silver medallion in the back. 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/2, and 175, 175, and 200, and 175, and now 2. That's a fabulous thing. And 175 and 200. This would be hundreds in the store. I 175 and 2. There's silver mounts all over this thing. I 175 and now 200. It's in the back at 175 and selling. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. It's for nothing. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 is on the floor and 2 1/2. This is amazing sculpture. It's signed by the artist right here. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 once, gonna go. 2 1/4 one, twice, any more? 2 1/4, sir. What's your number? 2 1/4, 129. 129 buys. All right, moving on. We are on now 1171. 1171, still having fun, right? Circa 1920, Navajo crystal storm pattern blanket. What's your pleasure in this? 300 I have, and now 800, now 8 1/2. I have 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2, at 800, 8 1/2. 800, 8 1/2, that's a lovely period, 8 1/2, and now 900. Nice period, 900, 950. At 900, 950, a beautiful period rug. 950, now 1,000. 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100 more. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100. 1,100 Carol, now 12. Now 1,200 with Emily, now 1,300. I have 1,213. Look at Chris has got it right here. 1,300 and 1,400. A beautiful vintage bracelet, blanket. 1,400 now 15. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,415 if you like it. At 1,400 once, 1,400 twice. Anyone for 1,500? Done. Who got it? Live auctioneers, 1,400. Thanks, Chris. Have a Marie and Julian Martinez blackware pottery bowl. This is the woman that invented this process in San Ildefonso, Pueblo. Black on black pottery. What's your pleasure? Signed by Maria. How much? 150 I have, and now 175 and 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. If you're going to collect this stuff, she's the one to get. She's the originator of it. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. Beautiful condition. 250, 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and it went for 275. All in, all done at 250, 275. Any more? Sold 250. Live auctioneers. Off we go. More fun stuff. Oh, great bronze right here. Look at this. Look at this beautiful bronze. And on this right here, this is by Scott Rogers, Speaker of Wisdom. And on that sculpture right there, it's dated in 2002, edition of only 30, and this is number 3. You always want to get the early numbers in bronzes. And maybe we have $1,000 instead of 1,000 you have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100, and 1,000 1,100, and that gorgeous piece of bronze. I have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, way under the money. We're going to sell it any more than $1,000. All in, all done at 1,000. Somebody got a great buy? Your person got a great buy, Carol. 1,000. Next we have another Alice and Ruben Martinez Blackware Pottery Bowl. Another one. This has the arrowhead design on that arrowhead design from San Ildefonso again. What's your pledge on this one? 60, now 70. 60, now 70. Should have started at 300. I have 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. No money for this at all with the arrowhead pattern. I have 70, 80, now 90. It's a great buy. I have 80, now 90. Any more? 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. Beautiful piece of pottery. I have 90, now 100. Once, twice, any more than $90. 100 I have in the back. Thank you. Nice buy. 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. You got it. $100 number. Which 129. $100, 129. Next we go to another great blanket. Look at this here. A rare 1930s Navajo corn people rug. And what's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have, and now 375. I have 350 and 375. I have only 350 and 375. This is a rare rug. I have 350 and 375. I have 350, 75 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. This is a nice early rug. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Yeah, look at this. Yep, 1175. Look at the size of this. We have we have 4 and a quarter, now 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter looking for 4 and a half on that beautiful figural rug of the corn people at 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Any more? All in at 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Gonna sell it. Excuse me. It's 4 and a quarter to, what's that bid house number? The person that left a bid, Jen? I forgot. I had their sheet up here and I forgot. 306. Sold to 306. 4 and a quarter. Yep. I was supposed to bid on it for him and I forgot. 406. Next we go to, look at this one here. A custom woven Western Native American coil basket with the people's name in it. Can you imagine? It says Dr. C.A. Potter. Dr. C.A. Potter, and that rare figural basket with the doctor's name woven into the basket. And what's your pleasure on that? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 75 and 75 and 500, 500, 550, 600 with your person, 650, 700. No, they're out. I have 600, now 650. I have 600, 650, 700. Thank you. I have 650, now 700. I have 650, now 700, 650 and 700 on that rare basket at 650 and 700. Any more? 650 once, twice, and for 700, 650. Look at this piece here. This is by Bennett Todashini, Utah, Navajo. Season of Dance, 28 inches high. What's your pleasure on that fabulous wooden sculpture by this artist? What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have and 275. Look at the quality of that. I have 250 and 275. That's carved out of one branch. 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have only 300, 3 and a quarter. Fabulous sculpture. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. At 300 once, twice, and 3 and a quarter if you want it. Beautiful piece of American native carved work. I have only $300. 3 and a quarter anymore? All in, all done. It's $300. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Keep it going. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half with Carol. Certainly worth that all day long. I have 3 and a half, now 375. I have 3 and a half, now 375. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. Beautiful piece of work. I have 375 and now 4. At 374, 400, now 4 and a quarter. Slowly. I have 400, 4 and a quarter. Oh, you know what's great about it? She has a similar squash blossom necklace to the one we sold. I have 400, now 4 and a quarter. I didn't notice that before. I have 400 with Carol. Is that right? 400, any more than $400. Got to move on. 400 once, twice, sold, $400. Oh, look at this beautiful little basket here. This is a Nukta Maka Native American woven lidded basket. May we have what? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100, now a quarter. I have 100, now 1 and a quarter is on the floor, and 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. That's a good basket with the birds inlaid. 1.5 and 175. Beautiful Earl basket. 1.5 and 175. At 150, 175 should be bringing much, much more. That's a nice early basket. I 1.5 once, twice in for 175. All in all, then 150. Is that with you, Em? Emily's on live auction is at 150. And in advance at 175. It's 150 online to live auctioneers. $11.79 coming right up. Oh, another beautiful sculpture. This is by Edmund Schumpert, California, Missouri. Stickball Woman, and that's the game that they played. And on the pleasure, what's your pleasure on that one? 275 and 300. That beautiful bronze at 275 and 300. Probably cost 2,000 in a gallery. It's a beautiful walnut base, got the name plaque on it. I 275 and now 300. I 275 and 3, a beautiful sculpture. 300, I would. 3.25, I wish I was out there. I 300 now 3.25. I 300 now 3.25. 300 3.25. What a buy. I 300 now 3.25. Fabulous bronze sculpture. 3.25 and 3.5. I 300 3.5, yes, and 375. Probably 2,000 in the store. I 375 and 400. 400 now 4.25. I 400 4.25. Fabulous thing. 400 once, twice is on the floor. 400 selling. Any more? All in all, then $400. Yours. Great buy. 400 to 125. 125 buys. What's next? Oh, another blanket. A 1920s Pueblo weaving blanket is 72 by 56 inches. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this nice woven blanket in with the blue birds, woven blue birds in dark and light blue? 75 by 56 inches. Any interest in this piece? Interest in that blanket? Chris is holding right now. Thanks, Chris. Look at the workmanship in this. Interest in the blanket. Maybe we have, what, a couple $100 to set it in. 200, where's it? 200, that nice early blanket. No interest in the blanket? 200 I have, and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. It's all unreserved. I have 200 now, 2.25. That beautiful blanket at only 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2.25. Any more? 2.25 on the floor. I would too. 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5 and 75. And 75 is a nice early piece. I have 2.5 now, 275. At 250 is at Emily, and 275 it should be everywhere. I have 250 and 275. Any more? Once, twice, and 250 Emily. Next we have 5 Native American pottery jars by all different women artists. And they're all, most of them are signed with the names, and on that, what's your pleasure on all 5 of those beautiful pieces of native pottery by women artists? 175 and 200, and 175 and 2, and 175 and 2 should be everywhere, and 175 and 2. These are all hand done. 200 I have on the floor, and 2.25. 200 now, 2.25 for all 5 of these. They're all signed by Native American female artists. 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5. We paid for 1, the rest are free. I have 2.25, 2.5, seriously, 2.5, 275, 75, 300. I 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, way under the money. At 275 and 300, going to sell it. Got to move on. 300, thank you, and 3.25. I 300, 3.25. That's a great buy. I 300 now 3.25. 300 once, twice. That big one costs more than that. I 300 now 3.25. 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5. Still a great buy. I 3.25, 3.5 anymore. Last call at 3.5. I don't blame you. 3.5 and now 375. I 350 is on the floor and selling. 3.5 once, 3.5 twice, 375 if you want it. It's on the floor with a lady. 375 and 400 and 400. Only hurts for a minute. He still only paid for this one. The rest are free. I 375 and now 400. I 375 with you, Emily. 400's on the floor with a lady. I 400 now 4.25. At 400 once, twice, and more. Sold 400. What's your number, dear? What's your number? 126, 400. See, if you bid more, I'd have your number. No, I'd have it memorized. There's plenty to go. Here we go. Oh, look at these. Boy, these are sought after. 2 small display cases of Native American arrowheads and pottery fragments found in the Verger Ranch, Utah. They were all found in the edge of the Canyon Ranch in Utah in 1981 in a wheat field. What's your pleasure on these? 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 and all the great arrowheads. I 375 and 400, 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter. That's a lot of great arrowheads. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 475. There's some great flint ones here. 4 and a half and 475. 75, 500, 500, 550. I have 500 now, 550. 500 once, twice, and for 550. All in all done at 500, 550 if you want it. Any more? It's $500 then. Online bidder with Carol. And now another collection, another nice collection right here of native spears, flints, fossils, and glyphs. Look at this early fossil right here. Another one here. And some spearheads and flint heads. What's your pleasure on all that one? 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. This is much better than that. This is an early fossil. Oh, it's a bird. Yeah, petroglyph. Huh. Anyway, where are we? 80, now 90. 80, now 90. That early collection right there. Early 80 and 90. No money for that. That should be in a museum. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Any more? Going to sell it at only $80 for all that stuff. Any more? Going to go once, twice, and it's $80 then. We got to move on. We got a lot to sell. Next we have a circa 1890 rawhide drum with wood frame, possibly ghost dance. This comes from a major, this is a period piece from a major collection from Washington State. And what's your pleasure on this one here? Here we have, what, a couple $1,000 and set it in. 2,000, where's the bid? 2,000. 1,500. 1,500. Notice this piece? Once, twice, and notice it all. Then it shall be put back to Washington State. Next we have this lovely Navajo Yebache rug with six corn people. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 275 and now 300. I 275 and 3. I 275 on the rug and 275, 300 I have in the back and 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. I 300. It's 38 by 78 inches. Nice big one. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. In the back at 300 with the gentleman seated at $300 only and 3 and a quarter if you want it. That's a nice rug at 300 once, twice. Any more? What a buy. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half, yes, and 375. It's on the floor at 350 and 375. Gentlemen seated at 350 once, 350 twice. Went for 375. It's 375 and 400 and 400. Thank you for your help, though. I'd like to have you had it. At 375 with Carol, now 400. At 375 once, twice. Went for 400. Any more? 375, Carol. Next we have 3 pieces of early Native American San Juan Pueblo pottery. What's your pleasure in this lot? Early pottery right here. What's your pleasure in this nice grouping? Here we have what? $100 square and set in. Early pottery right here. San Juan Pueblo, New Mexico. These were must have been exhibited in a museum because they've got like museum numbers on them. Anyone for 100? Nobody wants that? Pass away. Next object. We're on 1187, moving right along. 1187, another nice blanket. And Navajo, 3 Grays Hills pattern wearing blanket. And on that right there, it's 83 by 57 inches. And what's your pleasure on that lovely blanket? 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. Beautiful condition, too. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. I have $300 only in 3 and a quarter if you'd like it. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Beautiful colors, nice condition. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 350, 3 and a half, and 75 now. 375 and 400 with 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter at only $400 and 4 and a quarter if you'd like. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Way under the money. You're going to sell it. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter once, 4 and a quarter twice. And for 450, all in, all done at 4 and a quarter with Carol now. Carol, 4 and a quarter then. Here's a beautiful piece right here. Native American blackware seed pot. A blackware seed pot. And right here, you put the seeds in it, and you put it out like that. And what's your pleasure on that bird form seed pot? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. It's much better than that. I have 50 and 60, 60, thank you, and 70. I have 60s on the floor, now 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. Gonna go. Beautiful piece of pottery. Any more than $60? Yours, $60, 125. If you want something really early, like at the beginning of America, here's a Native American grindstone and grinder. They were found in the ground, of course, years ago. And what's your pleasure on this? This is ancient stuff. And he went for $100. And he went for $100, that early grindstone with the grinder. It's how much? 50, yeah, well, it's here to be sold, 50 and 60. I have 60 and 70, 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now quarter on this ancient thing. $100 on the floor to the gentleman, right. Once, twice, $100, number 140. $100, that's a nice thing. Imagine all the food that was made on that. Ground corn. Here we go, another great piece. How come you keep getting the heavy stuff? You're strong. Here we go, this lovely pottery standing Navajo woman holding a bowl gathered by a bone bead signed and by Lynn Hone, Laguna Pueblo, New Mexico. Look at this beautiful sculpture right here. Oh, yeah, in the hair. What's your pleasure now? How much? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 150 is on the floor, 175. At 150 and 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175. Reasonable. We just sold a basket like that, 175 and 200 is exquisite quality. 175 and 200. At 175 and 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 with the gentleman seated, now 2 1/4. Reasonable. I have 200 and 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. I have 250 and 275. Beautiful sculpture. I can't imagine what it costs new. I have 250s on the floor and selling once, selling twice, and for 275. 250, 122. Next we have, here's a rare piece right here. This is a rare native Maine woven ladies' hat, a 19th century ladies' hat. Look at the workmanship in here. Look at the back of this thing. It's probably Passamaquoddy. We're not sure. But, boy, that would have been great in the exhibit they had of Maine basketry in Farnsworth a few months ago. May I have what? $300 where? 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/2 here and 275. All over the place. 300s on the floor. I have 300 with the gentleman seated. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. It's on the 375. 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. 4 1/4. 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. 500 on the floor and 550. 550 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 with the gentleman seated at 600 and 650. That rare basket hat. Once, twice, and 600. The number 128. 600, 128. Next we have some more great native Maine baskets. Look at these. These are all from the same family. And on these right here, these are beautiful handmade baskets in lovely condition. What's your pleasure? I had 300, now 4 1/4, even better. 4 1/2, 475, 75, 500. I have 475 now 500. I have 475 and now 475 and 500. At 475 anymore? All in all done at 475, 500. It's 475, Carol. Next we have a Navajo sand painting by Wallace Watchman, Sheep Springs, Tahachi, New Mexico. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 100 I have. Who has that? Is that handy? No? 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. This is a sand painting. In other words, all those things are all done with little pieces of colored sand at $100 only. 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 1/4. All in all done at $100. Don't worry, sir. I got 100, 100 1/4. Sold $100. Next, we have two more native Maine Passamaquoddy baskets. One signed Teresa Gardner of Perry, Maine. Perry, Maine. Look at this beautiful footed basket. Can you imagine the workmanship in these? What's your pleasure on this one? How much, dear? 275 and now 300. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At only 275 and 3 for both of these. At 275 and 300. Any more? 275 once, twice, and for 300. Carol, 275. Next we have more baskets. 2 Native American baskets right there. These are Passamaquoddy. Passamaquoddy. What's your pleasure on these, man? $300 instead of $300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. 3 I have Carol. You at 3 1/4. Need 3 1/2, Carol. I 3 1/2. 375. No. I 3 1/2. The empty bidder is out. It's with Carol at 350 and now 375. This one's signed. This one's signed by the maker. I 3 1/2 now 375. 350 once, twice from 375. Carol 350. Next we have another Navajo sand painting by Jay Yazzie, Arizona. And that one right there, 20 by 20 inches. These are so hard to do. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100, that beautiful sand paint. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? Any more? Oh, there we go. Any more than $100? Got all the writing on the back, who did it and everything else. Any more? $100 then. Okay, next we go to. Here we go, some great baskets right here. 3 native baskets right here in splint. One is handle says is signed by Joe Knockwood of Kingfield, Maine. And on that right there. And one is Chief Greg McEwen of Bear River. And on what's your pleasure on all those? What's your pleasure on those? I had 300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on the floor and 375 and 400 with a lady and 4 1/4 and a half and 75 and 500. No, I 475 with Jen and now 500. Those are great baskets at 475 and 500. Gonna go. Any more? Any more? Floor is out. With Jen. 475, Jen. Somebody's gonna be happy. 123 is the buyer. 475. Next, we have 2 Native American baskets right here. And on the Native American baskets right here, what's your pleasure on these? I had 300 again on the floor and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and a half. Same lady, 375, 400, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. They out? I have 4 1/4 with Jen, now 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 with Jen at 4 1/4. Everyone else is out. 4 1/4 Jen.
1, 2, 3.
Same buyer. Got it. Next we go to Eddie Foster, Navajo, Shiprock, New Mexico. Ye's Navajo traditional sand art, and I had 250 and 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and now 300 I have with Carol and 3 1/4. I 300, 3 1/4. Lovely piece right there. At 300 now 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4. Any more? All in? All done. At 300, 3 1/4. Carol 300. Next, we have 2 more good baskets. Look at this. One is in the form of a water pitcher. Oh, they're miniatures. Even better. Boy, these are early. Beautiful patina on these. So wonderful native Maine baskets here. They're all same collection. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/2 and 175. Yes, and 200 and 200. These are 19th century baskets. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, and 2 1/4 he said, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Any more? Down front, gentlemen seated. Sold. 2 1/4, number 140. 2 1/4 to 140. Those are great little baskets. Next we have 2 vintage miniature Maine baskets, both Passamaquoddy from Perry, Maine, and by Teresa Gardner and Clara Keyser are the makers. And we have 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 75 and 300 and 275 and 300. At 275 now 3. At 275, 300 I have with Carol now. Everyone else is out. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 with Carol and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2. Carol 3 1/4. Next we have a wonderful piece right here. This is a print after the painting by Carl Bodmer. He did the Native American pieces right here, and it's in a wonderful black lacquered Eastlake frame. And on that right there, on the Bodmer, it has a sheet on the back that tells about the artist and the image. May we have what? 150 I have, and 175. I have 150, 175. That's a fabulous thing. I have 150 now, 175. At 150 only, and 175 if you'd like it. 175 and 200 at 175 and now 2 at 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Love the frame on this. At 175 and 2. It's signed right here by Bodmer. At 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, in for 200 in that incredible East Lake frame. Any more? 175 it is, Carol. Moving on. Hey, look at that basket. Here's another good one. A vintage Penobscot sewing basket with cover. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe $100 and set it in. $100 where? 60, I have it now 70. 70, now 80. 80, now 80, now 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100 in that beautiful mixed multicolored sewing basket at $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, any more. With Carol at 100 now. Carol 100. Next, we have 3 more native baskets right here. On these right here, another nice group of Maine baskets. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Can you imagine trying to wait? This is a nice early one right here. Ash Flint. What's that? Oh, this one's signed too. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. 60 now 70. Quickly. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. No money for these. I have 70 now 80. This one's signed, and this is an early one here. 70 now 80. Any more? 70 once, 70 twice. I went for $80. Sold 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 with Carol. Quickly. We got to sell this stuff. I have 80 now 90. No money for these. Should bring in 300. I have 80 now 90. Any more? Sold $80. Next we have, oh, these are lovely. 2 portraits of Native Americans by Charles Bird King, 1837. On the early Charles Bird King hand-colored images. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have a couple $100 set them in. 200 wares for $2. $100 where? They're here to be sold. And they went for $100. Nobody wants those? Once, twice, and any more? Pass it away. Next item we go to. 2 more nice baskets right here. Maine Passamaquoddy covered baskets. And on these right here, what's your pleasure on these? Look at this nice one right here. How much there? 60. I have now 70. I have 60 now 70, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80 now 90, 80 now 90. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100, 90 now 100. 100 I have. Oh, this one's got claws or teeth or something hanging off it. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 175. I 150 now 175. I 150 now 175. Any more? That's a nice basket right there. I 150, 175 and 200. I 175 need 2. I 175 need 2 if you like it. 175 once, 175 twice with Emily on live auctioneers at 175. Any more? Emily 175. Live auctioneers buys. Next we go to a collection of 5 Maine native Wabanaki and Passamaquoddy sweetgrass baskets. And what's your pleasure on the whole group? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. No money for these. I have 80 now 90 anymore. All in, all done at $80. 90 if you 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Think about it. That's no money for these sweetgrass baskets. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. They look like they're in decent shape too. They're on good. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. They are 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? At 1 a quarter for 5 baskets at 1 a quarter. Any more? Any more? 1 a quarter it is. Next we go to, oh, these are lovely. Elizabeth Luttrell, Montana, California. Portrait of Native American children. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. Isn't that sweet little pictures? I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, all the information's on the back. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, I went for 275. Any more? Any more? 250 it is. Carol. Got it. Next we go to, oh, look at a nice one right here. A native 1920s Maine Passamaquoddy wastebasket. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. I have 150 now 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. Any more? All in, all done. At 150, 175, and 200. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. It's in great shape. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. With Emily at 200 now. Any more? Sold. Emily, 200. 200 live auctioneers. Next, we go to 3 native baskets right here. Oh, look at this sewing basket. They have these woven sides here to put your little sewing pieces in. And another one here. And what's your pleasure on all these? 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for these. 60 now 70, of course. That's 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. Is that vodka? I have 70 now 80. At 70 now 80. Is that 70 now 80? 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. This one here is worth about 100 and a half. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, and for 100. All in all done at only $80. Look at the colors on this one. I have 80 now 90. And that nice little purse. 80 now 90. Any more? Sold $80 then. Online bidder. Some great baskets here. Here we go. Elizabeth Locre again. And on this, a double 2 portraits in separate frames. What's your pleasure on these? 175 and 200. I 175 and 2 for the pair. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2. And 175 and 2. Any more? All in all then. 175 for the 2 of those lovely little paintings. Any more? It's 175 then. One bid. Here we go. 2 more native baskets right here. Oh, look at the workmanship on this. Look at the workmanship in this basket. What's your pleasure in this? Clean. How much? 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80. This one's signed too. 90 now. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 100 now 1 a quarter. Any more? All in, all done at only $100 on those beautiful baskets. Any more than $100? They're $100 then. Live auctioneers, guys. Those guys. Thank you. Next we have. Next we have. What do we have here? 12, 13. Oh yeah, 12, 13. Sorry, I didn't move my thing up. We have 3 paintings. We have 3 paintings. Yep. Well. Oh, sorry. How did I skipped one? Oh, sorry. Yep. Here we go. 2 miniature baskets. There we go. What's your pleasure on these? We have $100 set it in. 50, I have 60 now. 60, 60, 70, 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more? On those little miniature baskets at only $80.90 if you like them. With Jen at $80 to absentee bid. At 80 once, twice, and with 90, Jen, $80. 310. Here we go. Now the portraits. Oop. Here we go. 3 portraits by Elizabeth Lotchery. And what's your pleasure on the 3 of those? 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Lovely original paintings. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. These are on wooden panels. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. 1 a quarter once, 1 a quarter twice. And with 150. So 1 a quarter. Next we have, look at a nest of Maine Wabanaki baskets in ovals. 4 oval Wabanaki baskets. What's your pleasure in those? In woven sweetgrass. What's your pleasure in a lovely collection right there? 70 I have now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. At 70 and 80 and 70 80 anymore. Way under the money. At 70 once, 70 twice. 80 now 90. 80 now 90. These are all hand woven Wabanaki baskets. Oh, they smell good too. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. At only $100 for 4 graduated baskets. Any more? It's $100 then. Emily. Live auctioneers buys. Some great buys here today. All this stuff's unreserved. Native American sewing basket with accoutrements. And this one has all kinds of stuff with it. It has a pin holder. Another little case here. Oh, a thimble holder with a silver thimble in it. And all kinds of little sewing stuff. There's a scissor case with scissors, of course. Another thimble. What's your pleasure in all this group? How much? 60, now 70, 70 now 80, 70 now 80, and 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Should be everywhere. That's a nice group of stuff. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Those little thimble cases are so hard to find. I have 100 a quarter, now 100 and a half, 100 a quarter once, twice, and for 150. Any more? 1 a quarter it is. Online bidder. All right, moving on. We're out of baskets. I think. No, we got one. Oh, look at that painting. That's all right. Put it. That's all right. Put it right here. Put it right here. We have a painting by Robert Chi, Arizona. Plains Indians War Party crossing the desert on horses. What's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure on this painting right here? It's 27.5 by 51.5. And what's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $500 and set it in. $500, an amazing painting at only $500 weighing five. $300 then on that amazing original painting by Robert Chi, Arizona. Anyone for $300? Nobody wants that lovely painting for $300. Pass it away. Next object. We got to move on. We've got two more miniature baskets from that same family. These are real miniatures. Look at the workmanship in these little miniatures. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have $50 and set them in. 30. I have now 40. I have 30 and 40 and 30 and 40. Quickly. 30 and 40, 30, 40 for the two of those little miniatures. These are early hand-woven native baskets at $30, $15 a piece. Any more? Sold $30. We're going to move on. On 1219 is a nice coil basket, a Native American lidded coil basket. Look at this one here with dark brown coil basket with dark brown trim and a nice fitted lid. What's your pleasure on that? 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. That's a nice early basket, probably Apache. I have 90, now 100, 90 once, 90 twice. You went for a $100 bill. Any more? Any more? 90 it is. Next we have Archie Black Owl, Cheyenne Chief gouache on blackboard. And on that right there, maybe we have $100 set in. 100 and a quarter, even better. I have 100 and a quarter, 1.5. Lovely painting. 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a quarter once, twice, 1.5 and 175. 1.5, 175. Archie Black Owl is a Cheyenne painter from Oklahoma. I have 1.5 and 175. 150 once, twice, and 175. Any more? Any more? 150 Carol. Next we have a rare Native American basket in a bottle form. This is a very early basket right here. And may we have what? $300 weight, 300. I have 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter. 1 a quarter. 1.5. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 need 2. At 175 need 2. 175 need 2. 200 with Sylvia and 200 quarter. I have 200 now, 200 quarter in that rare basket. I have 200 now, 200 quarter. It's with Sylvia at 200 now and 200 quarter anymore. 200 once, twice, and for 200 quarter. Sylvia, $200. Online bidder. Next we have two Native American baskets. Two more Native American baskets. Look at this one right here. Boy, this is a beauty with a brown trim and reticulated right here. What's your pleasure on these? How much? 50. 50. I have 100 on the floor, now a quarter. 1 a quarter, 1.5, 175. I have 150 on the 175 with Sylvia now 200. I have 175 and now 2. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. They're lovely baskets at only 175 and 200 with Sylvia at 175. Any more? Sylvia. Got another good one. 175, yep. Next we have, these are called vintage Skookum Native American dolls. These are from the 1920s and 30s. Very, very collectible, and they're nice shape. What's your pleasure in these? 50 I have, and 60 now, 60 and 70, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. We used to get $300 a piece for these years ago. I have $80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100. Any more? Last call. $90 for all of them. That whole family. Any more? It's $90, 100 in time, and now a quarter. I have 100 now, 100 a quarter. They're in nice shape, too. They're 100 now, 100 a quarter. The faces are pottery. I have 100 now, a quarter. Look at the fabric on these, too. I have 100 now, 100 a quarter. They look like they're wrapped in Pendleton blankets. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 a quarter, sold $100. Online bidder. Next, we have another vintage Native American lidded basket right here, a little tiny one with orange and green, or it used to be red and green, I guess. And on that right there, where we have what? $50 I have and 60 now. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. I have 60 once, 60 twice, and went for $70. Any more than $60. It's $60 then. Online bidder. Next, we have another basket, a Pumo basketry bowl, circa 1900 from California. And I have $70, now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 90 now 100 on that Pumo basket. I have 90 now 100, and 90 now 100 once, twice, anyone for 100, $90 online. Next we have two miniature Kachinka dolls by Albergi Francisco Hernandez Cruz. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? Oh, look at this little rabbit. He's cute, yeah. What's your pleasure on these? Hey, we have $100 to set them in. $100 where? Set them at $100. $50. $50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60. They'll be good company with your other one. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? I have 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. 70's on the floor, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Quickly, I have 70 once, twice, anyone for $80. On the floor at $70 is selling. Sold $70 to $129. Is that right? $70, $129 buys. Next we go to a large, early coil-built Native American tray. Look at this rare piece right here. Oh, yeah, that's an early one, too. Beautiful color. Beautiful color. Show on the back. There we go. And on that right there, may I have what? 300. We have to open at 300. She has multiple bid, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 anymore. With Emily on live auctioneers at 3 1/4 in that rare coil basket. Any more? 3 1/4. Next we have, here's a good one. Early Native American Northeast birch bark bag. A Mohawk creel from the early 20th century with quillwork decoration. I want to look at that. I didn't get a chance to see that. Oh, that's superb. This is all quillwork decoration. It's all hand-stitched. And on that right there, what's your pleasure with the original silk lining? $275 and $300. At $275 and $3. Thank you, buddy. At $275 and $300. At $275 and $3. $275 and $3. That's a rare piece. Should be much more. I'm going to sell it. It's a 19th century piece of birch bark covered box. At $275 once. $300 and 3 1/4. I have $300 now 3 1/4. Pay attention to this. This is a really good one. I have $300 now 3 1/4. It goes that way. I have $300 now 3 1/4. $300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. Sold $300 then. Great Native American things here. Two carved and painted Hopi Kachina doll figures. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those Kachina? How much? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. This is signed by the artist on the bottom. I have $50 only and 60 if you want it. They're both signed. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. These cost a bomb in this out west. I have 70 now 80 for the two. At 70 once, twice, and for $80. Any more? $70 it is. Online with Sylvia. Next we have, we're back into some great jewelry. Here we go. A lot of interest in this piece right here, and as there should be. This bracelet, the horse is like solid with an oval cabochon set onyx pair of earrings and the fabulous necklace, and the horse on this one is almost solid all the way through. And on that, what's your pleasure? $550. I have in $600. I have $550 and $600. $550 and $600. It's by Glenn Sandoval. I have only $550 and $600 in that entire suite, the bracelet, the necklace, and the earrings at $550 and $600. Do we have $575? We have $575. Any more? $550 once, twice, and for $575. It's sold for $550 then. More great jewelry coming up. Here's another great one. Sunshine Reeves is the maker. Native American cuff bracelet. It's signed Sunshine Reeves with beautiful turquoise inlays. What's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on the bracelet. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. That lovely piece of Navajo jewelry. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 is 3 1/4 then. Next we have another great necklace right here. Look at this one. Native American silver bead and turquoise necklace. It's perfect on you.
Thank you.
Yes. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure? 850, now 900, 900, 950, now 1,000. 1,000. I have 950, need 1,000. At 950, need 1,000. I have now 1,100. I have 1,000. He does not go with the necklace. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,100, now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. 1,112 in that. 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13. At 12 and 13. Take it off, put it over here. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,300 I have in 14s. One of the rarer pieces today. I have 13, now 1,400. I have 1,300, 1,400. Incredible work. 22 inches light. 14 I have in 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500. At 1,400 and 1,500. You know, sometimes they made these out of silver coins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're so. 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,516. I have 1,500 and 1,600 if you'd like it. At 1,500 once, 1,500 twice, and 1,600. All in, all done. At 1,500. Who has that? Sylvia's at 1,500. Any advance of 1,500? Sylvia, your player, 1,500. Next we have three-piece Native American Navajo silver jewelry set. Another squash blossom, a bracelet with a bear claw. It's all bear claw pattern. The necklace, the bracelet, and the other bracelet, all in the bear claw pattern with the silver turquoise beads. What's your pleasure in that? 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. Lovely set. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter, and only 400 and 4 and a quarter. For the squash blossom necklace, the bracelet, and the other bracelet, I have only 400 and 4 and a quarter. 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter. Any more? Well, good. We are 400 then. Online bidder with Carol. Next we have two Native American Zuni silver and turquoise brooches. And on this right there, which a pleasure on the Zuni pieces. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175, 175 and 200. 200 I have with Carol, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 Carol, and 2 and a quarter on the Zuni pieces. At 200, 2 and a quarter, 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. Any more? 2 and a quarter with Emily, and 2 and a half now. 2 and a half with Carol, and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, all good condition. I have 250 and 275. Any more? At 250, 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. Any more? Any more? Who has the 275? Emily's at 275. Any advance at 300. Emily, 275. 1235. We're moving right along. 1235. Another great bracelet right here. Vintage Navajo sterling silver cuff bracelet. Is signed by Jerry Bahi. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At only 1 and a quarter, that beautiful turquoise inlaid bracelet. 1 and a half, of course, at 175 and 200. At 175 and 2 should be everywhere. At 175 and 200, a known maker. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more? All in, all done. At 175 and 200, I have in 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? Last call at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. All in, all done. It's 2 and a quarter then. Next we have 3 nice turquoise beaded necklaces on right here. This one, the boulders, this one's all cut with silver inlays, and this one is all oval faceted beads. And what's your pleasure on that? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. This is all graduated cut circles in turquoise with silver. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. Any more? All in, all done. 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a quarter once, twice, and with the 350. And he advanced to 350 with Carol at 3 and a quarter on her site. Anymore. 3 and a quarter, Carol. Next we have, this is nice. 2 Native American silver and malachite jewelry. A bracelet and a ring. On that, what lovely pieces right there. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. Look at that great piece of green malachite. one a quarter, one and a half, one and a half, and 175, 150 now 175. At 150 and 175, those are beautifully made. 175 and 200, 200 and two and a quarter. I have $200 only in two and a quarter. Wow. At only 200 and two and a quarter, gonna go. It's all unreserved. Two and a quarter and two and a half. I have two and a quarter, two and a half, and two and a quarter, two and a half. At two and a quarter, two and a half anymore. Two and a quarter, two and a half, and 250 and 275 now. At 250 and 275, lovely jewelry. Cost a fortune in the store. I have 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. Last call. Any more? 250 Carol. Next we have, oh, look at this. 2 Native American silver malachite jewelry. Look at this beaded necklace in malachite graduated with handmade silver spacers in sterling with the matching earrings. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now one and a quarter. I 100, now one and a quarter, 100, one and a quarter. Should be much more than that. That's a beautiful early necklace. All hand carved balls of malachite with the sterling silver spacers, and may have 100. Now one and a quarter, one and a quarter, one and a half. One and a half and 175. I 150 is no money for that. I 150 now 175. I 150, 175, 150 and 70 should be bringing $400. I 150 now 175. Good Carol at 150. Nice buy on that. Any more? 150 it is, Carol. And here we go. Next we have a Sarah Clay, Native American Navajo sterling silver and jade jewelry. And what's your pleasure on this? May have $500 and set it in. 450 have and 475, 475, 500, 550, 600, 650. No, I have 600 now, 650. With Carol is 600 and 650 on that signed Sarah Clay jewelry, Navajo sterling and jade. I have $600 only in 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650. Any more? It's $600. Carol. Oh, this is a sweet necklace right here. Look at this. Silver link necklace with bear charms, and they're all inlaid with the multicolored stones and turquoise, lapis, and so on and so forth. What's your pleasure on this one? One and a quarter and one and a half. I one and a quarter, one and a half, and one and a quarter, one and a half. At one and a quarter, one and a half, one and a quarter, one and a half. Any more? All in, all one and a half and 175. These are I think these charms are Hopi. I 1.5 now 175. I 150 and 175. Look at the workmanship. I 150, 175. Any more? 150 once, twice. Going to sell it. It's 150. 150 online. Yep. Next we have 2 Native American Navajo silver and agate bracelet and ring. Agate bracelet and ring, and beautiful, beautiful agate right there. Let me just see that a second. Oh yeah, look at that figured moss agate. And what's your pleasure on that? 60. How much? 60, and now 70. I have 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 80, now 90, 90, now 100. And 100, now quarter, one and a quarter, one and a half, and 175, and 200. I 175, and 200, and two and a quarter. No money for this. I have 200, now two and a quarter. Silver and agate. I have 200, now two and a quarter. I have 200 with Carol and two and a quarter. Bargain time. I have 200, now two and a quarter. At 200 once, twice, and for two and a quarter. All in, all done at $200. Looks like we are, Carol. Online bidder, 200. Next we have 3 pairs of Native American sterling silver earrings with the dancing figures. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now, 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. And those 3 pairs. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 anymore at only $70. This pair right here matches one of the necklaces we sold. I have 70 now 80. Any more than $70? All in, all done, $70. All those handcrafted Native American earrings at 70 now 80. 70 it is. $12.43. 4 Native American cuff bracelets. 2 of them or 3 of them have stones. What's your pleasure on those? $375 and now $400. At $375 and now 4 for all 4 bracelets. At $375 and $400. At $375 and 4 and $375 and 4. Any more? $375 once, twice with Carol all the way at $375 and $400. Any more? $375. Next week. Oh, here's a beauty right here. This is by Mitchell Sukima. Hopi silver necklace. Look at this beautiful necklace right here. Oh, yeah, with that lovely engraved design. May I have what? $500 where? 4 and a quarter and half and 75 and 500. No. I have 475 with Carol, now 500. I have 475 and 500 and 550. I have $500 only and 550. A great necklace. I have 500 now, 550 by that artist. I have 500 now, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 with Carol at 550 and 600, 600 and 650. Still into the money. I have 600 now, 650. At 600 now, 650 and 600, 650. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. At 650 and 700. Any more? All in all done. 650 once, 650 twice. Aim for 700 with Carol all the way now. Any more? Carol 700. Almost sold it. 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750. And 750 and 800. And Ben, you don't have to bring the heads up. 750 and 800. I have 750 now, 800. With Carol at 750, correct? With Carol at 750 once. With Carol at 750 twice. Anyone for 800? Carol 750. Online bidder. Next we have 2 pieces of Native American jewelry, sterling silver with turquoise, a lovely handmade pendant and bracelet with a lot of turquoise on it. What's your pledge on this one? 150, a big heavy bracelet with beautiful colored turquoise. 150, now 175, and 150, 175. At 150, 175, no money. 175, of course, and 200. 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. I have 275 and 300, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Any more? At 300 once. At 300 twice, aims for 3 and a quarter. All in all, at $300. We are $300. Beautiful things. Hey, there's the same dancers. We just sold a whole bunch of the earrings that match this. And these are by Milson Taylor, Native American sterling silver, Kokopili jewelry. That's what those other ones were. We didn't know it. And what's your pleasure on these? How much? 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for these. I have 50 and 60. By Milson Taylor, Native 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, 80, now 90, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, under the money. At 90, now 100, all unreserved. At 90 once, 90 twice, and 100, of course, now 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 150. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half if you want it. At 1 a quarter, once, twice, and 150. 150 and 175. 175, 200. I have 175, now 2. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. With Carol at 175, 200 with Carol. Any advance at 200. Any advance at 200, we're at 200 with Carol online. Any more? Once, twice, and sold Carol 200. Next we have 3 Native American sterling silver rings. One has a beautiful piece of turquoise. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now, 60 and 70. I have 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. No brainer on that one. 70, now 80, 70, now 80. I'm going to sell it at only $70 for those beautiful rings. It's $70. This one here is fabulous. A beautiful piece of turquoise. I have 70, now 80. Any more? All in all, that is $70. Once, twice, and sold. $70. Online bidder. That's a nice buy on those. Oh, look at this bracelet here. Cecil Ashley. Native American Navajo bracelet with multi-inlaid center cartouche. What's your pleasure in that one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. This is a great bracelet. This should be everywhere. I have 250 and 275. It's all incised silver. I have 250 and 275. It's signed 275, 300, now 3 and a quarter. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and 3 and a quarter, of course, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, of course, and 375. That's a fabulous bracelet. I have 3 and a half, now 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 4. I started at 500. I'm going to sell it at 375 and 400. That fabulous bracelet by 400 by Cecil Ashley, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, at 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Look at the workmanship. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, at 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 75 and 75. I have 450 now, 475. 475 and 500. We have 475 and now 5. At 475 once, 475 twice. Don't lose it. And all in, all done at 475 with Emily all the way now. And 500 if you want that fabulous bracelet. Any more? Emily, 475. And here we go. Another Native American silver and turquoise necklace. Handmade 4-strand sterling silver necklace, 22 inches long. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful silver work at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Remember, this is all handcrafted jewelry. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 with Carol selling. 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. It's 150 in time with Carol, and 175 with Carol. 200 now. And would you like 200, anyone? At 175 with Carol, I'm going to sell. 175, 200, and 2 1/4. 200 with Emily now. 2 1/4 with Carol, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. 250 with Emily and 275. We have 250 with Emily and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's Emily, 250 then. And live auctioneers buys that one. Oop, shit. And now we have two lovely silver cuff bracelets, and one of them is by W. Tracy, and on those right there, which a pleasure. On this 80 and now 90. Of 80 now 90, 80, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter, quarter and a half. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful pair of bracelets, two bracelets. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All hand chased in beautiful condition. 1 1/2 and 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2 for the 2. At only 175 and 200. At 175 once, 175 twice, and 200 if you want that. Nice two bracelets. And even for 200. Carol, 175. And now I want 1251 is coming up next. 1251 is going to be, right? Ooh, where is it? Here we go. Hey, look at this. A Native American Navajo sterling silver double eagle brooch. And what's your pleasure in this? A couple $100 where? How much? 275 and 300. At 275 and 3, at 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore? Last call at 275 and 300 if you'd like it. Online with Carol at 275. Everyone else is out with Carol at 275 anymore? Carol, 275 then. Next we have a nice strand of Native American turquoise chip beads on that right there. 22 inches long. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, I have in 60 now. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. Any more than $60? Any advance is $60. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. It's all silver in the back of this thing. I have 70 now 80. It's all mounted with silver. I have 70 now 80. Any more? Last call is $70. Once, twice, and 80 in time, and now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice. In for $90? 90 and now 100. 90 now 100. A nice old necklace. And 90 now 100. 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100. Any more? Carol, $90. Next we have a Native American Navajo Arts and Crafts Guild silver cuff bracelet. Look at this one right here. It looks like it's made to look like the rope is woven through the silver bracelet. The design is woven through the bracelet. And maybe we have what? $300 where? $950. I like that better. I have $950 and now $1,000. I have $950 now $1,000. $950 now $1,000 if you want it. With Emily all the way at $950 and $1,000. And $950 once, twice in for a $1,000 bill. Any more? Emily, $950. Next we have two Caroline Pollock Relio's Native American silver pendants. What's your pleasure on those? One of them is all multicolored inlaid turquoise. The other one is black onyx cabochon. What's your pleasure on those? 90, I have now 100. I have 90 now 100 on two of those beautiful pendants. At 90 now 100, 90 now 100. No money. I have 90 now 100. 100 I have on the floor and 1 1/4. I have 100 on the floor and 1 1/4. At 100 once, 100 twice. That's $50 a piece for those beautiful handmade pendants. I have $100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Yours, $100. Number 136. $100, 136. Oh, look at this Zuni bracelet. Wow, this is lovely. A lovely Native American Zuni sterling silver inlaid Thunderbird cuff bracelet circa 1940. And what's your pleasure in that lovely bracelet right there? 250 having 275 at only 250 and 275, and that great Zuni bracelet with Thunderbird 275 and 300. 300 I have in 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25 all over the 3.5 and 375 with Carol at 350 and 375 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and 400 with Carol, and now 4.25. 4.25 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 that lovely Zuni inlaid bracelet. I have 4.25 and 4.5 anymore with Emily at 4.25 on Live Auctioneers. Any advance of 4.25 with Emily once. 4.5 with Carol now, and now 475. Back to you, Em. I have 450 now, 475. I have 450 and 475 anymore. All in, all on at 450 once, 450 twice. Anyone for 475? It's sold 450. 450 online bidder. That's a nice bracelet. The Zunis do incredible stonework. Here's another good piece right here. A vintage silver hollow bead necklace with 5-drop pendants set in turquoise. On that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 60 I have in 70 now. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Should be everywhere. That's a beautiful piece of silverwork. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. All hand chased and set with turquoise. 90 now 100. And 90 once. 90 twice in for a $100 bill. Anyone for $90 on that beautiful necklace? Any more? It's $90 then. It's all unreserved. Oh, look at this bracelet here. Ooh. Here's a beautiful, heavy Native American silver and turquoise cuff bracelet. I like how they did that wave design. And what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. I went 200 and 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. 2.25 and 2.5 should be everywhere. 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275. This is heavy, heavy silver. I have 2.5 and 275. At 250 now 275. At only 250 and 275. Any more? Gonna sell it. At 250 is with you. On the phone at 250 with Kayla, and 275 if you'd like it. Any more than 250 once, twice, and sold to the phone for 250. What's the number? 318 buys. 250, 318. And here we go. Here we go. Native American Hopi silver items. And what's your pleasure on all these this collection right here? What 50 having 60 now. I have 60 and 70. I have 60 now 70. Oh, these are key rings. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Any more than $60? Who has the 60? You have who has 60? Carol? I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70 and more. At 60 once, 60 twice, going for $70. Sold $60. Line bidder. Next we have this Carson Blackcoat Native American Navajo sterling silver cuff with a watch in it. Has a watch in it. And the watch has a Native American face on it, on the dial. What's your pleasure on that rare piece? How much? 50, 60, 70, 70 now 80. I have 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 90 now 100, 90 now 100. It's by Carson Blackcoat. 100 now quarter, 100 quarter, 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5. That's a nice bracelet. The watch works too. I 1.25, 150, 175, 175, 200, 200. I have 170, 200, 2.25. I have 200 only and 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. It's better than that. I have 200, 2.25. Beautiful bracelet with a watch. I have 200, 2.25. Any more? 200 once, twice, any advance. Sold 200. Next we have Roadrunner. Beep beep. And on the Roadrunner sterling silver bracelets, what's your pleasure on those? 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80 on the two Roadrunner brooches. As 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. As 70 once, 70 twice, went for $80. Going once, twice, any more. Road 80 now 90. 80, 90 now 100. And 90 now 100 on the two Roadrunners. 100 I have now quarter. 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1.25. All in all done at $100 is selling. Any more? Sold $100. Live Auctioneers. Next we have another lovely turquoise bracelet. Native American Navajos silver and turquoise cuff bracelet. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have in 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 275. Look at the great turquoise on that one. Open silver work. I have 250 only and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. We all in, all done at 250. Any more? He's reasonable for that one. It's 250 then. Next we have a turquoise stone and Heishi bead necklace right here. Nice early piece of Native American jewelry. Look at the big turquoise stones on this, and all these Heishi, these are all little shell beads carved and made. This must have taken forever to make. It has silver mounts on the back. Silver mounts on the back. What's your pleasure in that lovely necklace right there? 31 inches total length. What's your pleasure? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Way under the money for that one. That's a rare, rare necklace. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have only 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275 should be everywhere. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275. Look at the workmanship. These are all little cut, round Heishi beads, and all that heavy, heavy turquoise stones and silver mounted on the back. We have what? 250. 250, looking for 275. I'm going to sell it. It's all unreserved. At 250 once, twice in for 270, 275 and 300. And that spectacular necklace at 275. Can you imagine that on a black gown? I have 275 and now 300. At 275 once, twice in for 300. We all in, all done. 275, 300 I have and 3 1/4. I 300, 3 1/4. Beautiful piece. The workmanship in this is exquisite. I $300 only. 300 once, 300 twice. In for 3 1/4. Going, gone, 300. Next we have another beautiful Native American silver turquoise cuff bracelet right here. And on that, what's your pleasure? How much? 50 and 60, 60, and now 70. I 60, now 70, now 80, 70, now 80, 70, now 80, and lovely little bracelet. I have only $70, now 80. It's much better than that. It's 70, now 80. Going to sell it. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. I have 80 now 90 anymore. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. That's a beautiful little bracelet. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I like the way they did the fans on either side of the turquoise. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 once. 1 1/4 twice in for 150. It's sold 1 1/4 then. Next we have 2 rings, 2 Native American silver and turquoise rings right here. And on this right here, I have 200 on the floor and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 with Carol at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 250 is on the phone at 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 on the phone at 275. I have 250 once, twice, and for 275 anymore. 250 phone. 318. Next we have, here's a lovely Native American silver and turquoise necklace. Look at this one here. And what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2 in this beautiful turquoise and handcrafted silver necklace, 200 and 2 1/4. Hold it up like that, there we are. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 75, 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, that's a stunning necklace. At 270, 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 with Carol and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/2 with Emily and 375. I 350 and 75, a bargain. I 350 and 75 in that exquisite necklace. I 350 and 75 anymore. At 350 once. At 350 twice. You went for 375. Everyone else is out. It's 350 then. Live Auctioneers grabs that one. Next we have another grouping of native silver jewelry. This has got a necklace, a pair of earrings, and a wonderful brooch. Wonderful brooch. The brooch almost looks like an Alexander Calder design. And what's your pleasure on all this silver? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Where's the brooch? At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Oh, here it is. It's right on here. Sorry, Al. It's 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice for all of it. 1 1/2 and 175. 175 and 200. That's a nice group. At 175 and 200 I have and 2 1/4 now. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. We all in, all done. At 2 1/4. Looks like we are anymore. 2 1/4. Online bidder. Next we have, look at this one. This is by 2 pieces by Felix Joe Navajo Jewelry Silversmith. And on that right there, we have a pendant and matching necklace in coral and turquoise, which your pleasure knows. 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 75. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, earrings and pendant. At 250 and 275, any more? At 250 once, 250 twice, 1 for 275, any more? It's 250 then. Next we have, here's a good strand of necklace beads right here. A Native American sterling silver hollow bead necklace, graduated silver hollow beads, 19.5 inches long. May have what? $500 wear. 375 and 400 and 4 1/4 and a half and 75 and 5. No, I have 475 with Carol, now 500. I have 475 and 500. Boy, that's a nice strand of beads. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 once, twice, 500 with Carol, back in, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. With Carol at 500, looking for 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and went for 550. All in all, then at $500. Carol, $500 it is. Online bidder. Next, we have 2 bracelets. 2 Native American silver cuff bracelets. One is set with a turquoise, and the other one is got white coral. And what's your pleasure on those? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80 on the nice bracelets. 70, now 80, 70, 80, now 90. And 90, now 100. 90, now 100. No money for these. And 90, now 100. These vintage bracelets. And 90, now 100. All in, all then. What? Oh, 100. I have 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150 now, 175. And 150 is on the floor and 175 if you want it. 150 once, twice, and went for 175. It's 150 to 131. 150 to 131 buys. Next we have Caroline Pollock Rillios, and we have 3 pieces of native jewelry, 3 rings and a pendant in the form of looks like a hawk, or what kind of bird is that? I forget. Anyway, what's your pleasure in this? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. I have $100 now, 100 1/4 if you'd like it. $100 once, twice, and 1 1/4. All in all done at $100, 100 1/4. Any more? I have $100, 100 1/4. Any more? Any more? Where? 100 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 with Carol, now 175. I 150 now, 175. I 150 with Carol, 175. Any more? All in all done, 150, 175. Carol, 150 then. The floor is out. Next, we have a nice strand of turquoise and carnelian beads. Look at this one here. Turquoise and carnelian beads on the Native American necklace with a silver clasp. These are oval, they're oval, round, but oval-shaped beads with carnelian. What's your pleasure on that? Lovely necklace right there. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. Beautiful necklace right there. A lot of work. 100 I have now, quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Just think how great you'll look with that on you. 1 1/2 and 175, 200. At 175 now, 2. And 175 and 2. You don't usually see carnelian and turquoise put together like that. 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 275. Beautiful necklace. 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and in for 275. With Carol at 250. Last call. Sold 250, Carol. Some great native jewelry here, boy. Oh, look at this one here. Ooh. Native American Navajo silver and turquoise cuff bracelet. Beautiful, heavy, heavy pieces of turquoise and heavy silver. What's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 in that great bracelet. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 on that bangle bracelet. 4 1/4, 4 1/2 cuff bracelet rather. I have 4 1/4 only. I have 4 1/4 only. One of the better bracelets at 4 1/4. A nice antique one at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? 4 1/4, Carol. Next we have 4 pieces of Native American jewelry. We have a little owl pin inlaid with turquoise, a pair of earrings, and another cuff bracelet with floral design. This is probably Zuni right here. What's your pleasure on this? 150 I have and 175. I have 150 and 175. It costs 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 immediately and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 270, 275, 300, 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. I have 300 only and 3 1/4 for all of it. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4. Nice group at $300 once, twice, any more. It's $300 then. Next we have a turquoise and Haitian bead necklace right here. Native American crafted 4-strand necklace of turquoise and shell beads, 32 inches long. What's your pleasure on this lovely necklace here? How much? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Look at the workmanship in this. Look at the amount of turquoise in this. And 175 and now 2. All Haitian beads around the back. And 175 and 200. Going to sell. 175 once, twice, and for 200 with Emily at Live Auctioneers at 175. It's sold to Emily, 175. Live Auctioneers buys. On 1275 coming up. 1275. And we are at 3 Native American silver jewelry pieces here, and these are beautiful pieces again. I never seen so much good native jewelry, and all found here in Maine. Can you imagine? From 2 families, I think. And what's your pleasure in this, man? 300 and where? 3 1/4 is even better, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and it was for 350. All in, all done. With Carol anymore. Carol, 3 1/4. Next we have, you guys are doing a great job feeding. Next we have 3 Native American pieces of jewelry. We have a looks like a man's ring with a big piece of turquoise and a pair of earrings and this very heavy cast silver bracelet. What's your pleasure on these? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's better than that. 1 1/2 and 175 and 200 and 200 and 2 1/4. At 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 for all of it. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That's a nice man's ring. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Hardly ever find those. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Sold 2 1/4. Carol. Next we have, this is a sweet little thing. A turquoise stone and bear pendant in turquoise. And what's your pleasure in these? How much? 60, now 70. 60, now 70. 70, now 80. A nice little fetish of a bear. He's mounted with silver. 80, now 90. That's a great piece of turquoise. 100, now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's a great little necklace with that bear. 1 1/2 and 175. At 150, now 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. All in, all done at 150 for that little bear. Any more? Sold 150. Next we have, here's a gem of a sterling bracelet. Look at this one. This is a Native American Southwestern bracelet in silver with a big piece of turquoise in the center. Again, a heavy sterling silver mount. What's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 only and 375. That's a great bracelet. I 350 and 375. At 350 once, 350 twice, and went for 375. That's a superb cuff bracelet, very heavy, great quality turquoise. I 350 anymore? It's 350 then. Next we have another Julian Arviso. Julian Arviso, Native American sterling silver bracelet. What's your pleasure on this one? On this known maker. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Should be everywhere. 90, now 100. 100 now. Do I have 100 with you, Carol? 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and this known maker. 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150 and 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? All in, 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. This is the last of the second run of silver. There's one more towards the end of the sale. And so what do we have, Carol? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. Any more? Carol, 200. Okay, now we're going to other stuff. Here we go. This is a D. Miller Western Landscape bison herd in front of Black Buttes, oil on hardboard, dated and signed and dated 2001 on that right there. Beautiful painting right there. Look at the quality of this painting. It's 22 by 43 overall. And what's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. Look at the quality of that painting. I have 400, 4 1/4. I can't imagine what they paid for that. I have 400 and 4 1/4. Look at the bison. You can almost feel the fur on them. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Geez, that's a nice picture. I have 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4. No money for this. 4 1/2 and 75 and 500 now. I have 475 and 5. Probably cost 3,000 or 4,000 in a gallery. I have 4 1/2, 475. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 once, 500 twice with Carol. Now the floor's out at only $500. That fabulous, exquisite, painted painting. 500 once, twice, any more. Carol, 500. That's a great painting, boy. The minute detail in that. Oh, I love this thing. This was hanging in the great room with all the masks. This is actually carved out of this tree. It has glass eyes, enamel nose, and little fur whiskers. It's so real, lifelike. If you saw it in the dark, you'd think you were going to be attacked. Anyway, on that piece right there, I have a couple $1,000 set in. 1,000 I have, and 11 and 12, 12, all 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 on the floor, 18, 19 on the floor. I have 19 on the floor, and 2,000 and 21. No, I have 2,000 and Carol. The floor is out. It's 2,000 now. That fabulous thing. That's one of my favorite things. I have 2,000 now, 2,100. It's carved by Lona Hamus Smith. And on that 2,100 and 2,200. Look at the quality of that carving. Can you imagine having that on your wall? I would love to own that. At 2,100 with Carol and 2,200. At 2,100 and 2,200. You couldn't get it a face of a bobcat any better than that. The glass eyes. Oh, it even has fur tips on the ears. I mean, it's just amazing. And the paws go down into the wood. Somebody was really, really good at sculpting. What do we have? We have 2,100 with Carol and 22. At 2,100 once. At 2,100 twice. And he went for 2,200, that exquisite piece of carving. Any more? 2,200 and 23. Look at the face on that animal. It's unbelievable. At 2,300 and 2,400. At 23 and 24. Where are you going to ever get another one? This one-of-a-kind American sculpture by that artist. At $2,300 only. 2,300 once. 2,300 twice. Anyone for 2,400? Any more? It's sold 2,300, Carol. Love that piece. Wouldn't mind having that either. Hey, here we go. Oh, we did a little video on these. What happened? You all good? Okay, here we go. On the Fancy Bit and Spurs by E. Garcia, silver and gold and blue steeled. These are absolutely fabulous, never used. And if you wanted a pair of spurs and a parade bit, this is it. I bet you these cost $2,000-3,000 easily. What's your pleasure on these? How much? $275. I can't believe it. And 300, and 3.25. Silver inlay, 3.25 and 3.5. 3.5 and 75. 3.5 and 75. Never used. A 3.5 and 375 and 400. 400 and 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25. Even tassels hanging off there, all inlaid with silver. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400, 4.25. This should be bringing thousands. I have 400 now, 4.25. At only $400 and 4.25. Is somebody manning that or not? What's going on?
So what I'm saying is, Kasia, the only people are hearing you are the people right in front of you. Everyone online, they're waiting for that computer restarts right now.
Okay. Well.
Wait maybe like 30 seconds. They can see the video feed? Okay. Keep going then.
You all good? 4.25 and 4.5. I have only 4.25 and 4.5. Those fabulous spurs and bit at 4.25 once, 4.25 twice. What's that? Oh. 4.25 and 4.5. These are exquisite. We wouldn't work so hard if they weren't worth so much more. I'm going to sell them at 4.25 and 4.5. 4.25 once, 4.5 and 475. At 475, where? These should be bringing a couple of thousand all day long. I have 4.5 once, 4.5 twice, and 475. 475 and 500 and 500. At 475 and 500. These are signed by Garcia. 500 I have, and 550. We paid for one spur. I have 500 now, 550. At $500 only, and 550. Any more than $500. These are spectacular pieces of art. 500 once, 550 and 600 now. I have 550 and 600. Even if you don't have a horse or you're not a cowboy, these are great art pieces. I have 550 and 600. 550 once, 550 twice. We're going to sell it. Any more? It's 550 then. And next we have Brett Smith, contemporary artist, the Flycaster. And on that right there, 18.5 by 22.5 overall size. What's your pleasure on this lovely piece? How much? 50 and now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? All in all then at $50 and 60 if you'd like it. Any more than $50 only. What a nice print for that. 60 and now 70. Oh, it has original fly stamps and original hand-tied fly right here. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. Any more? At only $60 and selling. Any more? $60. Connie, you all set? Next we have knives. Look at these. We have 5 Demku assorted knives and sheaths right here. Zeb did actually a video on our Auction Waves site. And what's your pleasure on these? 550 I have in 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 on all those knives at only 550 and 600. They have all handmade staghorn handles on all those knives. They're all handmade with handmade sheaths. What's your pleasure at 550 and 600? Any more? Any more for the 5 of those at 550 once, twice, 600 in time, 650, 700, 650 and 700. These are all handmade with staghorn handles at 650 and 700, at 650 and 700, any 700 and 750 at 700. Look at this one. It even has the grips. I like this one the best. I have 700 now 750, 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750 for all the group, that 5 handmade knives. Any more? 700 then. Online bidder. Carol got those. Next we have Thomas Mickelson, Reflections of Denali. Look at this piece right here. 27.5 by 58 inches. Look at this lovely piece right here. Beautiful hand-colored photograph. Panoramic view, digital photograph, and I have a couple $100 instead in, 200 I have, now 2 1/4, 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275, no money for that. I have 250 and 275 at 250 once, 250 twice, went for 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. Magnificent photograph. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 3 1/4. The guy's a well-known photographer. I have Thomas D. Mickelson. I have only 300 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Signed and dated 1998. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2. Gonna sell. Once, twice, any more. 3 1/4 it is. Next we have silver belt buckles. 2 custom Alaska stainless steel belt buckles by Don Applegate. This one is stainless steel, and it has the ends of bullets in the middle, and it rotates. This is a fun one. And it has a moose on one side. Oh, they go this way. It has engraved moose in the steel on this one. And this one here is a cowboy. And what's your pleasure on those? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I can't imagine what that costs new. This one has the rotating bullet chamber. I have only 50 and 60. 50 once, 50 twice. Gonna sell them. Anyone for $60. Zeb, that'd make you a good belt buckle, buddy. I have 50 and 60. Any more? Sold. $50 then. Live auctioneers. This is all unreserved. Next, I love this painting. This is by John Lofgreen, a cheetah in dry, tall grass. This is an original painting and done in 2009. 2009. Look at the quality of that cheetah. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100. I have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 75 and 200. I want 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. This is an original oil painting by this artist now. I have 2 1/4 now, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 with Emily all the way and 2 1/2. No money for that. 2.5, thank you, and 275. I like that one too. 275 and 300 you go. And we go 300. His paintings bring a lot. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3 anymore. All done it with Emily at 275 and 300. You sure? I'd love to be there. 300, 3.25. I'll take that off your hands too if you get sick of it. 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 with Emily and 3.5. And that original painting by John Lofgren. Lovely painting. I'm sure they paid over $1,000 easily. I 3.25 with you, Emily, and 3.5. 3.25 once, twice, and went for $350, and it's Emily 3.25. Next we go to another fabulous piece. Where's this? Hello, come up with that. Yep. This was in the same room as and carved by the same person that did that fabulous bobcat in the branch. But look at the quality of this carving. And the feather attaches to the carved pedestal. Glass eyes. You couldn't get any more superb quality. I've never seen actually a carver that was this good. Again, by Lona Hamus Smith. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, 275 I have, and 300. 300 I have, and 3.25, and 3.5. 3.5, 375. 375 where? 375. 375 I have and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Way into the money at 375 and 400. At 375 once, twice, 400. 4.25 I have and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. Should be bringing 2,000 or 3,000. Same artist that did the Bobcat. 4.5 and 475 I have and now 500. I have 475 and 5. Look at the head of that eagle. I have 500 I have and 550. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. If you want something exquisite, one of a kind, this is it. 600 and now 650. Have you, Carol, what do you have? 600 and 650. I have 600 now 650. The feather comes off so it doesn't get damaged when you move it. I have 600 now 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and 650 if you'd like it. Fabulous carving. Any more than $600. Look at the work on that with the glass inset eyes. Whew. Any more? 600 it is then. Next we have knives. Look at these. We have 3 handmade knives right here. Where's the one made out with the jaw? There's one knife missing. Where's the one that made out of a jaw? These are all handmade sheaths with a staghorn handle, and one of them the handle is made out of a jaw. It's really cool. Anyway, on these, what's your pleasure? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. These are made by the knife man, Charles Chuck Bowen. 275, a Cooper Center, Alaska, 300 and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have only 300 now, 3.25. It should bring much, much more. By Chuck Bowen. They're all handmade. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25, 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25 and 3.5, at 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25 once, twice, and for $350 for all 3 of those knives. You got it. Thanks, Zeb. This is the one I wanted to see. It still has the teeth in it. On that jaw, and it's all signed by him, Chuck Bowen, the knife maker. But this is the winner right here. Where are we? 350. It's signed Alaska 2000. It was dated 375 and 400. That one's the money. At 375 and now 4. Worth that just for that one. These are all handmade sheaths. At 375 and now 4. Quickly at 375 and 400. Any more? Sold 375. Zeb did a nice podcast on these knives. If you look at our site, you'll see Auction Waves. This is a Florida photographer, Panorama Florida Beach, large format colored photograph. I think it's by the guy that did one of the mountains. And what's your pleasure on this one? Look at this one. Same caliber and quality as the other one we had, this beach scene. If you can't afford a house on the water in Maine, this is it. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 in that original photograph, nicely framed in a brushed stainless steel frame. I have only $50 and 60 now. You put a little cottage in front of that, and you got oceanfront property. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? All in, $50. Gone, $50. $12.91. $12.91. Oh, look at this one here. This is a Carl Brender's Sudden Encounter Bull Moose 2003 signed photograph. You dropped your glasses, dear. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this lovely one right here? Maybe a $200 wear. 200 way up said 200. $100 wear. Beautifully large photograph. Has all the documents in the back of it, of that moose. It has a suede mat and a distressed wood frame. Can't imagine what that costs. Here's a certificate of authenticity right here that goes with it. And what's your pleasure? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 way up is at 200. It's at 200. No inch that piece? Pass it away then. We'll sell it in a big sale. One of the other sales. Next, we have another good one. John Lofgreen, Grizzly Bear Mountain Glade Oil on Hardboard, signed and dated 2005. Another incredibly detailed painting by John Lofgreen, a fabulous painter of American painter of animals. And on that right there, may I have what? 175, 200, 200 I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375. I 350 on Epstein bid and now 375. Fabulous painting. I 350 once, twice, and for 375. 350 Jen your way. 314 buys. That's good. That's a good one for him. Next we have knives. Assorted knives. We have let's see, a selection of assorted knives, all in sheets. This one's in multicolored wood. Some of these have other handles. This one looks like a figured bird's eye maple handle with staghorn. Another one in the box, right? This is the original box for this one. And what's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. On all those hunting knives, they're all brand new. I have 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. All in, all those nice hunting knives. Any more? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Way under the money for those. At 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 100 once, twice, any more? 1 1/4. Next we have a lovely sculpture right here. Small bronze of bears by Jeannie Richard. Look at that little bear sculpture in bronze. Wow. And heavy bronze. It's almost solid bronze. What's your pleasure in this lovely sculpture of the bears? 275 and 300. I bet you that cost at least 1,500 in the gallery. I 275 and now 300. I 275 and 300. That lovely sculpture of the bears. She's from Aspen, Colorado. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Still way under the money. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and those little bears are 3 1/4, 3 1/2. By Jean Richard, 3 1/2 and 375. At 350 and 375. At 350, it's way under the money. At 350 and 375. Beautiful, heavy bronze. 375 and 400 now. I 375 and 4, and those wonderful little bears. I have 375 and 4. Any more? 375 once, 375 twice. Anyone for 400 on that nice sculpture of the bears. Any more? It's 375 then. Live Auctioneers got a good one there. Next we have a bunch of spurs. Look at these. He collected spurs. And on this spurs right here, on all this collection of spurs, what's your pleasure on these? This one's all silver mounted and signed right here. Yep, this one's signed right here. 1949. I can't quite read it. Can you read that? That one's dated 1949. Mauricio. This one's early silver inlaid one here. More silver inlaid ones here. Those are rare spurs. What's your pleasure? 150 have it. Now 175. 175 and 200. And 175, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, of course, and 275. 275 and 300. Oh, this is by the same guy that did the blue glazed ones. Yep. What's his name? Garcia. This is by Garcia. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Because his had those tassels like that and silver inlay. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Any more? At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on all that collection of spurs at only 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Look at the silver work. Any more? 3 1/4 then. Next. 8 pairs of Western spurs. Look at those. Look at these silver ones here. Are those all silver? Wow. Boy, these are great. They have eagle heads holding the spur, the roller. They're eagle heads holding this. Boy, those are incredible. Here's some bronze with horse head mounts. More silver ones. This one has a woman going across the edge. Another horse head. Blue steel. This is signed Kelly. Oh, that's by that guy too. Look at this one here. Colorado Denver saddlery in silver mounts. Where's a $500 bid on those? 500 where and set them in. 500 where, set them in. What do you got? No. I have 100 now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. 100 now a quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. No money. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 a quarter, 304. 304. Next we have a Nelson set of leather chaps. On the leather chaps, what's your pleasure on these? Nelson, Grand Junction, Colorado. 100 I have, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter, and a nice set of leather chaps. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. 100 once, twice, in for 1 and a quarter, any more. Shh, you guys are talking too much. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. $100 it is. Online bidder. Next we have another great knife. A staghorn handled knife right here in the sheath that Sylvia's got right here. Look at that nice handmade steel blade and a staghorn handle. What's your pleasure on this? 150 and 175. I have 150, 175, and 150, 175 anymore? All in, all done at 150, 175. That's a beautiful knife. These have never been used. 150, 175. It's 150 then. Carol. Online bidder. And moving along to $12.99. $12.99. And on here we have a rare book on American West. The Teton Mountains, the history and tradition of the account of early fur trade trappers and mountaineers. On this rare book, never ever used. What's your pleasure on this? 800 I have, and now 850, now 900, 900, 950. I have 900, now 950 on that rare book, and 900, now 950, and 900, 950, and 1,000. This is a rare, rare book. I have 950 now, $1,000. 950 now, 1,000. And 950 once, twice, and for $1,000 bill. Any more? 950 it is, Carol. That's a rare book. And next we have, moving along, Myron Rosenberg, Denali, Trapper Creek, Alaska, large format, colored photograph, signed and dated. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Look at the size of this beautiful photograph in a $1,000 frame. What's your pleasure on this one? Here we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where, set it 200 and go. It's to 200. It's that painting, that photograph. No interest, no interest. We'll put in the photography sale. Pass that one away. I forgot we got photography sale coming up too. Ah, the bear rug. Bear rug. Did anybody get back to Bob Kiefer on that? Yes, okay. And is he on the phone? All right, on the bear rug. What's your pleasure? This was in the library. Beautiful condition, little bear. Still has all his teeth. His eyes are good. His nose is good. And he doesn't bite. And I have 275 and now 300 on that nice little bear. At 270 is 70 inches by 90 inches. 300 I have and now three and a quarter and 3.5. I 3 and a quarter, 3.5, at 3 and a quarter, 3.5. At 3 and a quarter, 3.5, 3.5 and 75. 350 and 75. I 350 once. 375, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter on the little bear. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 4 and a quarter, and 4.5. I have 4 and a quarter, 4.5. At 4 and a quarter, 4.5. What would your kiddies think of that? I have 4 and a quarter. Yeah, Jack too. I have 4 and a quarter, 4.5. At 4 and a quarter once, twice, and for 450 on the little bear rug. So 4 and a quarter. Next we have another beautiful picture right here by Guy Kohulich, Mountain Rush Puma. Another beautiful photograph right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. Oh, isn't that nice? I have 100, now 1 and a quarter. 100, 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. I have 101, 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 175. At only 150, 175. With Carol now at 150, 175. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol, 150. Online bidder. Next we go to, hey, another great knife. Chuck Bowen, Abigail Rucock hunting knife. Look at this one. Ooh, this has got a walrus tusk handle, all scrimshawed. Look at how many times they had to fold that steel
to make this knife, and wonderfully sharp. And and all scrimshaw is signed by them on the back, never used, in a handmade sheath. Just hold it right on top. There you go. And what's your pleasure on that one? $350, having $375. That's a beautiful knife. I $350 and $375. It's a piece of art and a knife. I $350 and $375. At $350 once, twice, in for $375, and that beautiful knife. Any more? $350. Next we have Martin Glen Lotes, Canadian Lynx with Parmenton, offset litho photograph again. And what's this one? In a beautiful frame again. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Beautiful images here. Low money, not even paying for the frames. I have $100 now, 1 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 1/4. Any more? $100 it is. I hate to do it, but they got to be sold. Next we have spurs. We have 4 pairs of single spurs, and all the spurs right there. What's your pleasure? These are in bronze. And what's your pleasure in all the spurs? There we have $100 to set them in. $100 wearing all the spurs. On the riding spurs, any 4 pairs and 1 signal riding spurs. Anyone for $100? $50. Nobody wants those? Once, twice, and I don't want to pass stuff. It's unreserved. Anyone for $50 on all the spurs? Can't believe it. Pass away. Next object. Next we have pair of 19th century silver inlaid iron gaucho spurs. Where are those? Look at these. Boy, these are the kind they went to the Alamo with, guys. Look at these. All silver inlaid steel and all engraved. And what's your pleasure on these? $250 I have, and $275 and $300 and $3 1/4. These are good ones. Early, $300, now $3 1/4. I $300 once, twice, and for $3 1/4. All in, all done. $300 with Carol. Is that right, Carol? Any more? $300, Carol. And now we're on 307. Hey. Look at you. Are they comfy? Hey, bring the horse in. A set of unused quality chaps, pebble dark brown, tooled rawhide featuring cow skull and silver Indian head conchos on this. Look at that beautiful pair of what do you call those? Chaps, thank you. And what's your pleasure? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I can't imagine what those cost. They're all silver inlaid. They have all these silver medallions. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. We need cowboys. I 1 1/2 with Emily. Now 175. I 150, 175 and 200. Never used. I 175, 200. Now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Kayla does not come with it. We're making this disclosure right now. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I had 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice. I can't imagine what those cost. And 2 1/2 anyone. Any more? It's 2 1/4 then, Carol. Next we have another great knife. Look at this one. Look at this one. Another Chuck Bowen knife. And this one has a caribou inlaid in that horn, in the tusk. And it says Alaska, again, signed. Again, look at how many folds they had to do to make this steel blade. Signed and dated. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/2, 175 and 200. 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, and that great knife. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 with the elk. Is that a caribou or elk? I think that it's caribou. Where am I? 200 with you, Carol? I have 200 looking for 2 1/4. I have you at 200 looking for 2 1/4. Sorry. I have 200 now looking for 2 1/4. That beautiful knife. The last one brought 350. Same guy. I have 200 now looking for 2 1/4. Any more? Any more? Sold 200 then. Online bidder. Some great handmade knives here, boy. Superb stuff. These people had nothing but the best. Look at this right here that Zeb's got. Zeb always gets the heavy stuff. And on this piece right here, this is by Ryan Wiltie. Bust of a bellowing elk cast and patinaed bronze, sign in the back, dated 2000s, number 1 of only 15 ever made. It has a beautiful stone and walnut base. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece right there? 500 I have, and 550 I have, and 600. I have 550 and 600. Should be bringing $2,000 or $3,000. I have 550 and 600. At only 550 and 600, where are all the sculpture buyers? 600, of course, and 650. This costs thousands in the gallery. 600, 650, 650, 700 I have, and 750. I have 700, 750. 750 should be started at 2,000. 750 now 800. I was 750 now 800. That incredible bronze. 800 now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5 on a multi-$1,000 bronze. I have 800 now 850. I have $800 only in 850. Look at the quality of that bronze. I have 800 now 850. I hate to sell it for so little, but we're gonna have to. I have 800 once, 800 twice. Anyone for 850 in that beautiful bronze? Any more? It's 800 then. Yeah, that's right. I bet it costs 5,000 new. Oh, look at this one here. A D. Miller oil wildlife painting of 2002 of a lynx. On that lynx right there. What's your pleasure on the lynx? 100 I have, and now 1.25. 1.25, 1.5. This is original oil by him now. Look at the quality of that. You can almost feel the fur. 175 and now 200. And now 200 and 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. I have only 200 now 2.25. Original art by D. Miller. 2.25, 2.5. Done in 2002, 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. A wonderful. That's the same animal that was in that tree thing that we saw. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 on the links. 300, Carol? 300 now 3.25. I have 300 3.25 with Emily and 3.5. I have 3.5 at 3.25 and 3.5 with Carol and 375, 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 400. At 375 and 4. Any more? 400 I have with Carol and 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25 on the links. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4.25. All in, all done at $400. Any more? With Carol, right? Sold Carol 400. Next we have, oh, this is lovely. Another Thomas D. Melgerson grizzly bear with salmon. Signed and dated 2002. What's your pleasure on this one here? Original photograph, yep. These are original period signed photographs. 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, 75, 75, 200, 200, 2.25. I have only 200, 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. Any more? All in, all done at 200, 2.25. Any more? What a nice buy. Sold $200. Next we have, after Frederick Sackrider Remington. Copy of the Cheyenne is the name of this bronze, and it has a marble base. And what's your pleasure on that lovely piece right here? 100 I have. So the originals of these usually bring between 6 and 800,000, and we have $100 in this 1.25, 1.5, a 1.25, 1.5, a 1.25, 1.5. No money for this. The bronze itself costs more than that. At 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5. And that beautiful replica after Remington, no money for this. I 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I 150 now 175, and only 150, 175. Of course, in 200, I 175 and 2. At 175, I'm going to sell it for only 175. It's unreserved. I 175 and 2. Any more? Beautiful bronze. It's 175 then. Online bidder. Some great buys here today. Next we have another good knife, a Chuck Bowen Damascus hunting knife. Does this one have any carving on it?
It does on the other side, the polar bear.
Oh, yeah, look at this one. Oh, don't touch. This one has a polar bear marked Alaska. Again, multi-folded steel blades, signed and dated. Looks like walrus tusk carved on walrus tusk. What's your pleasure on that one? 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200 now 2.25. All handmade sheaths for these. I have only 200 now 2.25. At 200 once, twice, and for 2.25. And that beautiful knife by Chuck Bowen, the famous knife maker in Alaska. I can't imagine what that costs, but a hell of a lot more than 200. We have 200 once, twice, any more? It's 200 then, Carol. 2.25, and then 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5. Should bring in much more. With a Scrimshaw polar bear, I have only 2.25 and 2.5. Any more? It's 2.25 then. Online bidder. Next we have Richard Luce, Following the Herd. Beautiful original print right here, expensively framed again. What's your pleasure on this one? And we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. Richard Luce. Couple $100 that beautiful image right there. 200 wear, $100 wear. They want it sold. And he went for $100. And he went for $100 on that nice picture right there. Nobody wants it. Once, twice, and pass away then. Next object. Moving on. 1315 is next. Carla Romero, Sacred Shroud. Sue Grave in a Winter. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear, $100. These are all original pieces. And he went for $100. Passed away. We'll go on the photography sale. Here we go. 2 pairs of tool leather spurs straps with domed coins. Ooh, what are those? Oh, look at these. These are set with Morgan silver dollars. These are original early Morgan silver dollars, probably from the 1880s. Right there. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? Set with Morgan silver dollars. All hand-tooled, beautiful condition, never used. What's your pleasure on those? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Emily at 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 75. I 350, 75, 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Any more? 370, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice. And he went for 450. Any more? 4 1/4, Emily. Five auctioneers gets those. All right, moving along. We have more spurs. How about that? We have 8 spurs, including 2 pairs with decorative rowels. Oh, look at these. Wow. These are amazing. These are early, like the ones we sold before. This had traces of silver inlay. These are the kind of spurs they would have worn when they had the Battle of Alamo. That's how early these are. Oh, there's a pair of these? Wow, I didn't get a chance to see these. These are amazing. How much for these? What's your bid? 70 and now 80. This is silver inlaid with all this ace, spade, diamonds. Pair of those. What do we got? 70, 80, now 90. 80, now 90, 80, now 90. 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Any more? All in all done at only $100. Those early spurs. And he went for 100 a quarter. Any more? Last call. $100. 304. 304. Boy, that's a good one. Good buy on those. Next we have another knife. A Mueller stag handle hunting knife. What's your pleasure on this right here? Well, how much? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore on that nice hunting knife right there. $100, 100 a quarter. These have never been used. $100 once, twice, and for 100 a quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A Mueller stag handle hunting knife at 1 1/4 only. Any more? All numbered. 1 1/2. Anyone? Sold 1 1/4 Carol. Next we have Here Come the Cowboy Boots. And these right here, we have including a pair of Lucchese San Antonio boots in beautiful condition. These were in the closet at the house, and they are size 12D. The other one is ostrich stitched. And what's your pleasure on those fabulous cowboy boots? They're like brand new. 150 have, and now 175 for the 2 pairs. Some of these are like $1,000, $2,000 a pair. 175, 200, 175 and now 2, and 175 and 2, 175 and 2. 175 and 200, going to sell them at 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? 175, they're gone. Nice buy on those. Another this is by John Lofgren. Papa approaching Mama and Bear in the Scrublands. Signed and dated 2006. What's your pleasure on this one? Right here? Beautiful original painting. Maybe we have $500 and set it in. 500 away instead of 500 and go. Instead 500, 400. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have Thomas Mengelson, Baywatch, Bald Eagles. Another signed and dated digital photograph for the Bald Eagles. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful image. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. No money for these at all. At 1 1/4 and selling. 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150 is 125 then. Live auctioneers. Next we have Jim Hansel, Chaska, Minnesota. Big Sky Monarch Caribou on that right there. What's your pleasure? Beautifully framed again. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have a couple $100 set it in? $100 where? Starting at low. And it's $100. Beautiful original images of art here. Of 100 I have in the back and 1 1/4. I have 100 in the back and 1 1/4 on the floor. 100, 1 1/4 anymore. It's going to go. It's unreserved. Anymore. I have you at 100 anymore. Anymore? $100, 139. $100, 139 buys. Next we go to Robert Bob Peters, Contemporary, Colorado. Teton Grazing Wild Horses. And what's your pleasure on this one here? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. 100 where instead of bid $100 and go. Interested $100 and go. And this lovely original piece right here. Anyone for 100. Nobody wants it? Pass away. Next item. More knives. We have 2 high-quality hunting knives. 2 high-quality hunting knives coming up with nice original sheets right here. This one has a laminated wood handle, and this one has a bone handle. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. 100 now 1/4 anymore? All in, all done. At only $100, 100 1/4 if you like them. Those are nice knives. Anymore? $100. Emily. Next we come. Oh, look at this piece right here. Wow. A beautiful sculpture by Bill Nebeker. By, it's what? Oh, yeah, I know. I see it. By Bill Nebeker. It's called Wet Leather Coal Morning. This was in one of the foyers on a beautiful pedestal. Signed and dated 1994. It's number 14 of 25. A beautiful Western sculpture. May have a couple thousand set it in. 2,000 ways to bid. I have 2,025. 2250 and 2500. At 2250 and 25. At 2250, 2500 on the phone. 2750, 2750 and 3000. It's online at 2750 and 3000. On live auctioneers, 3000 I have on the phone now. 32 and a half. I 3000 now 32 and a half. That fabulous sculpture. I only $3,000 and 32 and a half. I have 3,000. Nope, don't pick it up, Chris. Too heavy. I have 3,000 now 32 and a half. I have $3,000 only in 32 and a half. And that fabulous sculpture of the cowboy, and it's on a revolving base. I have 3,000 now 32 and a half. At only 3,000 once. At 3,000 twice. Who has the bid? It's on the phone at 3,000, and even for 32.50. 3,000 once, twice, any more. Kaler, 3,000. 317 buys. Congratulations. Fabulous, fabulous piece. A pair of Mexican silver inlaid Charo spurs. And on these right here, look at these here. All silver inlaid. What's your pleasure on these? All tooled. May have a couple $100 and set them in. 200 waivers at 200. 100 I have now 1/4. 100 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 with 1 1/2 and 75 and 200. 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. No, I have 2 1/4 with Jen. I have 2 1/4 with Jen. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275. They're great ones. I have 250 and 75 anymore. Anymore? 250 sold. Live auctioneers. Very unusual for us to have this kind of fun stuff to sell. Here we go. Look at these. These are all signed by the maker. All signed by the maker right here. There's a pair and a single. These are all tooled, signed by the maker. What's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4. Says stamped Gary Thomas maker, Salmon, Idaho. And on those right there, we have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 with Emily, and 1 1/2 now. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 once, twice. Anyone for 150. We all in all on 1 1/4. Nice buy on those. 1 1/4, Emily. We need more cowboys in here. Oh, here's a rare book right here. Rare book, Bit and Spur Makers in the Vaquero tradition, signed first edition, like brand spanking new in the sleeve. And what's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. Oh, it has a silver inlaid conch on the front of it. Conch shell. Concho. And it's numbered 126. Wow, I didn't get to see this. Where are we? Keep your eye on it. See what they have. Where are we? How much? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. What a great book. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At signed by the artist. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. There's only 250 of these ever made. This is number 124. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and that fat 2 1/2 and 275. Boy, what a great reference book on Spurs. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 300, that rare book. Where are you going to find another one of those? I can't believe how much that would cost in a bookstore if you could find one. I have 275 and 300 with Carol at 275 once, 275 twice, and for 300, reasonable. Sold Carol 275. Next we have a fancy Spurs in blued steel with engraved silver and gold inlay. Silver and gold inlay that has a steer horn, a steer on the side. And on these, are these signed? No. And what's your pleasure on these? How much? 50. Ooh. I have 50 and 60. These are silver inlaid with a steer. I have only 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Way under the money. I'm going to sell them. I have 50 once, 50 twice. I went for 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. Quickly. I have 60, now 70. Last call. $60 sold. Live auctioneers. Next we have Chris Marona. Saddle and Spurs, large format colored photograph. All nicely framed. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe $100 and set it in. $100 where? Again, a nice image. $100 where? And he issued $100. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass it away. Next object. 131. We don't want to pass anything. We want to sell it. All you have to do is give us a number. Another good knife. This is by Linda A. Petrie. Scrimshaw handle custom hunting knife. Look at that knife right there. Wow. This is all carved and polychromed with American eagle flying towards the blade. Beautiful, beautiful knife right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100. Wait a minute. I want to take that off there. There's a little residue from the leather. I got it. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no damage. What do we have? 100. And now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and this great knife. 1 1/2, and now 175. I have 150, 175. Look at the quality of that knife. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, 175. Dave, get this on the blade, on the handle of this, will you? Can you get it? 175. I have 150, now 175, and that great knife. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 and that great knife. At 175 and 2 anymore. All in all, then, at only 175 and that fabulous knife. Oh, it even has an eagle on the end of it. At 175 and now 200 anymore. 175, 304. 200 in time. I almost said sold. Who has 200? 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Quickly, we got to sell the stuff. I have 200 once, twice, in for 2 1/4. It's Carol 200 then. Nice buy on that. Next we have Al Agnew, a mature caribou buck in dry grass, oil on canvas, a fabulous painting by this artist. And what's your pleasure on this one? 475 and 500, 550, 550, 600. No, I have 550 with Carol, now 600. 600, 650, a fabulous painting. I have 600, now 650, in a 22-karat gold frame. Look at the quality of that painting. I have 600, now 650, 600 Carol, and 650 if you like it. 600 once, 600 twice, went for 650. Any more? Carol, 600 then. Next we have, oh, this is lovely. Mary Frisch and Tom Copley, Swan Lake, 2005, original photograph. What's your pleasure on this? I had 300, now 3 1/4. I had 300, now 3 1/4. I had 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I had 350, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? At 3 1/4 with Jen. Any more in that fabulous photograph? Any more? Jen, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 to number 11. Next we have Jim Hansel, contemporary Minnesota, River Bottom Buck, offset photolithograph, beautifully framed. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 on this one. $100 wearing this lovely print. These are all expensively framed and matted, signed and numbered. Anyone for 100? Pass it away. Subject. Next we have Lee Cable, Wolves at Cliff's Edge offset lithograph again, 1994. Look at the size of this one. A beauty. What's your pleasure on this one? We have $100 on this one by Lee Cable, Wolves at Cliff's Edge. Anyone for $100? 100 I have and a quarter. I have $100 and 100 and a quarter. I have 100, 100 and a quarter anymore at only $100. What a great thing. You couldn't frame that for $500. $100 to you then. 136 buys. Next item we have, hey, here's a nice belt buckle. This is by Ty Zabel, vintage sterling silvered deer head belt buckle. I think that's a caribou, not a deer. But anyway, here we go. What's your pleasure? 175 and 200. I have 175, 2. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 and 250 and 75. Any more? Beautiful belt buckle. That's all hand chased at 2 and a half and 275. It's heavily raised in 3D. I 275 once, twice, and with the 300 with Kaler. 250 I have. Looking for 275. Sorry. I 250 and 275 with Kaler at 250 and selling. 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 Kaler. That's a great belt buckle. Next we have more knives. 9 collector knives and 1 antler handled piece. And on that right here, this is cool. This is a coin silver pipe knife. Look at this knife right here. It looks like a Remington shotgun shell. It's a knife and a hook. Look at this one here. Here we go. I can't get it open. Anyway, it's a knife. This one has advertising on it. This one has a hunter on it. These are a great group of knives right here. And what's your pleasure in this whole group? This one's signed by Frank. Does that say what is it saying? This is signed by Frank somebody. I can't read it. Anyway, what's your pleasure in the whole thing? 150 and 175. I have 150 and 175 and 150, 170. Boy, this is a nice one right here. Yeah. 150, 175 and 150 once, twice, in for 175 on all those nice knives at 150, 175. That's a great group. This one right here is amazing. Oh, yeah, look at how that opens. At 150, 175 is signed by people on both sides. I have 150 once, twice, and 175. Any more? 150. Careful. Let them close that up. Online bid at 150. Next we have Christy Melanie, original painting of a puma. God, is that a beautiful painting? Look at the quality of that painting. Yep, you can almost feel the fur. And on that original painting right there, what's your pleasure? 500 I have, and now 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, at 550 and 600. Wonderful artist from Washington and Australia. I have 550 and 600, that incredible painting of the cougar done in 2001 at only 550 and 600, 650. I have 600, 650. I can't imagine what that cost new. I have 600, now 650 in beautiful silver gold leaf frame. I have only $600 in selling. 600 once, twice, and for 650, that lovely original painting of the cougar. Oh, the puma. What's that? It is a cougar. Cougar, yeah. Any more? Sold for 600. And we're heading to 1339. 1339 right here, coming up, is another a picture of a cougar by Kent Dyer. Cougar with cub, color photograph, signed and numbered. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. Starting things low, and even for $100, that lovely photograph of the cougar with her cub, and instead of $100. That'll go in the photo sale then. Pass that away. Next we have Hunter's Rest, Wolves offset lithograph framed. On that one right there, signed and numbered. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $100. That's a lovely image right there, beautifully framed. All these are like mint condition. Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in by Paul Croft. Maybe we have $100, and he said $100. Nobody wants that? Pass it away. Next item, we have another picture. Cougar in Winter, original G. Clay print on canvas. G. Clay print on canvas. What's your pleasure on this one? By Bob Travers. Any interest in this one? $100 wear in this one. Pass that away. Next we have more knives. 3 custom antler-handled knives with sheaths. Look at these. This one has a deer head on it. This one's like a form of an axe. And what's your pleasure? They're all signed and dated. What's your pleasure on these? 150 and 175. At 150, 175. I thought we'd get a lot more action on these rare knives. I have 150 and 175 at only 150 and 175. Any more? No money. $50 a piece, 175. Can you imagine trying to buy these for $50 a piece? This one has a turquoise spacer in here. 175 and 200. Would you, Carol, 175? That yes? And 200. This is a fabulous knife. At 175 and now 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's going to be 175 then. Next we have, the great Kudu head mount. What's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200. These are mint condition too, by the way. At 175 and 200. I went 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. 275, 300. At 275, 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. These cost thousands to have done. 300, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 with Kayla and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. That beautiful mount. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? Kayla, 3 1/4. Live auctioneers. Beautiful mount. Here we go. Some more belt buckles. Signed leather belts with hand-etched bone buckles. Look at these right here. This one's got an engraved bear paw, and this one's got a wolf head. It's a Doberman. That was their dog. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 set in those two great belt buckles in etched horn. $100 wear. 100 wear, send me the $50 then. $50 wear. Those two great belt buckles at $50 wear. Nobody wants those? 50, I have them 60 now. They're here to be sold. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 for the two. No money for these. At 50 and 60. Any more? $50 it is. Online. At Live Auctioneers. Next we have a beautiful sculpture by Lawrence Larry Nigel Argent. And on this right here, the limestone cowboy, 33 inches high. And what's your pleasure on this piece here? This lovely sculpture. What's your pleasure on this lovely sculpture? Where's that thing anyway? The limestone sculpture of the cowboy. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in this wonderful sculpture. Maybe we have $1,000 where instead of 1,000 go. Alex has got him. Beautiful piece right here. What's nice about this, it's on a rotating base. Beautiful. A stone sculpture right there, and rotating base by this artist. And maybe what's your 500 then? 500 where instead of a bit of 500, that nice sculpture. Interested 500? Nobody wants it? No, I need 5 on this. I want to get crazy with these people. I have to talk to them. Anyone for 500? It's probably several thousand in the gallery. Anyone for 500? Gonna go. Pass away. Next object. Next we have Christy Mullaney, again, Keeping Watch, Wolves. Beautiful oil on canvas, done in 2003. Look at the quality of the, their paintings are so good you can almost feel the fur. And what's your pleasure on this one? 650 I have in 700. I have 650 and 700. Fabulous paintings. 750, 800. They should be bringing thousands, but they're going to be sold 850, 900. I have 850 now, 900, 950, 950, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000 if you want it. Fabulous original painting. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. Keeping 1,100 now, 12. Keeping Watch. It's got the original label on the back. 1,213. I have 1,213. Fabulous painting by 13 and 14. I have 1,300 and 1,400. They're so well done you can almost feel the fur. 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 15 anywhere. 15 with Carol all the way. I have 1,500 now 16. 16 with Carol now 1,700. I have 1,600 once. 1,600 twice from 1,700. All in all done. 1,600. Any more? Sold. 1,600 Carol your way. 1347 coming up. 1347 is Robert Olson, the curious one, a 1997 colored photograph of a little baby bear. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. That sweet little photograph of the bear. Anyone for 60? I have only $50. I'm going to sell it. 50 once, twice, and it's gone. $50 Carol. Next we have another knife. Arius Eckhart custom carved stag handle knife. And what's nice about it is it has a carving in the handle. It has a carving in the handle of a looks like a mountain goat. Beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have. You want to hold it like that? Just put your hand on the top like that. No, I don't. I have 100, now a quarter and a half, 75 and 200. I want 75, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter anymore. No money for that guy. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. I'm going to go. 200 it is. Carol. Next we have wolf cubs howling, offset lithograph, nicely framed. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 by Lee Cable. 100 I have now quarter. I have $100, 100 quarter. It's all here to be sold. Just give me a number. I have 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Any more than $100. Once, twice, and it's $100. Next we have another one. Charles Gulls, Yukon Swans, offset photograph, signed and dated. And what's your pleasure on the swans right here? That Zeb's got a big, beautiful picture again. What's your pleasure on this one? Couple $100 wear. $200 wear instead of 200 and go. 200 wear. This is under non-glare glass. And 200 wear. And 200. 100 then. And it's 100. Pass that away. Next item is 12 leather and mixed metal belts and belt buckles. Designers in Western styles. What's your pleasure on all the belts? How much? 90. I have it now 100. I have 90 now 100. All kinds of them. This one's all inlaid silver. This one here, this one's signed. This is a Navajo silver belt buckle. This one's silver inlaid too. Anyways, all kinds of great belts and buckles in here. Some of them never used. 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100. Look at this one here with silver and turquoise. 100, 100 a quarter. What's this one got? This was inlaid with fish we catch down in the Bahamas. And anyway, what do we have? Oh, that's nice. Here's a lizard one. What do we have? 100. We should get more. This is a signed native silver buckle. Anyway, 100 now quarter. Going to go. 100, 100 quarter. Way under the money. 100 once, 100 twice in for 1 and a quarter. Any more? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. Should be 200 or 300 all day long. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Look at this one here. Woven and gold. I have 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter once, twice, and for 1 and a half. Lovely belts. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. This one here is very expensive. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. All in, a 1 and a half and 175. And 150, now 175. Boy, there's some great belts in there, man. Some of them are like brand new. 175 and 200. 175 and 2. That we paid. We haven't even paid for that silver belt buckle yet. That native buckle, but we're going to sell them at 175 once, twice, and for 200. Who's got the 175? Carol, 175. Got it. Next we have Ronnie Holtz, Brook Trout, Going for the Fly, oil on canvas, 2002. Look at this original painting here. Look at this amazing painting right here. Maybe we have, $500 instead of in. 500 instead of 500 go. 400, 300. 100. I have 100. They want to rent it for the night. I have 100 now quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 175, 175, 200, 200 to go, and 175 and now 2. No money for that. One fabulous painting. And 175 and 2. Any more? 175 anymore? 175. 304. Epsy bid 304. Next we go to all the fly. Here, look at this stuff. It's an entire case of hand-tied flies. All kinds of original hand-tied flies. Boxes and boxes and boxes. I can't imagine how much these cost, but it's just, the whole thing is just full of stuff. And what's your pleasure on these? 175 and now 200. If there's any fly fishing people out there, boy, this is a bargain. At 175 and 200, there must be 12 cases, a whole bag of flies. At 175 and now 200. Look at this one. Look at this one. More. I have 175 and now 200. I have in 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. Boy, where are the fishermen? They go nuts for this stuff. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. More flies in here. 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter. Is there stuff on the side too? How about this one? We haven't even opened these pouches. Oh, more stuff.
Yeah.
What's this stuff?
Look at the supplies.
Yeah, more stuff in here.
Materials.
Oh, look at the gold coins. I got you. What's in here? jewelry. All right, where are we? $200 only. Boy, there's not $2,000 worth of flies in there. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice. We're not reaching out fishing people evidently. At 200 anymore. Carol, 200. Somebody got a hell of a deal there. Next we have another knife. How about that? A Chuck Bowen custom Damascus steel hunting knife with a handmade sheath. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now, 1/4, 100 now, 1/4. Have you ever seen so many knives in your life? I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's signed and dated. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Oh, look. This is the best part of it. It has a carved bear in the end. Love that. I have 100 1/4 and a 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That nice artistic knife at only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. These things have been bringing $300, $400 each. I have 1 1/4 anymore. We got to move on. 1 1/4 sold. Online better. $13.55. $13.55. Here we go. Oh, look at this one. This is a wonderful Robin Carey, contemporary wildlife photographer, mountain goat resting on the high. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 set it in. That lovely piece right there. 100 where? And said $100. Interest in this photograph? No, that'll go in the photography sale. Get that out of here. I should have put all those in the photography sale anyway. John Ford Clymer, famous artist. The Old Nez Perce Trail offset litho. What's your pleasure on this? Dated, signed, and dated 1978. What's your pleasure on this one? Couple $100 where? 200 where? 200 where? 200. 100 on the Climber. Anyone for $100? Pass it away. Next object. John Ford Clymer, Hunt at Crow Heart. And $100 in this one. And $100 in this one. Any more? And what's that? Any bid on that? Hunt at Crow Heart? No. Pass it away. Next we have... No, we haven't done those yet. Ho. Back. Now we got more belt buckles. Oh yeah. So this is the Colorado Division of Wildlife. That one's good. This one's wood and turquoise, signed. Oh, look at this one here. This one has Fur Rendezvous Anchorage, Fur Rendezvous with an enamel seal. These are some wonderful belt buckles in here. Look at this one, the Inset Bison in pewter. That's signed. This one's signed with a bear and enamel. American Eagle. And this one is shotgun shells. What's your pleasure? And this one has a puma. What's your pleasure in this whole group of nice belt buckles? How much? $250 I have and $275. I have $250 and $275. At $250 and $275 and $250. 75. Nice group. At $250 once, $250 twice. Anyone for $275? That's a great set of buckles right there. Any more? It's $250. Carol, then. Oh, here's a great one right here. John Lofgreen, Speckled Eider, acrylic on board, dated 2006. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 where instead of bid $1,000? What's our bid? Any interest in that piece? 500. 500, that rare painting by him. 500. Any interest at 500? Otherwise, I'll go in the August sale. Pass it away then. Next, we have another knife. Chuck Bowen, Alaskan scrimshaw handled Damascus hunting knife. Old Chuck's been busy doing knives. Careful. This one here, look at this one here. It has a tusk handle with a polar bear going down to the ocean. Beautiful piece by Chuck Bowen, all signed again in a handmade sheath. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 1/4. That's a serious knife. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, even for 2 1/4. Any more? 200. Hate to sell things on one bid. Next we have Thomas Mengelson, the Great Egret, Everglades National Park, Florida. What's your pleasure on this one? Another beautiful colored photograph. There we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 we have at 200. As to 200, 100. Pass it away. Next item, we have Art LeMay, Dockmasters, Pelicans, offset litho again. Look at the great Pelicans. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. Great for a Florida house. Anyone for $100? Pass it away. Next object. Richard Luce, Buffalo Hunt, lithograph on canvas. And what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 on this one here. It's a G clay print on canvas. Maybe 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4 on that original 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. The beautiful original G clay print. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175 and 150, 175. Oh, is the reflection? Oh yeah. Oh, it's look at that.
Like they're slightly off.
Yeah.
So these are here.
Yeah. Those are great. Where are we? 150 and 175. I 150 and 170. It's an original G clay print of a painting. Yeah. At 150, 175. Any more? 150 it is. Next, we have this beautiful mounted impala head, which a pleasure on this one. 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. Beautiful. At 1 1/4 is on the floor, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, at 75. 175 would you go? Yes, and 200. At 175 is on the floor now, and 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. They're beautiful mounts, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 is on the floor and selling at 2 1/4 for that lovely impala head at only 2 1/4 and gone. 2 1/4, 139. 139 buys. Next we have a lovely painting by Kirby Sattler. The Earth Will Tremble, monumental acrylic on canvas. And on that right there, in 1997, original price was $11,000. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Oh, look at this. Oh my God. Yeah, that's right. This was in the main entrance. How much do we have? 1,500 and 1,600 and 1,700, 17 and 18. I have 18 now 19, at 18 now 1,900, at 18 now 19, 18 now 1,900, at 1,800 now 19, any more than $1,800. That fabulous painting. At 1,800 now 1,900, any more. All in, all done at $1,800. That fabulous picture. The original price was $11,000. I have only $1,800 on this incredible painting. 1,819. Any chance at 1,900? All in, all done 1,800. Any more? 1,800, 306. 306. Next we have 3 handmade leather sheets, including Alaskan makers. What's your pleasure on all the sheets? Maybe we have $100 to set them in. $50 on all these sheets right here. They're all brand new. Anyone for $50 on those? On the sheets? Nobody wants those? Pass them away. Next object. Next we have Joshua Toby, horse with hieroglyphs. On the horse with hieroglyphs, which a pleasure on this one that corner has. Maybe we have $200 where? 2 1/4, even better. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 75 and 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. Any more? All in, all done at 250, 275. 275 on the floor and 300. I have 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. With Emily at 300 and selling. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4 here on the floor and 3 1/2. 350 and 375. I have 350 with Emily, 375. At 350 once, twice, and with 375 on the floor down front. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. At 400 and 4 1/4 anymore. At 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4 with Emily at 400 on Live Auctioneers. Anymore? Emily 400. Live Auctioneers. Next we have Mary Frisch and Tom Colapi, Tufted Puffins, original photograph. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe $100 set it in. $100 on that original photograph from Homer, Alaska. Anyone for $100 on the photograph? Pass it away. Put it with the photography sale. Next we have Paco Young, Fishing a Mountain Stream, lithograph, pencil signed and dated. What's your pleasure on this lovely piece? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now, 100 1/4. Look at the expensive frame. 100 now, 100 1/4. Any more? 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. $100. Next we have Daniel Pearson, Waterville Ridge, Wolves, lithograph, signed and dated. Look at this one here. And what's your pleasure on this one? Couple $100 where? 200 where? Instead 200. $100 then. And instead of $100, that lovely image right there. Instead of 100. No one wants it? Pass it away. We don't have any wildlife people here. Next we have Meredith Rice, 2 Caribou, watercolor gouache on paper, signed and dated 1978. And on that right, look at that painting right there. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $500 and set it in. 500 where? Instead of 500 to go. Instead 500, 400, instead 400. Now what's that? Pass it away. Next object. Next, we have another good knife, a vintage Franklin Mint collector's knife. A collector's knife, and it has an inlaid gun and gilded trim and Colt. It's marked Colt on the blade. What's your pleasure in that nice knife? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and that great knife. At 50 and 60, any more? All in, all done. $50. Once, twice, any more? $50 it is. Nice buy on that. Next we have bronze, William Arabu, The Race. The Race, William Arabu, beautiful bronze again. Patinaed bronze on a stone base. Lovely, lovely bronze right there. And the horses are getting wild. What's your pleasure in that? We have, what, $300 and set it in. 300 wear and that nice bronze. Aim for 300. Instead $300, that nice bronze right there. Boy, that's a nice bronze. Aim for 300. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, then 300 I have and 3 1/4. I don't blame you. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I'm going to sell it. It's unreserved. I have 300 once, twice, aim for 3 1/4. $300. Number 129? 126. Close. $300 to 126 gets the bronze. Next we have Kent Dyer, Cougar Club, a Cougar Cub colored photograph. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 on this one. Starting things low, and instead $100. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have New Territory, 1987, Bears Crossing a Stream, offset lithograph, signed and dated by Stephen Lyman. Maybe we have $100 on that one. 100 wear instead of 100 and go. Pass away. Next object. Next we have the Olchen Caribou color lithograph, 1999. What's your pleasure on this one? And instead $100 on this one. 100 wear. 100 wear on this one here. Pass it away. Next object. Hey, here we go. A mounted Impala head in beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4. Beautiful little head on that. I have 100, 1 1/4. Where's our underbidder? I have 100 now, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. They're mint condition. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Just leave them right there, guys. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Oh, a guy wants to take his with him. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Sold 1 1/4. Live auctioneer. Oh, well, let's reopen it. I have Carol at 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the Impala. I have 1 1/4 with Carol, 1 1/2. Any more? And 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. We're all in, all done. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's 1 1/4. Online bidder, okay? Next, we have a scarce 6-volume Racing in America by Harry and others on the book. What's your pleasure on that rare collection of books right there? $750 and now $800. I have $750 and $800. These are very rare first edition books on racing, horse racing in America. I have only $750 and $800. I have $750 and $800 and $750 and $800 at $750 and $8 anymore. With Emily at $750 and selling 6 scarce racing volumes of Racing in America. 1665 to 1979. Any more? 750 once, twice, and it's Emily 750. Live auctioneers. That's a nice group of books right there. Next we have another photograph by Kent Dyer, Winter Wolf. We have $100 on that one and set it in. $100 where? Interested $100. Nobody wants that? Pass away. The rest of these are all these are all photographs? I'm almost thinking of just not even bothering with them. Next week.
I think it's mostly frame stuff.
Yeah, okay. So this is Bob Peters, and what's the pleasure on this one? The horses, $100 where? 100 I have and 1 1/4. I have $100 and 100 1/4. I have 100 and 100 1/4. We want to sell them $100, 100 1/4 anymore. $100 Carol. Next we have Rusty Ferrenter, Wolf Resting, lithograph print on canvas. So it's a G clay print on canvas. That's a sweet piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. How much? 200 and 2 1/4. Here you go. 2 1/2 and 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. With Carol, that's 300, 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, any more than 300. Carol, 300 on that one. Next we have Mary Kelly Stevens right here. John Henry, the famous horse. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. 100 wears. Ready? Ready to go? All right. On this print right here, maybe we have $100 and set it in. Right here. Anyone for $100? Nobody wants it? Pass it away. Next object. We're going to go through these quickly unless we get some action here. This is a photograph. Mary Frisch and Tom Cullopy, two puffins again. Pigment inkjet original photograph. What's your pleasure in this? 100 where? And it's still 100. Take it away. Next we have Big Buck Family in Winter offset photo lithograph. Maybe we have $100 in this one. And he said $100. You guys getting awful loud over there. And he went for $100. Pass that away. Next item. Just keep them rolling because unless somebody's bidding, they're going to be gone. John Van Zyl, a special find. The Otters, a lovely picture right here. Eagle River, Alaska. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, sweet 60 and 70. Love the Otters. I have 60 and 70. Any more? 60 with Carol and 70 if you want it. 70, now 80. I have 70 with Carol, now 80 if you want it. 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80. Sold Carol, $70. Next we have Anthony M. Alonzo on Secretariat, the famous lithograph pencil sign. What's your pleasure on Secretariat? Maybe 100 and a quarter, 1.5, a 1 1/4, 1.5, a 1 1/4, 1.5. Any more than 1 1/4 with Emily at 1 1/4? Any more? 125. Live auctioneers gets that one. Going on to 1387. Moving along nicely now. Hey, look at this one. Tom Mangelson, Indian Summer, Dallas-shaped large format colored photograph. Boy, that's a beauty. His photographs are amazing. What's your pleasure on this one? 50. I have 60 and now 70. 60, 70, 100, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? Any more? 1 1/4, 1.5. A 1 1/4, 1.5 is going to go. No money for these. A 1 1/4, 1.5. A beautiful photograph. My gosh. 1 1/4 once, twice. Any more? With Carol now. 1 1/4 and gone. 1 1/4. Next we have John Van Zyl, the guy that did the Otters on the Yukon 2001. Iditarod commemorative print. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? Instead of 100. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have Robert Peters, Threesome and Teton Snow, Wild Horses. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe $100 and set it in. $100 where? Instead of bid $100 and go. Pass it away. Next item. Next item, we have 9 thoroughbred racehorse prints, all unframed. The Royal Stallion and all kinds of famous horses. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have. 1 1/4, 1.5. I have 1 1/4 with Emily, 1.5. At 1 1/4, 1.5, 1 1/4, 1.5. Any more? Any more? 1 1/4, Emily. Live auctioneers. Next we have Robert Olson. Oh, this is a sweet one. Robert Olson, supine polar bear, colored photograph, signed and dated 1993. It's an artist proof. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for this at all. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in, $50 and 60 if you want. 60 and now 70. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. I have 60 now 70. A wonderful photograph. At 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Last call is $70. 80 if you'd like it. Gonna go. $70. Down it goes. Here we go. Bob Coronado, Wyoming Wild Ride. This is an original signed and dated etching on paper of a Bronco Buster. What's your pleasure on this? 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. At only $90, now 100. And 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. There's a similar etching of like this by Edward Boren, another Western artist. I have 100, now quarter. Any more? $100. Who got it? Next we have a fish print signed C. Conrad. This is not only printed, it's intaglio. It's in 3D. Signed and dated. What's your pleasure on the fish print? $100 where? $100 where on the fish print? Instead of 100. Nobody wants that? Pass away. Next subject. A mounted impala head. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and now quarter. These are all minty mint condition. 100 now quarter. Beautiful image of that. $100 now 100 quarter. I can't imagine what it costs. A couple thousand probably. And he went for 1 1/4 in that beautiful impala head. Anyone for 1.25? $100 online. What? Who got that? Live auctioneers. Oh, sorry. All right. $13.95. Another Robert Olson, a happy order colored photograph. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. Wonderful little photograph, beautifully framed. 70 now 80. Signed and dated 1998. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. At 80 now 90. Any more? 80 once, twice, and for $90. In and more. $80. Carol. Next we have, here's a good one right here. Look at this. This is a period Richard Stone Reeves rebought an equine portrait of the champion thoroughbred horse with a stable boy, lithograph, print, pencil, signed. And what's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. This is a famous image. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? Going to sell it for only $100. That beautiful image at 100 once, twice, and for 1.25. It's down at $100 then. Next we have Frank Howell, Teton Woman, lithograph on paper, pencil sign, 1988. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now a quarter. Look at that great Western frame. I have 100 now, 1.25. I have 100 now, 1.25, 100, 1.25. Any more? All in, 100, 1.25. Gonna go. Sold, $100. Next we have We Were Kohani, Vincent, King of Diamonds, monotype print. What's your pleasure on this one here? That's an interesting one. The artist lives in Cattle Creek, Roaring Valley, Colorado. Any interest in this? $100 where? Pass away. Next object. Kent Dyer, 2 small colored photographs of wildcats on the wildcat photographs. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have what? $50 where on the 2? 50 where instead of $50 and go. Instead $50. Pass those away. Next object. Oh, here's a beautiful mounted African oryx head. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. These are beautiful, expensive mounts from that house. At 1.5 and 175, 175 and 200. Look at that beautiful mount. At 175 and now 2. At 175, 200 I have, and now 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5. 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5, at 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, 2.5 and 275 and 300. At 275 in that fabulous mount. At 275 and now 3. At 275 once, twice, and with the 300. A beautiful buy with Carol at 275. Any more? 275 Carol. Next we have 2 Alaskan native prints unframed from Mill Pond Press, Harpooner's Moments, and Alaska Lights. What's your pleasure on these? By Robert Bateman, famous artist again. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1.25, 1.25, 1.5 for the 2 of them. I have 1.25, 1.5 anymore. 1.25 once, twice, and for 150. We all in, all done at 1.25. We are 1.25. Online bidder. Next we have, this is a good one right here. Susan Terpning. Her husband is a famous artist also. Gathering for Trade lithograph print on canvas. A lithographic print on canvas. Let me see. It's a beautiful G clay image in a very expensive frame. Signed down here in ink. And on that right there, maybe we have $500 set it in. 500, we said 500. 200 I have, and now 2.25. Is the phone out? He's here. Where? Oh, they here. I have 200, now 2.25. I have 200. What's that? You bid 100. Yeah, I have you at 100, but I'm looking for 200. I have 100, now 1.25. I have 100, now 1.25, 100, 1.25. I have 100, 1.25 anymore. Well, the gentleman's seated now, 100, 1.25 anymore. You got it, $100. What's your number? 312? 312, got it. All right, moving on. Now we have Susan Terpning, Captured Pony, 1994, offset lithograph. Look at this one. What a fabulous frame. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? This has a suede mat. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? $100 where? $100 where? Oh, it's on you. Well, you have to bid because nobody's saying anything. You were supposed to be on the phone. So I have $100, now 1.25. I have $100, 1.25. Any more? Fabulous prints right here at only $100, 1.25. Any more? $100, yours, sir. 312. Next we have, This is Bruno Brunei. And this one is a lithograph, pencil signed, and it has nothing to do with the Wild West. May we have what? $200 where? 200 where? Said 200. $100 and said 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Beautiful image. 100 now quarter. Lovely frame again. 100 quarter. That's a lot of art for no money. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Yours, $136, $100. Here's another good image right here. Western Frontiersman in Winter. Signed and dated by James Bama. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have 100 on this one. Any for 100. Passed away. 100 I have, now quarter. Wait a minute. 100 Kel. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. It's $100 Carol. Next we have, here's a nice one. Blaine Billman, Spirit of the Sockeye, lithograph on paper with all the documents. And on that we have a couple $100 set in. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, and 200, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. No, I have 2 1/4 Carol, and 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. That's a great image. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Carol, 2 1/4. Great buys here. Next we have John Van Zyl, Eagles Nesting in an Ancient Totem, lithograph, pencil signed and dated. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 1/4. Another beautiful piece right there. $100, 100 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. It's $100. Next we have Stephen Lyman, Highlight Mountain Goats, lithograph, pencil signed and dated 1988 on this beautifully framed piece again. There's some spectacular. Those would be great on either side of a door. And what's your pleasure on this one? $100 where? Starting things for nothing. $100 where? Pass away. Next object then. Next we have Tom Lovell, another famous American artist. Dry Goods and Molasses is the title of this one. They're going out for supplies from the Greenwich Workshop. What's your pleasure on the Tom Lovell? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? $100 where? Instead of $100. Pass that away then. Next object. Next we have John Ford Clymer again. The Meeting, 1878. Charles Goodnight and Quanah Parker. What's your pleasure on this one? $100 where? Instead of $100? No. Pass it away. I think the Western prints need to be sold in the West. Here we go. Bonnie Maris, Playground Show-Off, 1989, a diptych. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? A couple $100 set it in. 200 where? $100 where? No interest in that one? Pass it away. Hey, here's the muskox, like the carving today. Gary Lyon, muskox circle, lithograph on paper, pencil signed and numbered. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 1/4. What a beautiful image that is. $100, 100 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful reality to this piece. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's sold 1 1/4. Next we go to Charles Goose, Alpine Ramble, Brown Bears, lithograph on paper, $100 square. Starting them all low, $100 square if you want a good picture. Anyone for $100. Pass away. Next object. Next we have John Ford Clymer again, crossing the Yellowstone. Maybe we have $100 in that one. Beautiful image again. Anyone for $100 that one? Nobody wants that? Pass that away. Next object. Next we have William Breeden, the Sugar Bush, 1989, printed in Greenwich Workshops. They had great stuff there. What's your pleasure on this one? They were $100 and set it in. Instead of $100, nobody wants that? Pass away then. Next we have Puffins. You don't have to bring any more stuff up unless they come up with the silver. Next we have Joanne K. George, and we're on the Puffins. What's your pleasure on this one? $100 where? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. With Carol at 50 and 60. Any more? Carol, $50. Next we have Rick Kelly, Alaska, the Shadow Hunter, a wolf. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe $100 and set it in. 100 where instead of $100 and go. Pass away. Next object. Don't bring any more art up. Not till we get to hard objects again. Next we have Joan Van Zyl, Perch Puffin, photolithograph. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. If 50 once, twice, come to $60. 60 and now 70. I have 60, now 70. Any more? 70 now 80. 70 now 80 on the puffins. Any more? 70 once, twice, 80 now 90. 90 now 100 on the little puffins. 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 with Carol, 100 with Carol all the way. 100 now a quarter. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 and a half. All in all done at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 with Carol all the way at 1 1/4. Any more? Carol 1 1/4. Yep, here we go. And right now we have John Van Zyl again, Puffin Path, a wonderful little photolithograph in our 100 wear. 50, having 60 now, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, now 90, 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100, 90 now 100, 100 with Carol, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4. Cute little puffin piece, and 1 1/4, 1 1/4 wear, 100 with Carol. Any more? Any more? Carol, $100. Next we another wonderful little otter picture. Judy Rideout, otter with clamp, offset lithograph photograph. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 60 now 70. Those mics don't worth for anything. I have 60 now 70, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. At 70 now 80 and then 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90 on that lovely 90 now 100 on the little otter. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Any more? 100 now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. 100 once, twice in for 1 1/4. Any more? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Cute little otter. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. It's 150 Carol. Next we have Rusty Frentner, and this one has Are You Nuts is the title. A gray squirrel photolithograph. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 once, twice in for $60. Any more? Any more? Carol, $50 on the squirrel. Online bidder. And the last of the images. Now we have Glenn Lowe's 3 bear prints unframed on 4 foam core folio, 20 by 24. And on the bear images, what's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have 100 in the whole lot. $100 where? And it said $100. Nobody wants those? Passes away. Now we come back with silver and turquoise. Here we go. Native American silver and turquoise necklace right here. Multi-strand necklace with polished turquoise stones. 26 inches. What's your pleasure on this? 200 I have, now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 and 75. At 250 and 275 and 300. Beautiful necklace at 275 and 3. 300 I have and 3 1/4 with Carol all the way. At 300 now 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 3 1/2 with Carol all the way and 375. And now 400. With Carol all the way at 400, now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. We have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I'm going to go 4 1/4 once, twice, any advance. Sold, Carol, 4 1/4. Oh, look at this lovely silver leather concho belt right here. There's 15 oval conchos with copper belt loops and a silver buckle. And it's 35 inches long. What's your pleasure on this? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Look at the work on this. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 375 with Emily at 350, correct? 350 now, 375 if you want it. I have only 350 and 375 in that beautiful concho belt. 350 once, twice. Navajo. Any more? It's 350 then. Emily. Next we have, another Native American silver petrified wood jewelry. Look at this. Silver-mounted petrified wood jewelry, a ring, and a heavy silver bracelet. What's your pleasure on those? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the petrified wood bracelet. Beautiful things right there. Look at the quality of the stone, how they polished it. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 once, twice, and one for 150. Seems reasonable for that. We haven't had any petrified wood jewelry today. Any more? It's 1 1/4 then, Carol. Next we have Montana Silversmiths Western style cuff quartz watch. And on that right there, look at the quality of that. Made by the Montana Silversmiths. And what's your pleasure on this? $200 where? 50 I have and 60 now. 60 and 70. 70, 80, 80, now 90. 90, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. 200, no. At 175 with Carol, now 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. With Carol at 175, that's a great bracelet. At 175 and 2, any more? 175 it is. Here's another Justin Morris Navajo silver and turquoise belt buckle. Look at this beautiful big belt buckle, all tooled with great gemstones. What's your pleasure in that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 75, 75, 200, and 175 in that great belt buckle. 200 and 2 1/4. I 200 and 2 1/4. Justin Morris Navajo silver belt buckle. I 200 now 2 1/4. At only 200 and 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. That great belt buckle. Who has 2 1/4 with Emily and 2 1/2? At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 with Emily at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. I 250 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and 275 if you want it. Any more? It's 250 then. And here we go. Another Native American Navajo silver concho belt. 32.5 inches long. A beautiful little silver concho belt right there. Has 21 oval conchos and brown leather strap. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Half 75. 75, 300. At 275 and 300. At 275. Look at the workmanship in this. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. Any more? All in, all done at 275 and 300. Gonna go. Any more? 275. Who got that, Carol? Next we go to a Native American Navajo silver Thunderbird jewelry on the Thunderbird jewelry right there. And what's your pleasure on that? 275 and 300. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. At 275 for the two pieces now. At 275 and 300. Any more? All in all then at 275 and 300 with Carol all the way for the Thunderbird jewelry. 300 I have with Emily and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375. 375, a great Thunderbird bracelet. 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. As 375 with Carol now. Live auction is out at 375. 400 with live auction is 4 1/4 with Carol and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, at 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4 it is. Next we have another nice concho belt. This one is hand stamped and has silver holding them all together. This is a real good one right here. Nice early one. What's your pleasure on this one? 31 inches long. What's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. The best of the bunch. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. No leather involved in this one. It's all silver all the way. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and selling. 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2. It's 3 1/4 then. Some of the people could go home. And here we go. Native American Navajo silver cuff bracelet with green turquoise. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on this? 50 having 60. 60 I have now 70. 70, 80, now 90. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 and 100 anymore. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 1/4. All in, all done at $100, 100 quarter with Carol all the way now. Anymore? Carol, 100. Only a few items to go. Now we have 2 Bernard de la Hoya Native American Hopi silver belt buckles. What's your pleasure on those? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. These are beautiful. I have 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 with Carol and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. We're all good? It's 250 with you, Carol? Online bidder. Next we have 3 Native American silver cuff bracelets. They're actually bangle bracelets, not cuffs. I have 3 silver bangle bracelets. Cuff bracelets are the wide ones. These are bangles. And what's your pleasure on these? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now, 80, 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90. Those are nice cuff, silver bangle bracelets. I have 80 now, 90. This one has no turquoise in that one. I have 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90. Any more? Last call at $80. $80. Next we have 2 Native American Navajo silver jewelry accessories. Is that a belt buckle? Look at this great belt buckle. Heavy cast sterling with oval cabochon. This one here has like a jade face. What's your pleasure on those? 90 I have it now, 100. 100 now, quarter, 1/4, 1/2, 1/2, and 75. I 150 now, 175. I 150 now, 175, 150 and 75. Any more? 150 once, twice, and 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. I 175 once, twice, and for 200. With Emily at 175, correct? Emily, 175 then. 1435. We have is a Native American Navajo silver and agate cuff bracelet. Look at that beauty. What's your pleasure on this one here? 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. They're beautiful. Now 100. Now 100. I have 90 now. What did we have? 100? 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100 on that beautiful bracelet right there. 100. It has eagles on either side of the stone. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4 once, twice, and went for 150. That's a nice bracelet. Has silver eagles on either side of that agate. At 125 and now 150. At 1 1/4 once, twice. Any more? Who has the 1 1/4? Carol has 1 1/4. Any more? Carol 1 1/4. Next, we have Justin Morris, sterling silver belt buckle. Look at that one. Look at that one. That's red coral and turquoise. Beautiful piece by Justin Morris. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 and now 175. And 150, hold it up like that, Chris. I 150 now 175. I 150 and 175 and that great belt buckle, way under the money. I 150 and 175 by Justin Morris. 175 and 200 should be everywhere. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, at only 200 and 2 1/4. Going to sell it. 200 once, 200 twice. And 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 half, don't lose it. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Look at the workmanship in that. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, any more. 2 1/4 once, twice, any more. Sold for 2 1/4, Emily. Live Auctioneers gets that one. Next, we have a Native American silver turquoise cuff bracelet. Look at this one here. Lovely little bracelet right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 1,200 and now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13 and 1,213. At 1,213 anymore? All in, all done. At 1,200, 1,300. Oh, that is a beauty. At 1,200 and 1,300. 1,200 once, 1,300 and 1,400. I have 1,300 now 1,400. 14 now 15. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 1,500 at 14 and 15. 15 and 16. I have 1,500, 1,600. I have 1,500 with Emily all the way. At 15 and 16. Any more? With you, Em, all the way? 1,500 with Emily. Any more? 16 now 1,700. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and for 1,700. All in all, that's 1,600. Emily, 1,600. Next we have another great concho belt. Look at this one. Look at this one. This is the big one. This is the big one. Look at this one with beautiful oval conchos. There's an extra one here that goes on here. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on these? 400 I have them, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4, where this would be beautiful, polished up. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have only 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. That's a major, major concho belt. Nice early one. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. And only 4 1/4. Your phone out. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 anymore. 4 1/2 and 475. At 450 and 475. This is a major concho belt right here. Heavy, heavy silver. I have 4 1/2 and 475 anymore. All in, all done. At 475 and 500. Should have started there. At 475 and now 5. Beautiful big one. I have 475 and 500. Selling once, selling twice. At 475, 500 if you want it. It's sold 475. Live auctioneers coming on strong at the end here. Next we have 3 Native American jewelry pieces. We have a little ring here, an oval ring here, and a brooch. And on that Navajo jewelry, what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4 for the lot. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 for the lot. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and 150 anymore. 150, 175. 175 and 200. At 175 to Carol, now 2. 175 and 2 for the 3 pieces. 175 once, twice, and even to 200. Carol, 175. Online bidder. Next we have, these money clips. These are great. 2 Navajo sterling silver money clips. And what's your pleasure on these? Winged scarab motif. And the other one is a man in a maze. What's your pleasure on these? 70 I have, and now 80. 70 now 80. Nice heavy sterling silver money clips. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. They're great ones. And 90 now 100 anymore. 100 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 150, and 1 1/4, 150 for the 2 of those nice money clips. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2. Sold 1 1/4 Carol. And the last piece of the day, if you haven't got any native jewelry, this is it. Look at this one here. 3 Native American silver and turquoise jewelry. Bracelets, pendant, in the bear claw pattern with little turquoise beads. What's your pleasure on this one? 60, now 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Look, 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I love that pattern of the bear claw. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 for all of it. At 175, 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. We're all in, all done. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Sold 2 1/4. Thanks to all the bidders today for participating in this wonderful North American sale. We hope to see you at our June sale, which is going to be amazing. Thank you all, and good night.